Hello, hello, and welcome to Deutschzeit. This is part 2 of the German A2 complete grammar course, and this is the final part. In this video, we will complete units 5 to 8. We will work on longer sentences, adjective endings, modal meaning, future and passive structures, and useful pronouns for everyday German. And yes, there is no mysterious part 3 hiding somewhere. By the end of this video, the complete A2 grammar course will be finished. Let's begin. Great! Now it is time for Unit 5. In this unit, we will build clearer and longer German sentences. We will learn how word order works, how connectors join ideas, and why the verb sometimes moves to the end. Let's begin. Perfect. Let's begin with the main idea behind die Satzklammer, the sentence bracket. In some German sentences, the verb structure appears in two parts. One verb element appears near the beginning of the sentence, and another verb element appears at the end. Together, these two elements create a frame around the information in the middle. Look at Der Techniker schaltet nach der Kontrolle das neue Gerät wieder ein. The technician switches the new device on again after the inspection. The basic verb is einschalten, to switch on. But inside the sentence, the verb appears in two places. We see schaltet near the beginning and ein at the end. These two elements belong together, so the structure is schaltet ein. Everything between these two parts sits inside the sentence bracket. Here, the middle contains information about the time and the object, but these details do not break the connection between schaltet and ein. The two sides still work together as one verb structure. That is the important idea. The sentence may contain only a few words or many different details, but when one verb element opens the structure and another verb element closes it, German creates eine Satzklammer, a sentence bracket. Once you recognize the two sides, the sentence no longer looks like separate pieces. It becomes one clear frame with information inside it. Very good. Now let's look at the sentence bracket inside a Aussagesatz, statement. In a statement, the conjugated verb stands in Position 2, position 2. And opens the left side of the bracket. The other verb element comes at the end and closes the right side. Look at Meine Schwester räumt am Samstag das Wohnzimmer auf. My sister tidies the living room on Saturday. Here, meine Schwester, my sister, stands in Position 1, position 1. The conjugated verb räumt comes directly after it in Position 2, and the separated part, auf, closes the bracket at the end. But Position 1 does not always contain the subject. We can begin with a time expression. Am Samstag räumt meine Schwester das Wohnzimmer auf. On Saturday, my sister tidies the living room. Now, am Samstag, on Saturday, stands in Position 1, position 1. The subject moves behind the verb, but räumt still remains in Position 2, and auf still closes the bracket.
we can also place another sentence element first. Das Wohnzimmer räumt meine Schwester am Samstag auf. My sister tidies the living room on Saturday. This time, das Wohnzimmer, the living room, occupies position 1. So Position 1 can change, but in a statement, the conjugated verb keeps Position 2. And remember, a Position contains one sentence element, not necessarily only one word. For example, am Samstag contains 2 words, but together they form one time element. So the statement pattern is Position 1, conjugated verb in Position 2, information inside the bracket, and the final verb element at the end. This Position 2 rule belongs specifically to statements. Inside that structure, Position 1 stays flexible while the 2 sides of the bracket keep the sentence together.
Nice work! Now let's compare the sentence bracket in 2 sentence types. First, look at A. Aussagesatz. Statement. Der Bus fährt morgen früh vom Hauptbahnhof ab. The bus leaves from the main station tomorrow morning. Here, the conjugated verb, fährt, stands in position 2, and the separated part, up, closes the bracket at the end. So the statement has position 1, then the conjugated verb in position 2, then the information inside the bracket, and the final verb element at the end. Now turn the same idea into a Ja-Nein-Frage. Yes-No question. Fährt der Bus morgen früh vom Hauptbahnhof ab? Does the bus leave from the main station tomorrow morning? Now the conjugated verb, fährt, moves to position 1. There is no sentence element before it. But the separated part, up, still remains at the end. So the sentence bracket has not disappeared. Its left side has simply moved from position 2 to position 1. Compare the 2 patterns. Statement. Der Bus fährt morgen früh vom Hauptbahnhof ab. Question. Fährt der Bus morgen früh vom Hauptbahnhof ab? The middle information stays between the 2 verb parts, and the final element still closes the bracket. The important difference is, in a statement, the conjugated verb normally opens the bracket from position 2. In a yes-no question, it opens from position 1. Commands follow a different structure. So the position 1 pattern on this page belongs specifically to yes-no questions. The bracket stays complete, only its starting point changes. Brilliant! Now let's see the sentence bracket with trennbare Verben, separable verbs. A separable verb contains 2 parts, a verb stem and a separable prefix. Look at einladen, to invite. This verb contains laden and the prefix ein. Inside a statement, the conjugated verb part opens the bracket in position 2, and the separated prefix closes it at the end. Look at Die Projektleiterin lädt morgen alle neuen Mitarbeiter zur Besprechung ein. The project manager invites all the new employees to the meeting tomorrow. The conjugated part is lädt. It stands in position 2 and opens the bracket. The prefix is ein. It stands at the end and closes the bracket. So the complete verb structure is lädt ein. Both parts belong to the same verb, einladen. The information morgen alle neuen Mitarbeiter zur Besprechung, tomorrow all the new employees to the meeting, sits between the two verb parts. But the distance does not separate their meaning. The two sides still work together as one verb. The same connection also remains inside a yes-no question. Lädt die Projektleiterin morgen alle neuen Mitarbeiter zur Besprechung ein? Does the project manager invite all the new employees to the meeting tomorrow? Now, lädt opens the bracket from position 1, but ein still closes it at the end. So, with a separable verb, always connect the conjugated part with the final prefix. The prefix may move to the end, but both parts still form one complete verb.
Excellent. Now let's build the sentence bracket with Modalverben, modal verbs. With this pattern, the two sides have different jobs. The conjugated modal verb opens the bracket. The main verb in the infinitive closes it at the end. Look at Die Ärztin muss heute mehrere Patienten untersuchen. The doctor has to examine several patients today. The modal verb is müssen, to have to. Inside the sentence, it is conjugated as muss, to have to. This part stands in position 2. It agrees with the subject and expresses the modal meaning. Here, it shows necessity. The main verb is untersuchen, to examine. It stays in the infinitive and comes at the end. So the bracket is muss untersuchen. The information heute mehrere Patienten sits between the two verb elements. Now look at another modal meaning. Wir können am Wochenende die neue Ausstellung besuchen. We can visit the new exhibition at the weekend. The modal verb is können, can, or to be able to. With wir, it becomes können, can. The main verb besuchen remains in the infinitive and closes the bracket. So here we have können besuchen. The first side carries the conjugation and adds the modal meaning. The final infinitive names the basic action. Compare muss untersuchen, necessity, and können besuchen, ability or possibility. The modal verb can change with the subject and with the intended meaning, but the main verb stays in its infinitive form at the end. So with Modalverben, read both sides as one complete structure. Modal meaning at the opening, basic action at the closing, and the rest of the sentence held clearly between them.
Exactly. Now let's look at the sentence bracket in perfect, the perfect tense. In this structure, the conjugated helper verb opens the bracket, and the Partizip 2, past participle, closes it at the end. The helper verb is usually haben, to have, or sein, to be. Look at Der Student hat am Abend seine Präsentation vorbereitet. The student prepared his presentation in the evening. Here, the helper verb is hat. It stands in position 2 and opens the bracket. The final form is vorbereitet. It stands at the end and closes the bracket. So the structure is hat vorbereitet. the information am Abend seine Präsentation, in the evening, his presentation, sits inside the bracket. Now look at a second example. Meine Freunde sind am Nachmittag in Köln angekommen. My friends arrived in Cologne in the afternoon. This time, the helper verb is sind. It opens the bracket, and the final form is angekommen. It closes the bracket at the end. So here, the structure is sind angekommen. Now we can see the main pattern clearly. In perfect, the helper verb carries the conjugation, and the Partizip 2 carries the main action. Sometimes the helper is haben, and sometimes it is sein. But the sentence bracket works in the same way. The left side is the conjugated helper, the right is the final verb form, and the rest of the sentence stays between them. So perfect is not only a past tense form, it is also a very clear example of how the sentence bracket holds the whole sentence together. Well done! Now let's see what happens when the middle of the sentence bracket gets longer. This middle space is called die Satzklammerfüllung, the information inside the sentence bracket. We will begin with a very short sentence. Der Kurier liefert aus. The courier makes deliveries. The complete verb is ausliefern, to deliver. Inside the sentence, we see liefert aus. The conjugated part, liefert, opens the bracket, and the prefix aus closes it. At the moment, there is no extra information between the two sides. Now let's add a time detail. Der Kurier liefert heute aus. The courier makes deliveries today. The word heute, today, now sits inside the bracket, but the two sides have not moved. We still have liefert aus. Now let's add an object. Der Kurier liefert heute mehrere Pakete aus. The courier delivers several packages today. The middle is now longer. It contains heute, mehrere Pakete. Today, several packages. But the bracket still opens with liefert and closes with aus. Now we can add one more detail. Der Kurier liefert heute mehrere Pakete im Stadtzentrum aus. The courier delivers several packages in the city center today. The middle now contains more information: time, object, and place. But we are not studying the detailed order of these elements here. The important point is visual. The middle can grow, but the two verb parts remain connected. Compare the progression. Liefert aus. Then liefert heute aus. And then liefert heute mehrere Pakete aus. And finally, liefert heute mehrere Pakete im Stadtzentrum aus. The Satzklammerfüllung can be short or it can contain several details. The sentence becomes richer, but the bracket stays stable and keeps the verb structure clearly connected. Good job! Now let's take a first look at nicht, not, inside die Satzklammer, the sentence bracket. In many sentences that negate the complete action, nicht appears quite late inside the bracket. It often stands directly before the final verb element. Look at Die Mitarbeiterin füllt das Formular heute nicht aus. The employee is not filling out the form today. The complete verb is ausfüllen, to fill out. Inside the sentence, the conjugated part, füllt, opens the bracket, and the prefix, aus, closes it at the end. The information inside the bracket is das Formular heute nicht. The form today not. Notice the position of nicht. It appears late inside the middle and directly before aus. So the visible structure is füllt nicht aus. The prefix still stays at the end, and nicht sits just before the right side of the bracket. This is a common pattern when we negate the complete action. The employee does not perform the action of filling out the form. But be careful, nicht does not have one fixed position in every sentence. Its position can change when the speaker wants to negate one specific detail. For this first look, keep the main picture simple. The verb structure still creates the bracket. The final verb element closes it, and nicht often appears late inside the middle, just before the bracket closes. The bracket stays clear, and the negative meaning fits neatly inside it. That's it. Now let's place 3 verb patterns next to each other. They look different, but all 3 use the same sentence bracket idea. Let's begin with a trennbares Verb, separable verb. Die Bibliothek macht 9 Uhr auf. The library opens at 9 o'clock. The complete verb is aufmachen, to open. The conjugated part is macht, opens the bracket, and the prefix auf closes it at the end. So the first pattern is macht auf. Now compare that with a Modalverb, modal verb. Unser Nachbar kann morgen die Pflanzen gießen. Our neighbor can water the plants tomorrow. The conjugated modal verb is kann, opens the bracket, and the main verb gießen, to water, stays in the infinitive and closes it at the end. So the second pattern is kann gießen. Now look at perfect, the perfect tense. Die Gäste haben gestern das neue Restaurant besucht. The guests visited the new restaurant yesterday. The conjugated helper verb is haben, opens the bracket, and the Partizip 2, past participle, besucht, closes it at the end. So the third pattern is haben, besucht. Now compare the 3 structures. Separable verb, macht auf. The final element is a separated prefix. Modal verb, kann gießen. The final element is an infinitive. Perfect, haben besucht. The final element is a Partizip 2. The closing element changes, but the main picture stays the same. A conjugated verb opens the bracket, information sits in the middle, and another verbal element closes the structure. There is also one important difference between sentence types. In an Aussagesatz, statement, the conjugated verb normally opens the bracket from position 2. Die Bibliothek macht 9 Uhr auf. But in a Ja-Nein-Frage, yes-no question, the conjugated verb opens it from position 1.
Macht die Bibliothek 9 Uhr auf? Does the library open at 9 o'clock? The starting position changes, but the final element, auf, still closes the bracket. So remember the complete map. Separable verb, modal verb, or perfect. Different final forms, one shared sentence bracket structure.
Great. Now let's bring the complete idea of die Satzklammer, the sentence bracket, into one clear reference map. The first step is identify the sentence type. In an Aussagesatz, statement, the conjugated verb normally stands in position 2. Look at Der Hausmeister schließt jeden Abend alle Fenster ab. The caretaker locks all the windows every evening. The conjugated verb schließt opens the bracket from position 2, and the prefix ab closes it at the end. But in a Ja-Nein-Frage, yes-no question, the conjugated verb moves to position 1. Schließt der Hausmeister jeden Abend alle Fenster ab? Does the caretaker lock all the windows every evening? The starting position has changed, but up still closes the bracket. The second step is find the conjugated verb. This is the part that changes with the subject. The third step is look for a final verb element. If you find a separated prefix, the pattern contains a trennbares Verb, a separable verb. If the final element is an infinitive, look for a conjugated Modalverb. For example, Die Kinder dürfen heute länger im Park bleiben. The children are allowed to stay longer in the park today. Here, dürfen opens the bracket and bleiben, to stay, closes it in the infinitive. If the final element is a Partizip 2, the pattern may be perfect, the perfect tense. Look at Unsere Nachbarn sind gestern aus dem Urlaub zurückgekommen. Our neighbors returned from their holiday yesterday. The helper verb sind opens the bracket, and zurückgekommen, returned, closes it at the end. So the closing element helps you identify the pattern, a separated prefix, an infinitive, or a Partizip 2. The fourth step is read the information between both sides. The middle may be short, or it may contain several details, but the opening and the closing element still belong together. There is also one useful signal to notice. In many sentences that negate the complete action, nicht, not, appears late inside the bracket. For example, schließt nicht ab, does not lock. So the complete reading path is identify the sentence type, find the conjugated verb, look for the final verb element, read the middle information, then identify the verb pattern. Once you follow this path, a long German sentence becomes easier to open, easier to read, and much easier to hold together.
Perfect. Let's focus on kein, no or not any. We use kein to negate an indefinite noun or a noun that normally appears without an article. It tells us that the person or thing does not exist in this situation. First, look at a singular noun. Ich habe einen Termin. I have an appointment. To negate the noun, we replace einen with keinen. Ich habe keinen Termin. I do not have an appointment. The negative meaning belongs directly to the noun. There is no appointment. Now look at a plural noun. Vor dem Gebäude stehen Fahrräder.
There are bicycles in front of the building. In the plural, there is no indefinite article to replace, but we can still negate the noun with keine. Vor dem Gebäude stehen keine Fahrräder. There are no bicycles in front of the building. Now look at an uncountable noun. Für die Suppe brauchen wir Salz. We need salt for the soup. The noun appears without an article. To express that no amount is needed, we say, für die Suppe brauchen wir kein Salz. We do not need any salt. So, kein can negate one thing, several things, or an amount of something. Its ending changes like an ein word, an Ein-Wort. For example, kein, keine, and keinen. The exact ending depends on the noun and its role in the sentence, but we do not need a complete table here. Keep the main choice clear. An indefinite noun, or a noun without an article, use kein. It places the negative meaning directly on the noun and shows that there is none of it.
Clear so far? Now let's focus on nicht. Not no. We use nicht when the negative meaning does not directly belong to an indefinite noun. It can negate an action, an adjective, or a complete event. First, look at an action. Der Fahrer öffnet die Tür nicht. The driver does not open the door. Here, the noun die Tür, the door, still exists. We are not saying there is no door. We are negating the action, öffnen, to open. The driver does not perform that action. Now look at an adjective. Die Wegbeschreibung ist nicht deutlich. The directions are not clear. Here, nicht negates the adjective deutlich, clear. The directions exist, but the description is negative. They are not clear. Finally, nicht can negate a complete event. Das Konzert hat gestern nicht stattgefunden. The concert did not take place yesterday. The negative meaning covers the complete event. The concert did not happen. So compare the three functions. Action, öffnet nicht. Adjective, nicht deutlich. Event, hat nicht stattgefunden. In all three cases, we are not negating an indefinite noun or a quantity, so kein is not the right choice. The main question is, what exactly receives the negative meaning? The action, the description, or the event? When that target is clear, nicht gives the sentence its exact negative meaning. Nice work! Now let's look at the position of nicht, not, inside a longer sentence. The important idea is, nicht does not have one fixed position. Its position depends on what receives the negative meaning. First, when we negate an adjective, nicht stands directly before the adjective. Look at Das neue Hotel ist nicht besonders ruhig. The new hotel is not particularly quiet. Here, the negative meaning belongs to besonders ruhig. So, nicht comes directly before that description. Now look at a prepositional phrase. Die Familie wohnt nicht in der Innenstadt. The family does not live in the city center. Here, the location in der Innenstadt is the part being negated. So, nicht stands directly before the complete prepositional phrase. Now, let's negate a complete action inside a Satzklammer.
sentence bracket. Der Shuttlebus holt die Gäste heute Abend nicht ab. The shuttle bus does not pick up the guests this evening. The conjugated part holt opens the bracket and the prefix ab closes it at the end. Because the complete action is being negated, nicht appears late inside the sentence, directly before the final verb element. So the visible structure is holt nicht ab. Compare the three patterns. Before an adjective, nicht besonders ruhig. Before a prepositional phrase, nicht in der Innenstadt. And when the complete action is negated, holt nicht ab. We are not learning one mechanical position, we are finding the target of the negative meaning. Once the target is clear, the position of nicht becomes much easier to understand. Brilliant! Now let's bring the whole system together. The key question is, what exactly are you negating? Sometimes we negate the whole statement, and sometimes we negate one specific detail. Look at a complete negation. Der Zug fährt heute nicht. The train is not running today. Here, the negative meaning covers the whole event. Now look at a time detail. Der Kurs beginnt nicht heute. The course does not begin today. Here, heute, today, is the part being negated. Now look at a place detail. Wir treffen uns nicht im Café. We are not meeting in the cafe. This time, the negated part is im Café, in the cafe. Now look at a manner detail. Fährt nicht mit dem Fahrrad zur Arbeit. He does not go to work by bicycle. Here, the negated part is mit dem Fahrrad, by bicycle. So, nicht can negate the whole event or one specific detail, a time, a place, or a manner. Now let's add the other side of the choice. When we negate an indefinite noun or quantity, we use kein. Look at Ich brauche kein Auto. I do not need a car. Here, the negative meaning belongs directly to the noun. But when the noun is definite, we do not use kein. We use nicht. Look at Ich brauche nicht das Auto von meinem Bruder. I do not need my brother's car. So, compare kein Auto, no car or not a car, and nicht das Auto, not the car. That is an important A2 difference. So, the decision path is simple. Indefinite noun or quantity, use kein. Action, adjective, whole statement, or one specific detail, use nicht. And if the noun is definite, choose nicht, not kein. Once you identify the target of the negative meaning, the choice becomes clear, and the sentence says exactly what you want to negate.
Great! Let's begin with position 0. These connectors join two main clauses, but the connector does not take a position inside the second clause. It stands outside the clause. That is why the second clause keeps its normal word order. The structure is connector plus subject plus conjugated verb. Several important connectors belong to this group. Und, and, oder, or, denn, because, aber, but,
and sondern, but rather. On this page, we will focus on the basic functions of und, oder, and denn. First, we use und to add one piece of information to another. Look at Die Nachbarin bäckt einen Kuchen und ihr Sohn deckt den Tisch. The neighbor is baking a cake and her son is setting the table. After the connector und, the second clause begins with the subject ihr Sohn. Then comes the conjugated verb deckt. So the visible order is und ihr Sohn deckt. Connector, subject, conjugated verb. Now look at oder. We use it to present a choice or an alternative. Wir bestellen das Essen oder du kochst heute. We order the food or you cook today. After oder, the subject is du, and the conjugated verb is kochst. So again, the order remains connector, subject, conjugated verb. Now let's look at denn. We use it to give a reason. Lena nimmt einen Regenschirm mit, denn der Himmel ist sehr dunkel. Lena is taking an umbrella with her because the sky is very dark. After denn, the subject is der Himmel, and the conjugated verb is ist. The second clause still follows the normal pattern, denn der Himmel ist, not connector plus verb plus subject. The important point is, position 0 connectors connect the clauses but stay outside the internal word order. That is why the subject normally comes before the conjugated verb. So remember the three functions. Und adds information, oder offers an alternative, and denn provides a reason. Aber and sondern also belong to the position 0 family. For now, the central pattern is clear. Connector plus subject plus conjugated verb. The connector builds the bridge while the clause keeps its normal order.
Very good. Now let's compare two important connectors, aber, but, and sondern, but rather. Both connectors can introduce a contrasting idea, but they do not express the same kind of contrast. Let's begin with aber. We use it when the second idea is different, unexpected, or contrasts with the first idea. Look at Der Pullover ist günstig, aber passt mir nicht. The sweater is inexpensive, but it does not fit me. The first information is still true. The sweater is inexpensive. The second clause simply adds a contrasting fact. That is the main function of aber. It does not require a negative statement before it. The first clause can be positive or negative. Now look at sondern. This connector works differently. We use it after a previous negation with nicht, not, or kein, no or not any. The first possibility is rejected and the second possibility corrects it. Look at Wir treffen uns nicht am Bahnhof, sondern vor dem Museum. We are not meeting at the train station, but in front of the museum. The negated information is am Bahnhof. The correct information is vor dem Museum. So the pattern is nicht A, sondern B. Not A, but rather B. We can also use the same correction with a noun negated by kein. Mara bestellt keinen Tee, sondern eine heiße Schokolade. Mara is not ordering tea, but a hot chocolate. The tea is rejected, the hot chocolate is the correction. So, remember, aber adds a contrast, but sondern corrects something that was negated first. Now let's look at a very common paired structure. Nicht nur A, sondern auch B. Not only A, but also B. Here, the first idea is not rejected, a second idea is added to it. Look at Die App zeigt nicht nur die Abfahrtszeiten, sondern auch die Verspätungen. The app shows both the departure times, but also the delays. The app shows both pieces of information. So this structure does not mean not A but B, it means A and also B. Compare the three meanings. Aber, a contrast between two true ideas. Nicht A, sondern B, a correction after a negation. And nicht nur A, sondern auch B, an addition that includes both ideas. Once you know whether you are contrasting, correcting, or adding, the right connector becomes much easier to choose.
Nice work. Now let's look at a very natural feature of German sentences. Sometimes two connected actions have the same subject. In that case, German often avoids repeating the subject in the second part. This is especially common after und, and, oder, or, and in suitable structures with sondern, but rather. Let's begin with a complete version. Nach der Arbeit kauft Nora ein und sie bereitet später das Abendessen vor. After work, Nora goes shopping and she prepares dinner later. Both actions have the same subject, Nora and sie, refer to the same person, so the second subject can be left out. The more natural version is Nach der Arbeit kauft Nora ein und bereitet später das Abendessen vor. After work, Nora goes shopping and prepares dinner later. Compare the two forms. Und sie bereitet and und bereitet. The meaning does not change. The repeated subject is simply understood. Now look at oder. Am Samstag fährt Karim an den See oder bleibt zu Hause. On Saturday, Karim goes to the lake or he stays at home. Because refers back to Karim, we can leave it out. Am Samstag fährt Karim an den See oder bleibt zu Hause. Again, the verb appears directly after the connector, oder bleibt. But this is not inversion. The connector is still in Position null. The subject has only been omitted because it is already clear. The same idea can appear with sondern. Look at the complete version. Die Technikerin tauscht das Gerät nicht aus, sondern sie repariert es. The technician does not replace the device, but instead she repairs it. The subject is the same in both parts. So the natural version is Die Technikerin tauscht das Gerät nicht aus, sondern repariert es. The technician does not replace the device, but repairs it instead. Here we see sondern repariert. The verb comes after the connector because the repeated subject is understood and omitted.
not because sondern takes Position 1. This omission only works when both actions share the same subject. If the subject changes, we must keep the new subject. Der Vater packt die Koffer und die Kinder warten im Auto. The father packs the suitcases and the children wait in the car. Here, der Vater and die Kinder are different subjects, so nothing can be left out. The useful contrast is same subject, the repetition can disappear, different subject, the new subject must remain. So when you see und bereitet, oder bleibt, or sondern repariert, the rule has not been broken. The subject is simply clear enough that German does not need to say it twice.
Perfect. Now let's look at three connectors that express a result. Deshalb, therefore, darum, for that reason, and deswegen, that is why. These three connectors have a very similar meaning. They connect a situation or reason with its result. But unlike position 0 connectors, they take a position inside the second clause. They occupy position 1. That means the conjugated verb must come directly after them in position 2. The structure is connector plus conjugated verb plus subject. Let's begin with deshalb. Es schneit sehr stark. Deshalb fährt der Schulbus heute später. It is snowing very heavily. Therefore, the school bus is running later today. In the second sentence, deshalb occupies position 1. The conjugated verb, fährt, comes directly after it in position 2. Then comes the subject, der Schulbus. So the visible pattern is deshalb fährt der Schulbus. Connector, conjugated verb, subject. Now look at darum. Die Apotheke ist schon geschlossen. Darum kauft Paul das Medikament morgen. The pharmacy is already closed. For that reason, Paul will buy the medicine tomorrow. Here the order is darum kauft Paul. Darum takes position 1, kauft remains in position 2, and Paul comes after the conjugated verb. Now let's use deswegen. Unsere Wohnung wird renoviert. Deswegen wohnen wir diese Woche bei Freunden. Our apartment is being renovated. That is why we are staying with friends this week. The visible structure is deswegen wohnen wir. Again, the connector comes first, the conjugated verb comes second, and the subject comes after the verb. This word order is often called inversion, but the verb has not moved away from position 2. The important change is the connector now occupies position 1, so the subject cannot stay before the verb. Compare the three patterns. Deshalb fährt der Schulbus, darum kauft Paul, and deswegen wohnen wir. Different connectors, the same grammatical structure. Connector plus conjugated verb plus subject. So, remember, deshalb, darum, and deswegen introduce a result. They take position 1, and the conjugated verb stays exactly where it belongs, in position 2. Once the connector takes the first position, the rest of the sentence falls naturally into place. Excellent. Now let's focus on the punctuation between two main clauses. A small comma can show clearly where the first clause ends and the second clause begins. Let's start with three connectors that normally require a comma before them. Comma, aber, but. Comma, denn, because, and, comma, sondern, but rather. Look at Der Balkon ist klein, aber wir sitzen dort jeden Abend. The balcony is small, but we sit there every evening. The comma stands directly before aber. Now look at Emma bleibt heute zu Hause, denn sie fühlt sich nicht gut. Emma is staying at home today because she does not feel well. Again, the comma comes before the connector. The same rule applies to sondern. Wir kaufen keinen Drucker, sondern wir leihen uns einen im Büro. We are not buying a printer, but rather borrowing one at the office. So the first pattern is clear. Comma plus aber, denn, or sondern. Now compare this with und, and oder, or. Before these connectors, German normally does not use a comma. Look at Leo putzt die Küche und seine Mitbewohnerin räumt den Flur auf. Leo cleans the kitchen and his flatmate tidies the hallway. There is no comma before und. Now look at Du kannst mir eine Nachricht schicken oder du rufst mich später an. You can send me a message or you can call me later. Again, there is normally no comma before oder. In longer sentences, a comma may sometimes be added for clarity, but the normal A2 pattern is no comma before und or oder. Now let's look at result connectors. Deshalb, therefore, darum, for that reason, and deswegen, that is why. We can connect the two main clauses with a comma. Der Kopierer ist kaputt, deshalb drucken wir im Nachbarbüro. The copier is broken, therefore we are printing in the neighboring office. Notice the punctuation. There is a comma between the two clauses, but there is no comma after deshalb. The connector is followed directly by the conjugated verb. Deshalb drucken wir. We can also finish the first clause with a full stop. Die Lieferung kommt später. Darum beginnt die Montage erst am Nachmittag. The delivery is arriving later. For that reason, the installation does not begin until the afternoon. The same is possible with deswegen. Der Parkplatz ist voll. Deswegen stellt Nina das Auto in einer Seitenstraße ab. The car park is full. That is why Nina parks the car in a side street. So with result connectors, you can use a comma between the connected clauses, or finish the first clause with a full stop. But after deshalb, darum, or deswegen, the verb follows directly. So, remember, comma before aber, denn, and sondern. Normally, no comma before und or oder, and no comma between a position 1 connector and its verb. A small punctuation mark can make the whole connection easy to follow. Well done. Now let's organize the connector system into one clear map. The first question is, what relationship do you want to express? Let's begin with position 0. These connectors stand outside the second clause. They connect two main clauses, but they do not occupy a position inside the second clause. The complete pattern is connector plus subject plus conjugated verb. The main connectors are und, and, oder, or, denn, because, aber, but, and sondern, but rather. We choose und to add information, oder to offer an alternative, denn to provide a reason, aber to introduce a contrast, and sondern to correct something after a negation. Look at a complete position zero clause. Das Gästezimmer ist klein, aber es hat einen großen Balkon. The guest room is small, but it has a large balcony. After aber, the subject es comes before the conjugated verb hat. So the visible structure is aber es hat. Connector, subject, conjugated verb. Now move to the second side of the map, position 1. Here, the connector occupies the first position inside the second clause. The pattern becomes connector plus conjugated verb plus subject. The result connectors are deshalb, therefore, darum, for that reason, and deswegen, that is why. We use them when the second statement is the result of the first one. Look at der Aufzug funktioniert nicht, deshalb trägt der Hausmeister die Kartons nach oben. The lift is not working, therefore the caretaker carries the boxes upstairs. Here, deshalb takes position 1. The conjugated verb trägt stays in position 2. Then comes the subject, der Hausmeister. So the visible structure is deshalb trägt der Hausmeister. Connector, conjugated verb, subject. Now the decision path is simple. Do you want to add information? Choose und. Do you want to offer a choice? Choose oder. Do you want to give a reason? Choose denn. Do you want to show a contrast? Choose aber. Do you want to correct a negated idea? Choose sondern. These are all position 0 connectors. But when you want to introduce a result, choose deshalb, darum, or deswegen. These connectors take position 1. Now let's finish with one important alert. Sometimes a verb appears directly after und. Look at Miriam prüft die Rechnung und bezahlt sie sofort. Miriam checks the bill and pays it immediately. The visible part is und bezahlt, but this is not inversion. The subject Miriam also belongs to the second action. It is simply not repeated. Now compare that with Die Rechnung ist korrekt, deshalb bezahlt Miriam sie sofort. The bill is correct, therefore Miriam pays it immediately. Here, deshalb takes position 1. The verb bezahlt stays in position 2. Then comes the subject, Miriam. Compare the two patterns. Und bezahlt. The repeated subject is understood and omitted. Deshalb bezahlt Miriam. The connector takes position 1, so the verb stays in position 2. That is the complete map. Position 0. Connector, subject, verb. Position 1. Connector, verb, subject. Identify the relationship, identify the connector, and the correct word order becomes clear. Great! Let's begin with an important German sentence type, Nebensatz, a subordinate clause. A Nebensatz is a clause that is connected to a main clause. It adds information, such as a reason, a thought, or an indirect question. A subordinate clause often begins with a connector, for example, weil, because, thus, that, or ob, whether. These small words change the position of the conjugated verb. The basic structure is connector, subject, middle field, conjugated verb at the end. Look at Ich bleibe heute zu Hause, weil ich starke Kopfschmerzen habe. I am staying at home today because I have a severe headache. The first part is the main clause, Ich bleibe heute zu Hause. It has the normal main clause word order. Then we see a comma. The comma separates the main clause from the subordinate clause. The second part is weil ich starke Kopfschmerzen habe. The connector weil opens the subordinate clause. The subject is ich. The middle information is starke Kopfschmerzen, and the conjugated verb habe closes the clause at the end. So the visible structure is weil ich starke Kopfschmerzen habe. Connector, subject, middle field, conjugated verb at the end. The same basic rule also works with other connectors. Look at dass die Besprechung 10 beginnt, that the meeting starts at 10. The connector is das, and the conjugated verb beginnt comes at the end. Now look at ob der Supermarkt noch geöffnet ist, whether the supermarket is still open. The connector is ob, the subject is der Supermarkt, and the conjugated verb ist again closes the subordinate clause. So remember the two visible signals, a connector at the beginning and the conjugated verb at the end. Between them, we place the subject and the other information the sentence needs. The comma shows where the subordinate clause begins, and the final verb shows where it ends. Once you recognize those two signals, the structure of a Nebensatz becomes clear.
Nice work! Now let's make the verb final rule more precise. In a Nebensatz, subordinate clause, the conjugated verb closes the clause, but the ending does not always look exactly the same. It depends on the type of verb structure. Let's begin with a simple verb. Wir gehen früher los, weil das Geschäft 6 schließt. We are leaving earlier because the shop closes at 6. Inside the subordinate clause, weil das Geschäft 6 schließt, the connector weil opens the clause, and the simple conjugated verb schließt comes at the end. So the pattern is connector, subject, other information, simple conjugated verb. Now let's look at a separable verb. In a main clause, the verb separates. Mila ruft ihre Großmutter jeden Sonntag an. Mila calls her grandmother every Sunday. Here we see ruft an. But inside a subordinate clause, the two parts come back together. Mila sagt, dass sie ihre Großmutter jeden Sonntag anruft. Mila says that she calls her grandmother every Sunday. The subordinate clause is, dass sie ihre Großmutter jeden Sonntag anruft. The prefix an does not remain separate. It joins the verb again, so the complete form, anruft, stands at the end as one word. Now let's move to a Modalverb, modal verb. With a modal structure, we have two verb forms, the main verb in the infinitive and the conjugated modal verb. Look at Wir gehen jetzt schlafen, weil wir morgen sehr früh aufstehen müssen. We are going to sleep now because we have to get up very early tomorrow. At the end of the subordinate clause, we see
aufstehen müssen. The infinitive, aufstehen, comes first, and the conjugated modal verb, müssen, comes last. So the conjugated verb still closes the subordinate clause. The pattern is main verb in the infinitive, then the conjugated modal verb at the end. Now let's look at the perfect, present perfect. Here we also have two verb forms, the Partizip 2, past participle, and the conjugated helper verb. Look at Wir können losfahren, weil Sarah die Fahrkarten online gekauft hat. We can leave because Sarah bought the tickets online. The subordinate clause is weil Sarah die Fahrkarten online gekauft hat. The Partizip 2 is gekauft, and the conjugated helper verb is hat. So the ending is therefore gekauft hat. The past participle comes before the helper verb, and the conjugated helper verb closes the clause. Now compare the four endings. Simple verb, weil das Geschäft 6 schließt. Separable verb, dass sie ihre Großmutter jeden Sonntag anruft. Modal structure, weil wir morgen sehr früh aufstehen müssen. Perfect structure, weil Sarah die Fahrkarten online gekauft hat. The endings look different, but the central rule stays the same. The conjugated verb closes the Nebensatz. With a simple verb, one conjugated form stands at the end. With a separable verb, the prefix and verb join together again. With a modal structure, the infinitive comes first and the modal verb comes last. And in the perfect, present perfect, the past participle comes before the helper verb. So do not look only for one verb word. Look at the complete verb structure. Once you recognize the verb type, the ending of the subordinate clause becomes easy to build.
Excellent. Now let's see how the two clauses can change places. A sentence can begin with the Hauptsatz, main clause, or with the Nebensatz, subordinate clause. Both arrangements are correct, but the word order in the main clause changes. Let's begin with the main clause first. Ich nehme heute ein Taxi, weil der Bus nicht fährt. I am taking a taxi today because the bus is not running. The first part is the main clause. Ich nehme heute ein Taxi. It keeps the normal word order. Subject first, then the conjugated verb. Ich nehme. After that, a comma introduces the subordinate clause, weil der Bus nicht fährt. The connector, weil, opens the subordinate clause, and the conjugated verb fährt still stands at the end. So the first pattern is main clause, comma, subordinate clause with the verb at the end. Now let's place the subordinate clause first. Weil der Bus nicht fährt, nehme ich heute ein Taxi. Because the bus is not running, I am taking a taxi today. The subordinate clause is now weil der Bus nicht fährt. It comes at the beginning, but its internal structure does not change. The connector still opens the clause, and the conjugated verb fährt still stands at the end. The complete subordinate clause occupies position 1. Then comes the comma. After the comma, the conjugated verb of the main clause comes immediately, nehme. Then comes the subject, ich. So the visible order is nehme ich, not ich nehme. The second pattern is therefore subordinate clause in position 1, comma, conjugated verb of the main clause, subject, remaining information. Compare the two versions.
main clause first. Ich nehme heute ein Taxi, weil der Bus nicht fährt. Normal order in the main clause. Ich nehme. Subordinate clause first. Weil der Bus nicht fährt, nehme ich heute ein Taxi. The main clause verb comes before the subject. Nehme ich. The meaning stays the same. The difference is which information comes first. You may begin with the main statement or begin with the reason you want to emphasize. But one rule never changes. Inside the Nebensatz, the conjugated verb remains at the end. So remember, main clause first, normal main clause order, subordinate clause first, the whole clause takes position 1, and the main clause verb follows the comma directly. 2 correct arrangements, 1 stable, verb final rule. Excellent! Now let's compare 2 ways to give a reason, weil, because, and denn, because. The meaning is often very similar, but the sentence structure is different. Let's begin with weil. This connector opens a Nebensatz, subordinate clause. That means the conjugated verb moves to the end. Look at Mia öffnet das Fenster, weil es im Zimmer sehr warm ist. Mia opens the window because it is very warm in the room. The main information is Mia öffnet das Fenster. Mia opens the window. Then the reason begins with weil. Inside the subordinate clause, the subject is es. The other information is im Zimmer sehr warm, and the conjugated verb ist comes at the end. So the visible pattern is weil es im Zimmer sehr warm ist. Connector, subject, other information, conjugated verb at the end. Now let's express the same reason with denn. Mia öffnet das Fenster, denn es ist im Zimmer sehr warm. Mia opens the window because it is very warm in the room. The meaning is almost the same, but denn does not open a subordinate clause. It connects 2 main clauses, and it stands in Position 0. After the connector, the second clause keeps its normal main clause order. The subject, es, comes first, then the conjugated verb, ist. So the visible pattern is denn es ist. Connector, subject, conjugated verb. Compare the 2 structures. With weil es im Zimmer sehr warm ist, the verb comes at the end. With denn es ist im Zimmer sehr warm, the subject comes before the conjugated verb. Both sentences give the same reason, but the connector decides the word order. There's another important difference. A subordinate clause with weil can come first. Look at weil es im Zimmer sehr warm ist, öffnet Mia das Fenster. Because it is very warm in the room, Mia opens the window. The complete subordinate clause, weil es im Zimmer sehr warm ist, occupies position 1. After the comma, the conjugated verb of the main clause comes immediately. Öffnet Mia. So, weil can introduce the reason first, but denn does not work as a fronted reason clause in the same pattern. We do not build the sentence like denn es ist im Zimmer sehr warm, öffnet Mia das Fenster. That structure is incorrect. With denn, the reason normally follows the first main clause. Mia öffnet das Fenster, denn es ist im Zimmer sehr warm. Now notice the punctuation. Both connectors are preceded by a comma when they connect the 2 clauses, but after the comma, their structures are different. Weil, subject plus information plus verb at the end, denn, subject plus conjugated verb plus information. So remember, same purpose, giving a reason, different grammar. Weil opens a subordinate clause and sends the verb to the end. Den connects two main clauses and keeps the normal word order. Choose the connector and let its structure guide the sentence.
Very good. Now let's use das, that, to report thoughts, opinions, information, and hopes. A clause with das often follows verbs like denken, to think, glauben, to believe, wissen, to know, sagen, to say, finden, to think or find, and hoffen, to hope. The basic structure is main clause, comma, das, subject, other information, conjugated verb at the end. Let's begin with an opinion. Ich glaube, dass der neue Nachbar sehr freundlich ist. I believe that the new neighbor is very friendly. The main clause is ich glaube. Then a comma separates the two clauses. The subordinate clause begins with das. Its subject is der neue Nachbar, and the conjugated verb ist closes the clause at the end. So the visible structure is dass der neue Nachbar sehr freundlich ist. Connector, subject, other information, conjugated verb at the end. Now let's look at an information. Die Trainerin sagt, dass das Training morgen später beginnt. The trainer says that the training starts later tomorrow. The subject of the main clause is die Trainerin, but the subject of the subordinate clause is das Training. So the two clauses do not need the same subject. The main clause can describe one person, while the das clause gives information about someone or something else. The conjugated verb beginnt still stands at the end. Now look at a hope. Wir hoffen, dass das Wetter am Wochenende besser wird. We hope that the weather will be better at the weekend. The main clause expresses the hope, and the subordinate clause contains the idea we hope is true. The final verb is wird. Again, das opens the subordinate clause and the conjugated verb closes it. We can also use das after knowledge. Look at this sentence. Ich weiß, dass das Paket heute kommt. I know that the package is arriving today. The first word, das, connects the two clauses. The second word, das, belongs to the noun Paket. So remember, das with double S is a connector. Das with one S can stand before a noun or replace something already mentioned. The central pattern remains main clause, comma, das, subject, other information, conjugated verb at the end. Use this structure to express what someone thinks, believes, knows, says, finds, or hopes. Das builds the bridge to the idea, and the final verb completes the thought.
Great work! Now let's learn how to ask yes or no questions in a more polite and natural way. This is especially useful when speaking to an employee, a doctor, a shop assistant, or someone you do not know well. Instead of asking only a direct question, we can introduce it with a polite phrase. Then we use ob, whether, to begin the indirect question. A question with ob comes from a direct question that can be answered with yes or no. The basic structure is polite introduction, comma, up, subject, other information, verb at the end. Let's begin at a hotel. The direct question is das Zimmer schon fertig? Is the room ready yet? The conjugated verb ist comes first because this is a direct yes or no question. Now let's make the question more polite. We can begin with Können Sie mir sagen? Can you tell me? Then we add the indirect question. Können Sie mir sagen, ob das Zimmer schon fertig ist? Can you tell me whether the room is ready yet? Notice the change. In the direct question, ist das Zimmer schon fertig? The conjugated verb comes first. But inside the up clause, the connector ob comes first. The subject, das Zimmer, comes after it, and the conjugated verb ist moves to the end. So the transformation is direct question, verb plus subject, indirect question, introduction, comma, up, subject, other information, verb at the end. Now imagine you are calling a medical practice. The direct question is, nimmt die Ärztin heute noch Patienten an? Is the doctor still seeing patients today? We can introduce the question with, wissen Sie? Do you know? The indirect question is, wissen Sie, ob die Ärztin heute noch Patienten annimmt? Do you know whether the doctor is still seeing patients today? In the direct question, the separable verb appears as nimmt an. Inside the up clause, the two parts join together again, annimmt, and the complete verb stands at the end. Now let's use another common introduction. Ich möchte wissen. I would like to know. Imagine you are in a clothing shop. The direct question is, gibt es dieses Hemd auch in Blau? Is this shirt also available in blue? The indirect version is, ich möchte wissen, ob es dieses Hemd auch in Blau gibt. I would like to know whether this shirt is also available in blue. The direct question begins with the verb gibt, but in the up clause, the subject, es, comes first, and the conjugated verb closes the clause. Ob es dieses Hemd auch in Blau gibt. Now compare the three introductions. Können Sie mir sagen? Is a polite request for information. Wissen Sie asks whether the other person knows the answer, and Ich möchte wissen expresses what information you would like to have. After each introduction, the same rule applies. Comma, up, subject, other information, verb at the end. One more important point. Here, up means whether. It introduces an indirect yes or no question. It does not introduce a condition. So remember the transformation. Direct question, verb plus subject, polite indirect question, introduction, comma, up, subject, other information, verb at the end. A small change in the word order turns a short direct question into a polite and natural request.
Excellent. Now let's build polite indirect questions with a W-Frage, a W question. A direct W question begins with a question word. For example, wann, when, wo, where, warum, why, wie, how, wer, who, and was, what. When we turn a direct W question into an indirect question, we keep the same question word. We do not use ob, whether. The basic transformation is direct question, W word plus conjugated verb plus
subject. Indirect question, introduction, comma, W word plus subject plus other information plus verb at the end. Let's begin at a public office. The direct question is, wann öffnet das Bürgerbüro? When does the citizen's office open? Here, wann comes first. When the conjugated verb öffnet, and then the subject, das Bürgerbüro. Now let's ask more politely. We can begin with, können Sie mir sagen? Can you tell me? The indirect question is, können Sie mir sagen, wann das Bürgerbüro öffnet? Can you tell me when the citizen's office opens? Inside the indirect clause, the question word stays at the beginning. The subject, das Bürgerbüro, comes before the conjugated verb, and öffnet moves to the end. So compare wann öffnet das Bürgerbüro and wann das Bürgerbüro öffnet. The question word does not disappear, only the word order changes. Now look at a question with wo. The direct question is, wo kann ich meinen Antrag abgeben? Where can I submit my application? We can introduce it with, wissen Sie? Do you know? The indirect question is, wissen Sie, wo ich meinen Antrag abgeben kann? Do you know where I can submit my application? The direct question begins with, wo kann ich, but the indirect clause becomes, wo ich meinen Antrag abgeben kann. The subject, ich, comes after the question word, and the modal verb, kann, closes the clause at the end. Now notice a question with warum. The direct question is, warum ist der Eingang geschlossen? Why is the entrance closed? This time, we introduce the information with a statement, ich weiß nicht, I do not know. The complete sentence is, ich weiß nicht, warum der Eingang geschlossen ist. I do not know why the entrance is closed. Inside the indirect question, the structure is, warum der Eingang geschlossen ist. The subject comes first, and the conjugated verb, ist, comes at the end. Now notice the punctuation. Können Sie mir sagen, wann das Bürgerbüro öffnet? Ends with a question mark. That is because the introduction itself is a question. The same applies to, wissen Sie, wo ich meinen Antrag abgeben kann? But, ich weiß nicht, warum der Eingang geschlossen ist, ends with a full stop. The introduction is a statement, not a question. Now let's look at wie. The direct question is, wie funktioniert die Online-Anmeldung? How does the online registration work? A polite version is, können Sie mir erklären, wie die Online-Anmeldung funktioniert? Can you explain to me how the online registration works? Again, we keep wie. The subject, die Online-Anmeldung, comes before the final verb, funktioniert. So remember, if the direct question already has a W word, keep that W word. Do not add up. Then change the question order into subordinate clause order. W word, subject, other information, verb at the end. And let the introductory clause decide the punctuation. A question introduction ends with a question mark. A statement introduction ends with a full stop. The question word keeps the information clear, and the indirect structure makes the request more polite and natural.
Excellent work. Now let's organize the whole system into one clear clause map. The first question is, what kind of information do you want to add? Let's begin with a reason.
When you want to explain why something happens, use weil, because. Look at Ich nehme eine Jacke mit, weil es draußen kühl ist. I am taking a jacket with me because it is cool outside. So, the first path is reason. Choose weil. Now imagine you want to report a thought, an opinion, a fact, or some information. In that case, use das, that. Look at Tom meint, dass der neue Film sehr spannend ist. Tom thinks that the new film is very exciting. So, the second path is thought or information. Choose das. Now let's move to an indirect yes or no question. This is a question that could be answered with yes or no. For this type, use ob, whether. Look at Ich weiß nicht, ob der Aufzug heute funktioniert. I do not know whether the lift is working today. So the third path is indirect yes or no question. Choose ob. But sometimes the original question already begins with a question word. For example, wo, where, wann, when, warum, why, or wie, how. In that case, keep the same question word. Do not replace it with ob. Look at Kannst du mir sagen, wo die Schlüssel liegen? Can you tell me where the keys are? So the fourth path is indirect question with a W word. Keep the same W word. Now compare the complete map. Reason, weil. Thought, opinion, or information, thus. Indirect yes or no question, ob. Indirect question with a W word, keep the same W word. These four paths have different functions, but they share the same subordinate clause structure. First, a comma separates the main clause from the subordinate clause. Then the connector, or the question word, opens the subordinate clause. After that, we normally see the subject and the other information, and the conjugated verb closes the clause at the end. So the shared pattern is comma, connector or question word, subject, other information, conjugated verb at the end. Compare these endings. Weil es draußen kühl ist, dass der neue Film sehr spannend ist, ob der Aufzug heute funktioniert, and wo die Schlüssel liegen. Different meanings, the same verb final rule. Now add one important alert. A subordinate clause can also come first. Look at Weil die Straße gesperrt ist, fährt der Bus einen Umweg. The first clause, weil die Straße gesperrt ist, is the complete subordinate clause. Its conjugated verb, ist, still stands at the end. After the comma, the conjugated verb of the main clause comes immediately, fährt der Bus. So remember, when the subordinate clause comes first, it occupies position 1. Then the main clause verb follows the comma directly. The final decision map is therefore simple. Ask yourself, reason, choose weil. Thought or opinion or information, choose das. Indirect yes or no question, choose ob. Question with a W word, keep the same W word. Then finish the structure correctly. Comma before the subordinate clause, connector at the beginning, and the conjugated verb at the end. Choose the meaning first, and the correct clause will build itself around that choice. Excellent! Now let's explore one very useful connector. Wenn. If, when, or whenever. The meaning changes with the situation, but the grammar stays stable. Wenn opens a Nebensatz, subordinate clause. So the basic structure is wenn plus subject plus other information plus the conjugated verb at the end. Let's begin with a condition. We use wenn when something depends on another situation. Look at Du kannst die Jacke umtauschen, wenn du die Quittung noch hast. You can exchange the jacket if you still have the receipt. The first part explains what is possible. Du kannst die Jacke umtauschen. The second part gives the condition, wenn du die Quittung noch hast. Inside the subordinate clause, the subject is du. The other information is die Quittung noch, and the conjugated verb hast comes at the end. So here, wenn has the meaning if. Now let's use it for a future situation. Ich rufe dich an, wenn der Zug in Dresden ankommt. I will call you when the train arrives in Dresden. The train has not arrived yet. We are talking about a future moment. Here, wenn means when. The subordinate clause is wenn der Zug in Dresden ankommt. The subject, der Zug, comes after the connector, and the conjugated verb ankommt closes the clause. So the first area is clear. A real condition, a present or future moment, use wenn. Now let's look at repeated events. When something happens again and again, then can mean whenever or every time. Useful signals include immer, always, jedes Mal, every time, and oft, often. The phrase immer wenn means whenever. Look at immer wenn unser Hund den Staubsauger hört, versteckt er sich unter dem Tisch. Whenever our dog hears the vacuum cleaner, he hides under the table. This is not one single event, it happens repeatedly. Each time the dog hears the vacuum cleaner, he reacts in the same way. Inside the subordinate clause, immer wenn unser Hund den Staubsauger hört, the conjugated verb hört stands at the end. Now let's look at repeated events in the past. Früher haben wir immer im Garten gegessen, wenn wir meine Großeltern besucht haben. In the past, we always ate in the garden whenever we visited our grandparents. Both actions happened in the past, but the visits were repeated. This is why we still use wenn. The important point is, past tense does not automatically mean als, when, for one completed past situation. When a past event happened repeatedly, especially with signals like immer or jedes Mal, we still use wenn. So compare the three functions. Condition, wenn du die Quittung noch hast. Future moment, wenn der Zug in Dresden ankommt. Repeated event, immer wenn unser Hund den Staubsauger hört. Different meanings, the same subordinate clause word order. Wenn opens the clause, the subject and other information come in the middle, and the conjugated verb comes at the end. So ask yourself, is it a condition? Is it a present or future moment? Or does it happen again and again? In all three situations, then connects the ideas and lets the final verb complete the clause. Very good. Now let's look at another connector for time, als, when. We use als for one completed situation in the past. This can be a single moment or one finished period of life, but it is not a repeated event. Like other subordinate clause connectors, als opens a Nebensatz, subordinate clause. So the structure is als plus subject plus other information plus the conjugated verb at the end. Let's begin with one specific moment. Als Jonas seinen Führerschein bekam, war sehr glücklich. When Jonas received his driving license, he was very happy. This happened at one particular moment in the past. Inside the subordinate clause, als Jonas seinen Führerschein bekam, the connector als comes first. The subject is Jonas, and the conjugated verb bekam comes at the end. After the comma, the conjugated verb of the main clause comes immediately, war sehr. Now let's place the main clause first. Paula hat sofort ihre Eltern angerufen, als sie die gute Nachricht gehört hat. Paula called her parents immediately when she heard the good news. The good news was heard once. It was one completed past event. The subordinate clause is als sie die gute Nachricht gehört hat. The partizip 2 is gehört, and the conjugated helper verb hat closes the clause. So als works with different past tenses. The important point is not only the verb tense, the important point is one completed past situation. Now let's look at a longer period. Als ich in Leipzig gewohnt habe, hatte ich kein Auto. When I lived in Leipzig, I did not have a car. Living in Leipzig was not one short moment, it was a complete period of life. But that period is finished, and we are describing it as one past situation. So als can introduce a single moment or a completed past period. Now look at a childhood situation. Als Miriam 12 Jahre alt war, spielte sie in einer Schulband. When Miriam was 12 years old, she played in a school band. The age of 12 was one completed stage in her life. That is why we use als. Now let's compare one past situation with repeated past events. One completed past situation. Als wir zum ersten Mal in Wien waren, haben wir den Stephansdom besucht. When we were in Vienna for the first time, we visited St. Stephen's Cathedral. This refers to one particular visit, so we use als. But look at a repeated pattern. Jedes Mal, wenn wir in Wien waren, haben wir ein neues Café ausprobiert. Every time we were in Vienna, we tried a new café. Here, the visits happened more than once. The signal jedes Mal, every time, shows repetition, so we use then, not als. This is the key contrast. One completed moment or period in the past, use als. Repeated past events, especially with immer, always, or jedes Mal, every time, use then. So remember, past tense alone does not decide the connector. Ask yourself, did it happen once or describe one finished period? Choose als. Did it happen again and again? Choose wenn. With als, the past becomes one clear moment or one complete chapter, and the final verb closes that chapter neatly.
Excellent! Now let's separate 3 German words that can all connect to the English word when. Wenn, if, when, or whenever. Als, when, for one completed past situation. And wann, when, as a question word. The correct choice depends on the type of situation. Let's begin with wenn. We use it for a condition, for a present or future situation, or for something that happens repeatedly.
Look at a future situation. Wenn das Schwimmbad morgen geöffnet ist, gehen wir nach der Arbeit hin. If the swimming pool is open tomorrow, we will go there after work. The situation belongs to the future, and it depends on a condition, so we choose wenn. Now look at a repeated situation. Immer wenn der Paketbote klingelt, läuft die Katze zur Tür. Whenever the delivery driver rings the bell, the cat runs to the door. The signal, immer, always, shows that the event happens again and again. So repeated events also use wenn. Now let's move to als. We use it for one completed moment or period in the past. Look at Als Sophia ihre erste Wohnung bezog, kannte sie in der Stadt niemanden. When Sophia moved into her first apartment, she did not know anyone in the city. This describes one particular change at one point in the past. It is not a repeated event, so we choose als. The important contrast is repeated past event, use wenn. One completed past situation, use als. Past tense alone does not decide the connector. The real question is, did it happen once or did it happen again and again? Now let's look at wann. This word is different. Wann is used when we ask about an unknown time. It can appear in a direct question. Look at Wann beginnt die Führung durch das Schloss? When does the guided tour of the castle begin? Here we are asking for the time, so we use wann. And the sentence ends with a question mark. But wann can also introduce an indirect question. Look at Ich weiß noch nicht, wann die Führung durch das Schloss beginnt. I do not know yet when the guided tour of the castle begins. The time is still unknown, but the complete sentence is now a statement. Inside the indirect question, wann die Führung durch das Schloss beginnt, the subject comes after the question word, and the conjugated verb, beginnt, stands at the end. So compare the two forms. Direct question, wann beginnt die Führung durch das Schloss? Question word, verb, subject. Indirect question, wann die Führung durch das Schloss beginnt? Question word, subject, other information, verb at the end. This is the key point. Wann is a time question word. It is used in direct or indirect questions. It is not a time connector for joining two ordinary statements in the way that wenn and als do. So the decision map is simple. Condition, present or future situation, or repeated event. Choose wenn. One completed moment or period in the past, choose als. Unknown time inside a direct or indirect question, choose wann. Ask what kind of time situation you have. Then the correct German word becomes much easier to choose.
Excellent. Now let's connect two events and show clearly which one happens first. For this, we use before. Before. Before opens a Nebensatz, subordinate clause. So the conjugated verb comes at the end. The basic structure is before plus subject plus other information plus the conjugated verb at the end. Let's begin with two everyday actions. Ich schalte den Herd aus, bevor ich die Wohnung verlasse. I turn off the stove before I leave the apartment. There are two events.
First, I turn off the stove, then I leave the apartment. The before clause names the later event, bevor ich die Wohnung verlasse. The subject is ich, the other information is die Wohnung, and the conjugated verb verlasse closes the clause at the end. So the timeline is turn off the stove, then leave the apartment. The word order is main clause, comma, before, subject, other information, verb at the end. Now let's use another situation. Wir reservieren einen Tisch, bevor das Restaurant voll wird. We reserve a table before the restaurant becomes full. The first event is reserving a table. The later event is the restaurant becoming full. Inside the bevor das Restaurant voll wird clause, the conjugated verb wird stands at the end. But the before clause can also come at the beginning. Look at bevor das Restaurant voll wird, reservieren wir einen Tisch. Before the restaurant becomes full, we reserve a table. The complete clause, bevor das Restaurant voll wird, occupies position 1. Its verb, wird, still remains at the end. Then comes the comma. After the comma, the conjugated verb of the main clause comes immediately. Reservieren wir. Verb first, then subject. So compare the two arrangements. Main clause first, wir reservieren einen Tisch, bevor das Restaurant voll wird. The main clause keeps its normal order. Subordinate clause first, bevor das Restaurant voll wird, reservieren wir einen Tisch. After the comma, the main clause verb comes before the subject. In both versions, the verb inside the before clause stays at the end. Now let's clear up an important difference. Before and for, before, can both describe earlier time, but they do not have the same structure. Before is a connector. It follows a complete clause with a subject and a verb. Look at bevor der Termin beginnt, schaltet Lea ihr Handy aus. Before the appointment begins, Lea turns off her phone. After before, we have a complete clause, der Termin beginnt. The subject is der Termin, and the verb beginnt comes at the end of the subordinate clause. But for is a preposition. It is followed by a noun or a noun phrase. Look at vor dem Termin schaltet Lea ihr Handy aus. Before the appointment, Lea turns off her phone. After vor, we only see the noun phrase dem Termin. There is no second clause and no final verb after it. So compare bevor der Termin beginnt, connector plus complete clause, and vor dem Termin, preposition plus noun phrase. Both expressions describe the same general time relationship, but their grammar is different. So remember the central idea. Before connects two events. The event in the main clause happens first. The event inside the before clause happens later. The subordinate clause verb stands at the end, and if the before clause comes first, the main clause verb follows the comma immediately.
Once you place the two events on a timeline, before makes their order clear and easy to follow.
Excellent. Now let's connect an ongoing action with the point where it ends. For this, we use bis, until. Bis shows that one action continues up to a specific event or endpoint. When bis introduces a complete clause, it opens a Nebensatz, subordinate clause. So the basic structure is bis plus subject plus other information plus the conjugated verb at the end. Let's begin with an everyday situation. Ich bleibe in der Bibliothek, bis sie 8 Uhr schließt. I am staying in the library until it closes at 8 o'clock. The first action is staying in the library. This action continues for a period of time. The endpoint is the library closes at 8 o'clock. The subordinate clause is bis sie 8 Uhr schließt. The connector bis opens the clause. The subject is sie. The time information is 8 Uhr. And the conjugated verb schließt stands at the end. So the timeline is the action begins, it continues, then it reaches the endpoint. The closing event appears inside the bis clause. Now look at another example. Die Kinder dürfen draußen spielen, bis es dunkel wird. The children are allowed to play outside until it gets dark. The playing continues, then darkness marks the endpoint. Inside the subordinate clause, bis es dunkel wird, the conjugated verb wird closes the clause. So, bis does not only name a time, it shows how long an action continues and which event ends that period. The bis clause can also come at the beginning. Look at bis der Regen aufhört, warten wir unter dem Vordach. Until the rain stops, we wait under the canopy. The complete subordinate clause is bis der Regen aufhört. Its conjugated verb, aufhört, stands at the end. Then comes the comma. After the comma, the conjugated verb of the main clause comes immediately. Warten wir. Verb first, then subject. So compare the two arrangements. Main clause first, ich bleibe in der Bibliothek, bis sie 8 Uhr schließt. The continuing action comes first. Subordinate clause first, bis der Regen aufhört, warten wir unter dem Vordach. The endpoint condition comes first. In both arrangements, the verb inside the bis clause remains at the end. Now let's add an important alert. When bis introduces a complete clause, it works alone. We do not build the standard pattern with bis das, until that. Do not add das after bis. The correct sentence is, ich warte hier, bis der Techniker kommt. I am waiting here until the technician arrives. After bis, we already have a complete clause. Der Techniker kommt. The subject is der Techniker, and the conjugated verb, kommt, stands at the end. So no extra connector is needed. There is also no zu, after bis when a complete clause follows. But German also has bis zu, up to, or until. This structure works differently. Bis zu is followed by a noun or noun phrase. Look at Wir bleiben bis zum Ende der Veranstaltung. We are staying until the end of the event.
After bis zum Ende, we have a noun phrase. There is no second subject and no verb at the end. Now compare the two structures. Connector plus clause, bis die Veranstaltung endet, until the event ends. Here we have a subject and a final verb. Preposition plus noun phrase, bis zum Ende der Veranstaltung, until the end of the event. Here we have a noun phrase only. So remember, bis plus a complete clause, subject and verb at the end, bis zu plus a noun or noun phrase. And in the standard structure we are learning, do not add das or zu after bis when it opens a subordinate clause. Follow the action along the timeline. Find the event that ends it and let bis lead you clearly to the endpoint.
Excellent. Now let's connect two actions that happen at the same time. For this, we use während, while. Während opens a Nebensatz, subordinate clause. So the basic structure is während plus subject plus other information plus the conjugated verb at the end. The important idea is one action happens while another action is happening at the same time. Let's begin with the same subject. Während ich das Abendessen koche, höre ich einen Podcast. While I cook dinner, I listen to a podcast. The two actions are cooking dinner and listening to a podcast. They happen during the same period, and both actions have the same subject, ich. Inside the subordinate clause, während ich das Abendessen koche, the connector während comes first. The subject is ich, the other information is das Abendessen, and the conjugated verb koche stands at the end. Then comes the comma. Because the subordinate clause comes first, the conjugated verb of the main clause follows immediately. Höre ich. Verb first, then subject. So the visible structure is während ich das Abendessen koche, höre ich einen Podcast. Subordinate clause, comma, main clause verb, subject. Now let's place the main clause first. Ich höre einen Podcast, während ich das Abendessen koche. I listen to a podcast while I cook dinner. The meaning stays the same, only the order of the clauses changes. Inside the während clause, the conjugated verb koche still remains at the end. Now let's look at two different subjects. Die Kinder bauen eine Burg aus Kartons, während ihre Mutter das Arbeitszimmer aufräumt. The children are building a castle from cardboard while their mother tidies the home office. The subject of the main clause is die Kinder. The subject of the subordinate clause is ihre Mutter. The subjects are different, but the two actions still happen at the same time. Inside the während ihre Mutter das Arbeitszimmer aufräumt clause, the conjugated verb aufräumt stands at the end. Now look at another simultaneous situation. Während der Mechaniker das Rad repariert, wartet die Kundin vor der Werkstatt. While the mechanic repairs the bicycle, the customer waits in front of the workshop. The repair and the waiting continue during the same time period. The two actions do not need to begin or finish at exactly the same second, they simply overlap in time. So imagine two parallel timelines. One action continues here, and the second action continues beside it. That is the central meaning of während. Now let's add one important mini alert. On this page, we use während as a connector. That means it is followed by a complete clause with a subject and a verb. For example, während ihre Mutter das Arbeitszimmer aufräumt. Later, you may also see the same word used as a preposition before a noun. That is a different structure. For now, remember the pattern we're learning. Connector, complete clause, conjugated verb at the end. So compare the two main possibilities. Same subject, während ich das Abendessen koche, höre ich einen Podcast. Different subjects, die Kinder bauen eine Burg aus Kartons, während ihre Mutter das Arbeitszimmer aufräumt. In both cases, the actions happen at the same time, and in both cases, the conjugated verb inside the subordinate clause stands at the end. Two actions, two parallel timelines, one clear connector. Während shows that the events unfold side by side.
Excellent! Now let's express an unexpected contrast. For this, we use obwohl, although or even though. We use obwohl when one fact creates a clear expectation, but the real result is different from that expectation. Obwohl opens a Nebensatz, subordinate clause. So the basic structure is obwohl plus subject plus other information plus the conjugated verb at the end. Let's begin with the main clause first. Die Wanderung findet statt, obwohl es seit dem Morgen stark regnet. The hike is taking place even though it has been raining heavily since the morning. There are two facts. First, it is raining heavily. Normally, we might expect the hike to be cancelled, but the real result is the hike is still taking place. That contrast is unexpected. The main clause is Die Wanderung findet statt. Then a comma introduces the subordinate clause, obwohl es seit dem Morgen stark regnet. The connector is obwohl, the subject is es, and the other information is seit dem Morgen stark, and the conjugated verb, regnet, stands at the end. So, the first pattern is main clause, comma, obwohl, subject, other information, conjugated verb at the end. Now look at another example. Daniel trägt nur ein dünnes Hemd, obwohl es draußen sehr kalt ist. Daniel is wearing only a thin shirt, although it is very cold outside. The cold weather creates an expectation. We expect Daniel to wear something warm, but the actual situation is he is wearing only a thin shirt. Both pieces of information are true. Obwohl does not reject the first fact. It connects that fact with an unexpected result. Now let's place the subordinate clause first. Obwohl der Akku fast leer ist, funktioniert das Handy noch. Although the battery is almost empty, the phone still works. The complete obwohl clause is obwohl der Akku fast leer ist. The connector opens the clause. The subject is der Akku, and the conjugated verb, ist closes it at the end. The complete obwohl clause occupies position 1. Then comes the comma. After the comma, the conjugated verb of the main clause comes immediately. Funktioniert. Then comes the subject, das Handy. So the visible pattern is: Obwohl der Akku fast leer ist, funktioniert das Handy noch. Subordinate clause, comma, main clause verb, subject, other information. The order after the comma is funktioniert das Handy, not das Handy funktioniert, when the complete subordinate clause comes first. Now compare the two arrangements. Main clause first, die Wanderung findet statt, obwohl es seit dem Morgen stark regnet. The main clause keeps its normal order. The obwohl clause follows with its verb at the end. Subordinate clause first, obwohl der Akku fast leer ist, funktioniert das Handy noch. The verb inside the subordinate clause still stands at the end, but after the comma, the main clause verb comes before the subject. The central visual pattern is obwohl, verb, comma, verb plus subject. The first verb closes the subordinate clause. The second verb opens the main clause after the comma. Now look at one more unexpected result. Obwohl Amira sehr müde ist, beendet sie den Bericht noch heute. Although Amira is very tired, she is finishing the report today. The expected result is Amira stops working and rests, but the actual result is she finishes the report. That difference between expectation and reality is exactly where obwohl is useful. Now let's notice the pronunciation. The word is pronounced obwohl. The stress falls on the second syllable. Say it as obwohl, not obwohl. The strong part is wohl. So remember the complete system. Unexpected contrast, choose obwohl. Inside the subordinate clause, subject and other information come first, the conjugated verb comes at the end. If the obwohl clause comes first, place a comma after it. Then put the main clause verb immediately after the comma. One fact creates an expectation, the other fact surprises us, and obwohl connects those two ideas in one clear sentence.
Excellent! Now let's compare 3 ways to express the same unexpected contrast. Obwohl, although or even though, trotzdem, nevertheless or even so, and trotz, despite. The meaning can be very similar, but each word requires a different structure. Let's use one situation for all 3 forms. Nele has a headache. Normally, we expect her to stop working and rest, but she continues to work. Let's begin with obwohl. Obwohl Nele Kopfschmerzen hat, arbeitet sie weiter. Although Nele has a headache, she continues to work. Obwohl opens a Nebensatz, subordinate clause. The structure is obwohl plus subject plus other information plus the conjugated verb at the end. Inside the subordinate clause, obwohl Nele Kopfschmerzen hat, the subject is Nele, and the conjugated verb hat closes the clause. Because the complete subordinate clause comes first, the conjugated verb of the main clause follows the comma immediately. Arbeitet sie weiter. So, the visible pattern is obwohl Nele Kopfschmerzen hat, Komma, arbeitet sie weiter. Subordinate clause, comma, main clause verb, subject. Now let's express the same contrast with trotzdem. Nele hat Kopfschmerzen, trotzdem arbeitet sie weiter. Nele has a headache, nevertheless, she continues to work. This time, we do not have a subordinate clause. Trotzdem introduces a Hauptsatz, main clause. It occupies Position 1, so the conjugated verb comes directly after it in Position 2. Then comes the subject. The visible structure is trotzdem arbeitet Nele weiter. Connector, conjugated verb, subject, other information. Now notice carefully. The verb does not go to the end. It remains in Position 2. So compare. Obwohl Nele Kopfschmerzen hat, verb at the end, and trotzdem arbeitet Nele weiter, verb directly after the connector. Now let's use trotz. Trotz ihrer Kopfschmerzen arbeitet Nele weiter. Despite her headache, Nele continues to work. Trotz is a preposition. It is followed by a noun or a noun phrase. Here, the noun phrase is ihrer Kopfschmerzen. There is no complete clause after trotz. There is no second subject and no final verb inside that phrase. The complete expression trotz ihrer Kopfschmerzen occupies Position 1 in the main clause. So the conjugated verb arbeitet comes next in Position 2. Then comes the subject Nele. The visible structure is trotz ihrer Kopfschmerzen arbeitet Nele weiter. Prepositional phrase, conjugated verb, subject, other information. Now compare the three complete forms with obwohl Nele Kopfschmerzen hat, Komma, arbeitet sie weiter. Connector plus complete subordinate clause, verb at the end of that clause. With trotzdem, Nele hat Kopfschmerzen, trotzdem arbeitet sie weiter. Adverbial connector in Position 1, conjugated verb in Position 2. And with trotz ihrer Kopfschmerzen arbeitet Nele weiter. Prepositional phrase, conjugated verb in Position 2. The relationship is the same, headache, but she continues working. The grammar is different, so remember the three patterns: obwohl plus subject plus ... verb at the end, trotzdem plus conjugated verb plus subject, and trotz plus noun phrase. One unexpected contrast, three correct structures. Choose the structure first, and the word order will fall naturally into place.
Now let's organize all the time and contrast connectors into one clear decision map. The first question is, what relationship do you want to express? Let's begin with then, if, when, or whenever. Choose then for a condition, a present or future situation, or an event that happens repeatedly. Look at
Wenn die Bäckerei morgen früh geöffnet ist, hole ich frische Brötchen. If the bakery is open tomorrow morning, I will get some fresh bread rolls. This is a possible future situation, so the correct path is condition or future. Choose then. Now move to one completed situation in the past. For this, choose als, when. Look at als Farid sein erstes Konzert gab, war sehr nervös. When Farid gave his first concert, he was very nervous. This happened on one particular occasion in the past, so the path is one completed past moment or period. Choose als. Now imagine that the time is unknown. You are asking when something happens. For this, choose wann, when, as a question word. Look at Kannst du mir sagen, wann der Wochenmarkt öffnet? Can you tell me when the weekly market opens? Here we are asking about an unknown time. Because this is an indirect question, the conjugated verb, öffnet, stands at the end of the indirect clause, so the path is unknown time in a direct or indirect question. Choose wann. Now let's order two events. When one action happens before another, use before. Before. Look at Ich speichere die Datei, bevor ich den Laptop ausschalte. I save the file before I switch off the laptop. Saving the file happens first. Switching off the laptop happens later. So the path is before another event. Choose before. Now imagine that one action continues up to a clear endpoint. For this, use bis, until. Look at Wir bleiben am See, bis die Sonne untergeht. We are staying by the lake until the sun sets. The stay continues. The sunset marks the endpoint. So the path is continue until an endpoint. Choose bis. Now let's connect two actions that overlap in time. For this, use während, while. Look at Während Lara die Präsentation hält, macht ihr Kollege Notizen. While Lara gives the presentation, her colleague takes notes. Both actions happen during the same period, so the path is two actions at the same time. Choose während. Now move from time to contrast. When one fact creates an expectation, but the result is surprising, we can use obwohl, although, or even though. Look at Obwohl die Prüfung schwierig ist, bleibt Jana ruhig. Although the exam is difficult, Jana remains calm. Obwohl opens a Nebensatz, subordinate clause, so the conjugated verb ist comes at the end of that clause. The path is unexpected contrast inside a subordinate clause. Choose obwohl. We can express the same relationship with a main clause. For this, use trotzdem, nevertheless, or even so. Look at Die Prüfung ist schwierig. Trotzdem bleibt Jana ruhig. The exam is difficult. Nevertheless, Jana remains calm. Trotzdem occupies position 1. The conjugated verb bleibt comes directly after it in position 2. Then comes the subject, Jana. So the path is unexpected result in a main clause. Choose trotzdem. But when the contrast comes before a noun phrase, use trotz, despite. Look at Trotz der schwierigen Prüfung bleibt Jana ruhig. Despite the difficult exam, Jana remains calm. Trotz is a preposition. It is followed by a noun phrase, der schwierigen Prüfung, not by a complete clause. So the path is contrast before a noun phrase. Choose trotz. Now compare the complete map. Condition, present or future situation, repeated event, choose wenn. One completed past situation, choose als. Unknown time in a direct or indirect question, choose wenn. Before another event, choose before. Continue until an endpoint, choose bis. Two actions at the same time, choose während. Unexpected contrast inside a subordinate clause, choose obwohl. Unexpected result in a main clause, choose trotzdem. Contrast before a noun phrase, choose trotz. Now finish with the structural rules. The subordinate clause connectors, then, als, before, bis, während, and obwohl follow the pattern connector, subject, other information, conjugated verb at the end. The same verb final order appears after wann, inside an indirect question, but trotzdem does not open a subordinate clause. It takes position 1, and the conjugated verb follows immediately in position 2. Finally, trotz is a preposition. It is followed by a noun phrase, not by a complete clause. So choose the relationship first: time, sequence, endpoint, simultaneous action, or contrast. Then choose the correct connector. Once the meaning and the structure match, the complete sentence falls neatly into place.
You're making great progress. Now let's learn how German adds extra information about a person or a thing. For this, we use a Relativsatz, a relative clause. A Relativsatz is a subordinate clause that describes or identifies a specific noun mentioned before it. That noun is called the Bezugswort, reference word. The central idea is simple. First, we mention a person or a thing. Then, the relative clause adds information about that noun. Let's begin with two separate sentences. Im Wartezimmer sitzt ein Mann. A man is sitting in the waiting room. Liest eine Zeitung. He is reading a newspaper. Both sentences refer to the same man. Instead of keeping the information in two separate sentences, we can connect it. Im Wartezimmer sitzt ein Mann, der eine Zeitung liest. A man who is reading a newspaper is sitting in the waiting room. The reference word is ein Mann. The relative clause is der eine Zeitung liest. It tells us more about the man. It does not describe the waiting room, and it does not refer to the complete sentence. It refers directly to one specific noun. Now look at a thing. Wir besuchen ein Café, das direkt am Fluss liegt. We are visiting a café that is located directly by the river. The reference word is ein Café. The relative clause is das direkt am Fluss liegt.
This extra information describes the cafe. It helps us understand which cafe we mean. A relative clause can also identify one particular person from a larger group. Look at Kennst du die Nachbarin, die im dritten Stock wohnt? Do you know the neighbor who lives on the third floor? The reference word is die Nachbarin. The relative clause is die im dritten Stock wohnt. This extra information shows exactly which neighbor we are talking about. So the pattern of meaning is a noun first, then extra information about that noun. The relative clause acts like a connected description. Compare the idea. Two separate sentences. Im Wartezimmer sitzt ein Mann. Liest eine Zeitung. One connected sentence. Im Wartezimmer sitzt ein Mann, der eine Zeitung liest. The information stays the same, but the connection becomes clearer and more natural. So remember, a Relativsatz does not describe the whole sentence. It describes one specific Bezugswort mentioned before it. One noun, one connected description, one more precise sentence.
Now let's build the basic pattern of a relative clause. When the relative clause comes at the end of a sentence, the structure is simple. First, we have the noun we want to describe, then a comma, then the relative pronoun, and inside the relative clause, the conjugated verb moves to the end. So the pattern is noun plus comma plus relative pronoun plus extra information plus conjugated verb at the end. Look at this example. Das ist der Kollege, der jeden Morgen mit dem Fahrrad kommt. That is the colleague who comes by bicycle every morning. The noun is der Kollege. After the noun, we place a comma. Then the relative clause begins with der. Inside the relative clause, we add the extra information jeden Morgen mit dem Fahrrad. And the conjugated verb kommt stands at the end. So the complete pattern is der Kollege, der jeden Morgen mit dem Fahrrad kommt. Now look at a feminine noun. Sie kauft die Lampe, die gut ins Wohnzimmer passt. She is buying the lamp that fits well in the living room. The noun comes first, die Lampe. Then we have the comma and the relative pronoun, die. The extra information follows, and the conjugated verb, passt, finishes the relative clause. Here is one more example. Wir mieten ein Ferienhaus, das einen kleinen Garten hat. We are renting a holiday home that has a small garden. The noun is ein Ferienhaus. The relative clause begins with das, and the conjugated verb hat comes at the end. Notice that the relative pronoun appears near the beginning, but the conjugated verb waits until the end of the clause. Compare the three patterns. Der Kollege, der jeden Morgen mit dem Fahrrad kommt. Die Lampe, die gut ins Wohnzimmer passt. Ein Ferienhaus, das einen kleinen Garten hat. The nouns are different, and the relative pronouns are different, but the basic structure stays the same. Noun first, comma, relative pronoun, extra information, conjugated verb at the end. That clear pattern keeps the description connected to the noun and gives the sentence a natural German structure.
Very good. Now, let's look at the relative pronouns in nominative. These are the forms: der, die, das, and plural, die. We use these forms when the relative pronoun is the subject
inside the relative clause. That means the relative pronoun itself does the action. So here, the relative pronoun does not just connect. It also has a clear job inside the clause. Start with masculine. Das ist der Student, der aus Köln kommt. That is the student who comes from Cologne. Here, der Student is the reference word, and inside the relative clause, der is the subject. He is the one who comes from Cologne. Now feminine. Ich kenne eine Frau, die im Krankenhaus arbeitet. I know a woman who works in the hospital. Here, eine Frau is the reference word, and inside the relative clause, die is the subject. She is the one who works in the hospital. Now neuter. Wir sehen ein Kind, das im Garten spielt. We see a child who is playing in the garden. Here, ein Kind comes first. Then das starts the relative clause. And inside that clause, das is the subject. The child is the one who is playing. Now plural. Dort sind die Freunde, die heute zu Besuch kommen. There are the friends who are coming to visit today. Here, die Freunde is plural, so the relative pronoun is also die. Inside the relative clause, die is the subject. They are the ones who are coming today. So the pattern is clear. For masculine, der. For feminine, die. For neuter, das. For plural, die. The form depends on the noun before it. And in all of these examples, the relative pronoun is the subject inside the relative clause. Mini alert. These words may look like articles, but here they are not articles. Here they are relative pronouns. They connect the relative clause to the reference word, and they also function inside the clause itself. So in this slide, the key idea is simple. Same familiar forms, but a different job. Der, die, das, die, now working as relative pronouns in nominative.
Excellent work. This time, the relative pronoun has a different job inside the relative clause. In accusative, the forms are den, die, das, and plural, die. We use these forms when the relative pronoun is the object inside the relative clause. That means another person or thing does the action, and the relative pronoun receives that action. The most important visible change is masculine. In nominativ, der, in accusativ, den. The other forms stay the same in appearance. Feminine, die, neuter, das, and plural, die. Let's see how this works. Das ist der Schlüssel, den ich seit gestern suche. That is the key that I have been looking for since yesterday. The reference word is der Schlüssel. Inside the relative clause, ich does the action, and den is the object of the verb suche. So the masculine form changes from der to den. Now look at the feminine form. Sie zeigt mir die Jacke, die ihre Mutter selbst genäht hat. She is showing me the jacket that her mother sewed herself. The reference word is die Jacke. Inside the relative clause, ihre Mutter does the action, and die is the object. The feminine form does not change in appearance. It stays die. Here is the neuter form. Wir kaufen das Regal, das der Verkäufer empfohlen hat. We are buying the shelf that the salesperson recommended. The reference word is das Regal. Inside the relative clause, der Verkäufer does the action, and das is the object of empfohlen hat. The neuter form also stays das. Now the plural form. Das sind die Fotos, die unsere Lehrerin im Unterricht gezeigt hat. Those are the photos that our teacher showed in class. The reference word is die Fotos. Inside the relative clause, unsere Lehrerin does the action, and die is the object. The plural form stays die. So compare the complete set. Nominativ, der, die, das, die. Akkusativ, den, die, das, die. Only the masculine form shows a visible change. Der becomes den. But remember, the form alone is not the whole idea. The relative pronoun is in accusative because it is the object inside the relative clause. Someone else does the action, and the relative pronoun receives it. One visible change, one clear function. Den, die, das, die, working as objects inside the relative clause.
Great progress! This is one of the most important rules for relative clauses. To choose the correct relative pronoun, we need to answer two different questions. First, what is the gender and number of the noun before the comma? That noun tells us whether we need the masculine, feminine, neuter, or plural form. Second, what job does the relative pronoun have inside the relative clause? That job determines the case. If the relative pronoun does the action, we use nominativ. If another person or thing does the action and the relative pronoun receives that action, we use accusativ. Compare this example. Das ist der Musiker, der heute Abend auftritt. That is the musician who is performing this evening. The reference word is der Musiker. It is masculine and singular, so we need a masculine form. Inside the relative clause, der does the action. The musician is the person who performs, so the relative pronoun is the subject. That is why we use nominativ, der. Now keep the same reference word. Das ist der Musiker, den wir gestern nach dem Konzert betroffen haben. That is the musician we met yesterday after the concert. The noun is still der Musiker, so the gender and number have not changed. But inside the relative clause, wir does the action, and den is the person we met. The relative pronoun is the object. That is why we use accusativ, den. Compare them directly. Der Musiker, der heute Abend auftritt, the relative pronoun does the action, nominativ. Der Musiker, den wir gestern nach dem Konzert getroffen haben, another subject does the action, accusativ. This shows the golden rule. Gender and number come from the noun before the comma, but the case comes from the job inside the relative clause. The position of the reference word in the main sentence does not decide the case of the relative pronoun. Here is another example.
Ich benutze eine App, die meine Aussprache analysiert. I use an app that analyzes my pronunciation. Inside the relative clause, die does the action. The app analyzes the pronunciation, so it is nominativ. Now look at Ich benutze eine App, die mein Bruder entwickelt hat. I use an app that my brother developed. Inside the relative clause, mein Bruder does the action, and die receives that action, so it is accusative. The two forms look identical here, but their grammatical jobs are different. So, when you choose a relative pronoun, follow this order. Identify the noun before the comma, check its gender and number, then look inside the relative clause. Does the relative pronoun do the action? Nominativ. Does another subject do the action to it? Accusativ. The noun chooses the family of the form. The job inside the clause chooses the case. 2 questions, 1 reliable decision. Nice work! Let's make one key idea completely clear. The noun before the comma does not choose the case by itself. The same noun can appear with different relative pronouns. What matters is the role of the pronoun inside the relative clause. Look at the same reference word in 2 sentences. Das ist der Fotograf, der die Hochzeitsfotos macht. That is the photographer who takes the wedding photos. The reference word is der Fotograf. Inside the relative clause, der does the action. The photographer takes the photos, so it is the subject. That is why we use nominativ. Now compare it with Das ist der Fotograf, den das Paar für die Hochzeit gebucht hat. That is the photographer whom the couple booked for the wedding. The reference word is still der Fotograf. Its gender and number are exactly the same, but the job inside the relative clause has changed. Here, das Paar does the action. The couple booked the photographer. So, den receives the action. The relative pronoun is the object. That is why we use accusativ. Compare the 2 roles. Der Fotograf, der die Hochzeitsfotos macht. The photographer does the action. Nominativ. Der Fotograf, den das Paar für die Hochzeit gebucht hat. Another subject does the action to the photographer. Accusativ. The reference word did not change, but der changed to den because its function inside the relative clause changed. This principle also works when the 2 forms look identical. Look at this pair. Das ist die Designerin, die unsere neue Webseite gestaltet. That is the designer who is creating our new website. Inside the relative clause, die does the action. The designer creates the website, so it is nominativ. Now compare it with Das ist die Designerin, die unser Team für das Projekt ausgewählt hat. That is the designer whom our team selected for the project. The reference word is still die Designerin. But inside, unser Team does the action and die receives the action. So it is accusativ. Here, the visible form stays the same, die, but its grammatical role changes. In the first sentence, it is the subject. In the second sentence, it is the object. So never decide from the reference word alone. Ask what happens inside the relative clause. Who does the action? Who receives it? The noun can stay exactly the same. The role can change, and that role chooses the case. Strong work. Relativsatz. Relative clause does not always come at the end of the sentence. It can also appear in the middle of the main clause. When this happens, the relative clause temporarily separates two parts of the main clause. So the structure is main clause beginning, comma, relative clause, comma, main clause continuation. The first comma opens the relative clause. The second comma closes it. Look at this example. Die Frau, die vor dem Eingang wartet, ist unsere Reiseleiterin. The woman who is waiting in front of the entrance is our tour guide. The main clause is Die Frau ist unsere Reiseleiterin. The woman is our tour guide. This sentence is complete by itself. The extra description is die vor den Eingang wartet, who is waiting in front of the entrance. We insert it directly after the noun it describes, so we get Die Frau, die vor dem Eingang wartet, ist unsere Reiseleiterin. Notice the two commas, one before, die, and one after, wartet. The main clause begins with die Frau. Then the relative clause adds the description. After the second comma, the main clause continues with ist unsere Reiseleiterin. The relative clause sits in the middle, but its conjugated verb, wartet, still stands at the end of that clause, so the verb final pattern doesn't change. Here's another example. Der Bus, der 7:30 abfährt, hält direkt vor dem Hotel. The bus that leaves at 7:30 stops directly in front of the hotel. The relative clause is der 7:30 abfährt. The separable verb is abfahren, to depart. Inside the relative clause, the prefix returns to the verb, so it appears as one complete word, abfährt, departs, and that complete verb still stands at the end of the relative clause. Then the second comma closes the description, and the main clause continues, hält direkt vor dem Hotel. Now look at a modal structure. Das Formular, das du heute ausfüllen musst, liegt auf dem Schreibtisch. The form that you must fill out today is lying on the desk. The relative clause is das du heute ausfüllen musst. The action verb is ausfüllen, to fill out, and the modal verb is musst, must. At the end of the relative clause, the infinitive comes first, ausfüllen, and the modal verb comes last, musst. So the ending is ausfüllen musst. The complete verb structure still closes the relative clause. Then the second comma allows the main clause to continue. Compare the three endings. Wartet, a simple conjugated verb. Abfährt, a separable verb joined as one word. And ausfüllen musst, an infinitive followed by a modal verb. The verb structure may change, but its position does not. It remains at the end of the relative clause. So remember, comma before, comma after, the relative clause describes the noun in the middle and the main clause continues after it. Two commas hold the description together, and the verb final pattern keeps the structure clear. Excellent progress. Let's put the whole choice into one clear map. If you want to describe a noun, you use a Relativsatz, relative clause. Then ask the first question. What is the gender or number of the noun before the comma? That gives you the basic form. Masculine, der, feminine, die, neuter, das, plural, die. Then ask the second question. What job does the relative pronoun have inside the relative clause? If it does the action, use nominativ. If another subject does the action to it, use Akkusativ. So the map is simple. Noun first. Choose the basic form from the noun. Then choose the case from the job inside the relative clause. Look at a masculine example. Ich suche den Arzt, der auch Hausbesuche macht. I am looking for the doctor who also makes house calls. The reference word is den Arzt. The noun is masculine, so we start from the masculine family. Inside the relative clause, der does the action. The doctor makes the house calls. So the relative pronoun is in nominativ. That is why we use der. Now compare this. Ich suche den Arzt, den meine Freundin empfohlen hat. I am looking for the doctor whom my friend recommended. The reference word is still den Arzt. So the basic family is still masculine. But inside the relative clause, meine Freundin does the action and den receives the action. So the relative pronoun is in Akkusativ. That is why we use den. So the noun gives us the family and the job inside the relative clause gives us the case. Here is the shared structure. Comma, relative pronoun, more information, verb at the end. You can see it here. Den meine Freundin empfohlen hat. The relative pronoun comes after the comma, and the verb part closes the clause at the end. Now, one more reminder. A relative clause can also stand in the middle of the main sentence. Then it needs a second comma. Look at this example. Die Tasche, die auf dem Stuhl liegt, gehört meiner Schwester. The bag that is lying on the chair belongs to my sister. Here, the relative clause is in the middle, so we need one comma before it and one comma after it. And inside the relative clause, the verb liegt still stands at the end. So the final map is: do you want to describe a noun? Use a Relativsatz. Which noun is it? That gives you der, die, das, die. What role does the relative pronoun have inside the clause? Subject, then nominativ. Object, then Akkusativ. And always remember, comma, relative pronoun, verb at the end. And if the clause sits in the middle, close it with a second comma. One map, two questions, and a much easier choice.
Nice progress. You've completed Unit 5, and now we're moving into Unit 6. This unit is all about describing people, objects, and situations more clearly. We'll focus on Adjektivendungen, adjective endings, and how those endings change depending on the noun and the word before it. We'll also learn how German compares people and things, from simple descriptions to clear comparisons. You'll understand how to choose the correct adjective ending, how to build natural descriptions, and how to express similarities, differences, and degrees. By the end of this unit, your German descriptions will sound clearer, more precise, and more natural.
Let's begin Unit 6. Great start! Before we work with adjective endings, we need to know one important group of words. They are called der Wörter, der words. The most familiar ones are der, die, das, the definite article forms. These words come before a noun and already give us important information about that noun. Look at der ruhige Park, the quiet park. Die moderne Bibliothek, the modern library. Das kleine Dorf, the small village. But the der word system does not stop with der, die, das. Several other words follow the same basic pattern. One of them is dieser, this. For example, dieser neue Laptop, this new laptop. Another one is welcher, which. Look at welches günstige Angebot, which affordable offer. We also have jeder, every. For example, jeder freie Platz, every free seat. And alle, all. For example, alle wichtigen Informationen, all important information. These words belong to the same grammatical family because they give clear information about gender, number, and case. That makes the adjective ending after them more regular and easier to predict. There is one important mini alert. Jeder is used with singular nouns, so we can say jeder freie Platz, but alle is used with plural nouns, so we can say alle wichtigen Informationen. Do not treat those two words as interchangeable. One points to each individual item, the other refers to the whole group. So when you see der, die, das, dieser, welcher, jeder, alle, think of them as one useful family, different words but one shared der word system, and that gives us a much clearer foundation for choosing the right adjective ending. Nice progress. The good news is, after der words, adjective endings are much more predictable. Instead of learning many different endings, we mainly work with two forms, e and en. The adjective itself keeps its basic meaning. What changes is the ending. For example, take freundlich, friendly. With one ending, it can become freundliche, friendly, and with the other, freundlichen, friendly. The meaning of the adjective does not change. The ending changes to fit the grammar around the noun. Look at der breite Balkon, the wide balcony. Here, the adjective breit, wide, appears as breite. Now compare die breiten Balkone, the wide balconies. The adjective is still the same word, but this time the ending is en. Here is another pair, das warme Getränk, the warm drink, and bei dem warmen Getränk, with the warm drink. Again, the adjective idea stays the same, warm, warm, but the ending changes. So when you see a der word, do not expect a completely new system every time. Think first of two main possibilities, e and en. The der word already carries a lot of grammatical information, so the adjective ending does not need to do everything itself. That is why this pattern feels more stable. Different nouns, different grammatical situations, but the adjective ending keeps returning to the same two choices, e and en. two small endings, one very manageable system. Excellent work. Let's look at one very clear pattern. In nominative, singular, after der, die, and das, the adjective takes e in all three forms. That means the ending stays the same with masculine, feminine, and neuter. Look at the masculine form. Der alte Bahnhof, the old train station. Here we have der plus the adjective alt, which becomes alte. Now the feminine form, die nette Lehrerin, the nice teacher. The adjective is nett, and here it becomes nette. Now the neuter form, das frische Brot, the fresh bread. The adjective is frisch, and here it becomes frische. So, compare the three patterns. Der alte Bahnhof, die nette Lehrerin, das frische Brot. Different nouns, different genders, but the adjective ending is the same, e. Why is that? Because der, die, and das already give us strong grammatical information, so the adjective does not need a complicated ending here. It simply takes e. This is why nominative singular after der words is one of the easiest patterns in the lesson. Masculine, feminine, neuter. Same clear ending. E. One small pattern and a very easy win.
Great job! In accusative singular, the pattern stays very simple. There is only one important change, the masculine form. In nominative, we have der schnelle Zug, the fast train. But in accusative, der changes to den, and the adjective takes en. So we get den schnellen Zug, the fast train. Look at it inside a sentence. Ich nehme den schnellen Zug nach Hamburg. I'm taking the fast train to Hamburg. The masculine pattern is den plus adjective en. So schnell becomes schnellen. Now look at the feminine form. Sie trägt heute die schwarze Jacke. She is wearing the black jacket today. Here, the article stays die, and the adjective takes e. So schwarz becomes schwarze. The feminine pattern is die plus adjective e. Now the neuter form. Wir buchen das helle Zimmer mit Balkon. We are booking the bright room with a balcony. Here the article stays das, and the adjective also takes e. So hell becomes helle. The neuter pattern is das plus adjective e. Compare all three. Masculine, den schnellen Zug. Feminine, die schwarze Jacke. Neuter, das helle Zimmer. Only the masculine form looks different. Den plus en, while feminine and neuter keep die plus e and das plus e. So the key idea in accusative singular is easy to remember. Masculine changes, feminine stays familiar, neuter stays familiar. One special masculine pattern and two simple e forms. Fantastic progress! In dative singular, the adjective pattern becomes especially easy. With masculine, feminine, and neuter,
The adjective always takes en. The article forms are dem, der, dem. And after all three, the adjective ends in en. Let's start with masculine. Ich fahre mit dem neuen Fahrrad zur Arbeit. I ride to work on the new bicycle. Here we have dem neuen Fahrrad. The adjective is neu, new, and it becomes neuen. So the masculine pattern is dem plus adjective en. Look at the feminine form. Sie spricht mit der freundlichen Nachbarin. She is talking with the friendly neighbor. Here we have der freundlichen Nachbarin. The adjective is freundlich, friendly, and it becomes freundlichen. So the feminine pattern is der plus adjective en. And the neuter form works exactly the same way. Wir treffen uns vor dem modernen Kino. We are meeting in front of the modern cinema. Here we have dem modernen Kino. The adjective is modern, modern, and it becomes modernen. So the neuter pattern is dem plus adjective en. Compare the three. Masculine, dem neuen Fahrrad. Feminine, der freundlichen Nachbarin. Neuter, dem modernen Kino. The articles are not all the same. Masculine uses dem, feminine uses der, and neuter uses dem. But the adjective ending does not change. It is always en. So in dative singular, you do not need three different adjective endings. You only need one clear pattern. Dem plus adjective en, der plus adjective en, dem plus adjective en. Three genders, one adjective ending. En all the way. Excellent progress. Plural after der words has a very comfortable pattern. In nominativ, accusativ, and dativ, the adjective always takes en. So although the case changes, the adjective ending stays the same. Let's start with nominativ. Die fleißigen Studenten bereiten eine Präsentation vor. The hard-working students are preparing a presentation. Here we have die fleißigen Studenten, the hard-working students. The adjective is fleißig, hard-working, and it becomes fleißigen. Again, die plus adjective en. Now, accusativ. Wir kaufen die regionalen Produkte auf dem Markt. We are buying the regional products at the market. Here we have die regionalen Produkte, the regional products. The adjective is regional, regional, and it becomes regionalen. Again, die plus adjective en. Now, dativ. Der Manager spricht mit den internationalen Gästen. The manager is speaking with the international guests. Here we have den internationalen Gästen, the international guests. The adjective is international, international, and it becomes internationalen. So the dative pattern is den plus adjective en. Compare the three. Nominativ, die fleißigen Studenten. Akkusativ, die regionalen Produkte. Dativ, den internationalen Gästen. The article changes in dativ. Die becomes den, but the adjective ending stays n in all three cases. There is also a one useful mini note. In dativ plural, the noun itself often gets an extra n when it does not already have one. For example, die Gäste, the guests, becomes mit den Gästen, with the guests. But if the plural noun already ends in n or s, we do not simply add another one. So the big plural rule is easy to remember. Nominativ, Akkusativ, Dativ. Different article forms, but one adjective ending, n. Plural after der words. One ending across all three cases.
Excellent work. So far, we used the basic der words, der, die, das, but the same adjective ending system also works with other words. Look at this group. Dieser, this, welches, which, jeder, every, and alle, all. These words belong to the same family pattern. That means you do not need a completely new system for adjective endings. You can use the same logic you already learned. Let's start with dieser kalte Morgen, this cold morning. Here, dieser works like a der word, so the adjective ending follows the same pattern. Now look at welches interessantes Museum, which interesting museum. Again, welches belongs to the same system, so the adjective ending still follows the familiar pattern. Now, jeder wichtige Termin, every important appointment. Here we need one small reminder. Jeder is used with singular nouns, so we say jeder wichtige Termin, not a plural noun after jeder. Now look at alle frischen Brötchen, all fresh bread rolls. Here we have the second reminder. Alle is used with plural nouns, so it works with a plural form. Compare the four. Dieser kalte Morgen. Welches interessantes Museum. Jeder wichtige Termin. Alle frischen Brötchen. Different words, but one shared idea. The adjective ending system does not start from zero again. These words behave like the der word group. So when you see dieser, welches, jeder, alle, think same family, same adjective logic. Just remember the small difference. Jeder goes with singular and alle goes with plural. That makes the pattern wider, but still clear and manageable. Perfect. We can now turn the whole lesson into one quick map. When you choose the adjective ending after a der word, do not guess. Ask one simple question first. Are you in nominative singular with der, die, das? If yes, the adjective usually takes e. Look at der grüne Mantel, the green coat. Die helle Lampe, the bright lamp. Das saubere Fenster, the clean window. All three are in nominative singular, and all three use e. Now ask the next question. Are you in accusative with a masculine noun? If yes, the adjective takes n. Look at Ich suche den roten Koffer. I am looking for the red suitcase. Here we have den roten Koffer, so masculine in accusative goes to n.
Now look at Dativ singular. Here the pattern is even easier. After dem, der, dem, the adjective takes n. Look at Wir sitzen in dem ruhigen Café. We are sitting in the quiet cafe. And hilft der älteren Dame. He is helping the older lady. Different genders, same ending, n. And then remember the plural rule. In plural, after der words, the adjective also takes n. Look at die bequemen Stühle, the comfortable chairs, and mit den bequemen Stühlen, with the comfortable chairs. The article can change, but the adjective ending stays n. So, the quick map is nominative singular after der, die, das, usually e. Accusative masculine, n. Dativ singular, n. Plural, n. That means most of this system comes down to one clear contrast, either e or n. If you see nominative singular with der, die, das, think e. In the other main patterns from this lesson, think n. One quick map, one fast check, and one much easier choice.
You've got this. Let's put the whole pattern into action. This time, we'll keep the same noun and the same adjective, and only change their grammatical job. Start with Der gemütliche Sessel steht neben dem Fenster. The comfortable armchair is standing next to the window. Here we have der gemütliche Sessel. The noun is masculine, and in nominative, the adjective takes e. So, gemütlich becomes gemütliche. Now give the same noun a different job. Wir kaufen den gemütlichen Sessel für unser Wohnzimmer. We are buying the comfortable armchair for our living room. The noun is still masculine, the adjective is still the same adjective, but now we have accusative. So, der changes to den, and the adjective changes from gemütliche to gemütlichen. The pattern is now den plus adjective en. Let's change the grammatical situation one more time. Mit dem gemütlichen Sessel wirkt das Zimmer viel wärmer. With the comfortable armchair, the room looks much warmer. Here we have dem gemütlichen Sessel. The same noun, the same adjective, but now dativ. So the article becomes dem and the adjective keeps en. Now compare the three forms. Der gemütliche Sessel, nominativ, den gemütlichen Sessel, Akkusativ, dem gemütlichen Sessel, Dativ. The meaning of the adjective never changed. The noun never changed. What changed was the grammatical situation, and the endings show that change. So you can see the whole system working together. Nominativ, masculine, is der plus e. Accusativ, masculine, is den plus en. Dativ, masculine, is dem plus en. One noun, one adjective, three grammatical roles, and one pattern you can actually see in action. Looking good. Let's meet another useful family of words. They are called Einwörter. Einwords. The basic forms are ein,
a or an, and eine, a or an. But this family is bigger than just ein and eine. Possessive articles follow the same system. For example, mein, my, dein, your, sein, his, ihr, her or their, unser, our, euer, your, and the formal ihr, your. We also include kein, no or not a. The important idea is all of these words belong to the same adjective ending system. So when the word before the adjective changes, you do not need to learn a completely new set of rules. Look at a few examples. Ein gemütliches Restaurant. A cozy restaurant. Here, ein is the ein word, and the adjective gemütlich, cozy, gets the ending that fits the structure. The same idea works with a possessive article. Meine neue Kollegin. My new colleague. Here, meine comes from the possessive mein, and the adjective still follows the ein word system. And the same is true with kein. Look at kein freier Parkplatz. No free parking space. The word before the adjective is different, but the grammatical family is the same. So think of ein or eine, possessive articles, and kein as one large family. There is also one useful mini-note. The article ein does not have a plural form. We cannot use it to mean some before plural nouns. But possessive articles can appear with plural nouns. For example, unsere neuen Nachbarn, our new neighbors. And kein also has plural forms. For example, keine freien Termine, no available appointments. So the family works in singular and plural. But ein itself only appears with singular nouns. The key point for this page is simple. Ein, eine, possessive articles, and kein may have different meanings, but for adjective endings, they belong to the same system. Different words, one grammatical family, one shared adjective ending logic. You're right on track. There is one idea that makes ein words much easier to understand. The article and the adjective work together as a team. Sometimes the ein word already shows a lot of grammatical information, but sometimes one important signal is missing. When that happens, the adjective ending helps complete the information. Look at this comparison. Der neue Computer. The new computer. Here, der already gives us a very clear signal. The ending, er, is visible on the article itself. Now compare ein neuer Computer, a new computer. Here, ein does not show that same clear signal as der. So the adjective neu, new, becomes neuer. The ending on the adjective helps make the structure clear. But this does not mean the adjective always parries all the information. Look at die ruhige Straße, the quiet street, and eine ruhige Straße, a quiet street. Here, eine already has a visible ending, so the adjective does not need to carry as much. The important principle is not to memorize random endings, it is to notice how the ein word and the adjective share the grammatical work. Sometimes the article gives part of the signal, sometimes it leaves something missing, and the adjective ending helps complete the picture. So, remember the idea. Ein word gives part of the information, adjective ending completes what is missing. 2 words, 1 grammatical signal, working together. Here's the easy part. In nominative singular, the ein-word pattern gives us 3 important adjective endings: masculine, er, feminine, a, and neuter, es. Let's start with masculine. Ein interessanter Kurs beginnt nächste Woche. An interesting course starts next week. The noun phrase is ein interessanter Kurs, an interesting course. Here, the article ein does not show the masculine er, so the adjective helps complete the grammatical signal. The adjective interessant, interesting, becomes interessanter. So the masculine pattern is ein plus adjective er. Now look at the feminine form. Eine praktische Lösung spart uns viel Zeit. A practical solution saves us a lot of time. The noun phrase is eine praktische Lösung, a practical solution. Here, eine already has a visible a ending, and the adjective praktisch, practical, becomes praktische. So the feminine pattern is eine plus adjective e. Now the neuter form. Ein ruhiges Viertel ist oft angenehm für Familien. A quiet neighborhood is often pleasant for families. The noun phrase is ein ruhiges Viertel, a quiet neighborhood. Just like with masculine, the article ein does not show the full grammatical signal, but this time we need the neuter signal. So the adjective ruhig, quiet, becomes ruhiges. The ending es helps show the neuter form. So the neuter pattern is ein plus adjective as. Compare the 3. Masculine, ein interessanter Kurs. Er. Feminine, eine praktische Lösung. E. Neuter, ein ruhiges Viertel. Es. The important contrast is especially clear with ein. The article looks the same with masculine and neuter, so the adjective ending helps us see the difference. Masculine, er, neuter, as, while feminine uses the clear pattern eine plus e. So for nominative singular, remember, ein plus er, eine plus a, ein plus es. 3 genders, 3 clear endings, and the adjective completes the signal when the article does not. Strong work. In accusative singular, the pattern is still clear and organized. But one form stands out again, the masculine form. Let's start there. Ich bestelle einen frischen Salat. I am ordering a fresh salad. The noun phrase is einen frischen Salat, a fresh salad. Here, the article is einen, and the adjective frisch, fresh, becomes frischen. So the masculine pattern is einen plus adjective en. Now look at the feminine form. Sie sucht eine bequeme Tasche. She is looking for a comfortable bag. The noun phrase is eine bequeme Tasche, a comfortable bag. Here, the article is eine, and the adjective bequem, comfortable, becomes bequeme. So the feminine pattern is eine plus e. Now the neuter form. Wir mieten ein kleines Boot. We are renting a small boat. The noun phrase is ein kleines Boot, a small boat. Here, the article is ein, and the adjective klein, small, becomes kleines. So the neuter pattern is ein plus s. Now compare the three patterns. Masculine, einen frischen Salat. Feminine, eine bequeme Tasche. Neuter, ein kleines Boot. The important visual change is in masculine. Ein becomes einen, and the adjective takes en. The other two stay more familiar. Feminine keeps eine plus e, and neuter keeps ein plus s. So for accusative singular, remember this shape. Masculine, einen plus n. Feminine, eine plus e. Neuter, ein plus s. One clear change in masculine, and two familiar patterns that stay easy to follow. You're doing great. In dative singular, zum, the ein-word pattern becomes especially consistent. For masculine, feminine, and neuter, the adjective always takes en. The article forms are einem, einer, and einem. These forms already show the grammatical signal very clearly, so the adjective can settle on one simple ending, en. Let's start with masculine. Ich fahre mit einem zuverlässigen Fahrer zum Flughafen. I am going to the airport with a reliable driver. The noun phrase is einem zuverlässigen Fahrer. With a reliable driver. Here the article is einem, and the adjective zuverlässig, reliable, becomes zuverlässigen. So the masculine pattern is einem plus adjective en. Now look at the feminine form. Sie arbeitet in einer modernen Praxis. She works in a modern medical practice. The noun phrase is einer modernen Praxis, in a modern medical practice. Here the article is eine, and the adjective modern, modern, becomes modernen. So the feminine pattern is eine plus adjective en. Now the neuter form. Wir treffen uns vor einem großen Theater. We are meeting in front of a large theater. The noun phrase is einem großen Theater, in front of a large theater. Here the article is again einem, and the adjective groß, large, becomes großen. So the neuter pattern is einem plus adjective en. Compare all three. Masculine,
einem zuverlässigen Fahrer. Feminine, einer modernen Praxis. Neuter, einem großen Theater. The article forms are different, einem, einer, and einem. But the adjective ending is identical, en. This connects directly to the idea we already learned. Here, the ein word itself carries a clear ending, so the adjective does not need to complete a missing signal. It simply follows the stable pattern en. So, in dative singular, remember einem plus en, einer plus en, einem plus en. 3 genders, 3 clear article forms, but only one adjective ending, en. One ending all the way through.
That's coming together nicely. The ein-word system does not belong only to ein, an. Possessive articles follow exactly the same adjective ending logic. This includes mein, my, dein, your, sein, his, ihr, her or their, unser, our, euer, your, and the formal ihr, your. The word kein, no or not a, also belongs to this same family. So you do not need a new adjective system for each of these words. You simply replace ein with the possessive article or kein and keep using the same pattern. Look at Nominativ. Mein neuer Chef arbeitet heute im Homeoffice. My new boss is working from home today. Here we have mein neuer Chef. The structure works like ein neuer Chef, a new boss. The masculine adjective still takes er. Now look at Akkusativ. Ich besuche deine kranke Schwester am Wochenende. I am visiting your sick sister at the weekend. Here, deine works like eine, so the adjective takes Now Dativ. Wir fahren mit seinem alten Auto ans Meer. We are driving to the sea in his old car. Here, seinem works like einem, so the adjective takes n. The same principle also works with kein. Look at Nominativ. Kein günstiger Flug ist nicht mehr verfügbar. No cheap flight is available anymore. Here, kein günstiger Flug follows the same pattern as ein günstiger Flug, a cheap flight. So the adjective takes Now Akkusativ. Sie findet keine passende Wohnung. She can't find a suitable apartment. Here, keine passende Wohnung follows the same pattern as eine passende Wohnung, a suitable apartment. So the adjective takes And in Dativ, wir rechnen mit keinem schnellen Ergebnis. We are not expecting a quick result. Here, keinem schnellen Ergebnis follows the same pattern as einem schnellen Ergebnis, a quick result. So the adjective takes n. There is also one important spelling detail with euer. When euer gets an ending, the second a normally disappears. So we get eure, euren, eurem, eurer, eures. Different forms of your
For example, eure neue Wohnung, your new apartment, not eure neue Wohnung, your new apartment. Compare this with unser. Here we do not make the same change. We get forms like unsere, unseren, unserem, different forms of our. So keep the families separate in your head. Euer changes to the stem euer when an ending is added, but unser keeps unser before its ending. So the big idea is very manageable. Mein, dein, sein, ihr, unser, euer, ihr, and kein do not create new adjective rules. They use the same ein-word system. Change the word before the adjective, keep the grammar logic you already know.
You're getting the hang of it. There is one important difference when we move to plural. The article, ein, an, has no plural form. So with plural nouns, we do not use ein. But possessive articles can appear in plural. And kein, no, not any, can appear in plural too. The good news is, after these ein words in plural, the adjective ending is very stable. In Nominativ, Akkusativ, and Dativ, the adjective takes n. Let's start with Nominativ. Meine älteren Cousins wohnen in Leipzig. My older cousins live in Leipzig. The noun phrase is meine älteren Cousins. My older cousins. The possessive article is meine, my. And the adjective, alt, old, becomes älteren, older. So the plural adjective ending is n. Now look at Akkusativ. Wir verkaufen unsere gebrauchten Möbel online. We are selling our used furniture online. The noun phrase is unsere gebrauchten Möbel. Our used furniture. The possessive article is unsere, our, and the adjective, gebraucht, used, becomes gebrauchten. Again, the adjective takes n. The same pattern works with kein. Look at Wir brauchen keine teuren Geräte für das Projekt. We do not need any expensive devices for the project. The noun phrase is keine teuren Geräte. No expensive devices. The adjective teuer, expensive, becomes teuren. So even with keine, the plural adjective ending stays n. Now, Dativ. Ich verbringe den Abend mit meinen guten Freunden. I am spending the evening with my good friends. The noun phrase is meinen guten Freunden. With my good friends. Here, meinen, my, is the dative plural form, and the adjective, gut, good, becomes guten. Once again, n. There is also a useful mini note here. In dative plural, the noun itself often gets an extra n when the plural form does not already end in n or s. Look at die Freunde, the friends, but in dativ, mit meinen guten Freunden, with my good friends. The noun changes from Freunde to Freunden. So do not confuse the two endings. The adjective has n,
and the plural noun may also receive N in dative. Now compare the main plural patterns. Nominativ, meine älteren Cousins. Akkusativ, unsere gebrauchten Möbel. With kein, keine teuren Geräte. Dativ, meinen guten Freunden. Different cases, different ein-word forms, but the adjective ending remains the same. N. So the plural rule is pleasantly simple. No plural form for ein, but possessives and kein work perfectly in plural. And after them, the adjective keeps one reliable ending. N. 3 cases, 1 plural adjective ending.
You've built this system. Now we can turn everything in this lesson into one clear choice map. When an ein word comes before an adjective, do not choose the adjective ending by memory alone. Follow a simple order. First, check the noun. Is it singular or plural? If it is singular, identify the gender, masculine, feminine, or neuter. Then check the case, nominativ, accusativ, or dativ. Let's start with nominative singular. Here, the endings are masculine, ea, feminine, a, neuter, ace. So the pattern is ein plus adjective ea, a masculine noun with an adjective ending in ea. Eine plus adjective a feminine nominative noun with an adjective ending in a, and ein plus adjective as, a neuter nominative noun with an adjective ending in ace. This is where the missing information idea is especially useful. With masculine and neuter, ein, a or an, does not show the full signal clearly. So the adjective ending helps complete it. Masculine, neuter, ace. Now move to accusative singular. Here the endings are masculine, an, feminine, a, neuter, as. So remember, einen plus adjective an, a masculine accusative pattern. Eine plus adjective a feminine accusative pattern, and ein plus adjective as, a neuter accusative pattern. The masculine form is the important change here. Ein becomes einen, and the adjective takes an. Now look at dative singular. This part is much simpler. Masculine, einem plus adjective an, feminine, einea plus adjective an, neuter, einem plus adjective an. Here, the ein word itself shows the grammatical signal very clearly, so all 3 adjectives settle on an. Now, plural. Remember, ein has no plural form, but possessive articles and kein, no or not any, can be used with plural nouns. And in the plural patterns from this lesson, the adjective takes an in nominative, accusative, and dative. So, the complete map is nominative singular, as, accusative singular, an, as, dative singular, an, plural with possessives or kein, an. So, when you build an adjective phrase, follow the same path. Check number, check gender, check case. Look at the ein word, then choose the adjective ending. And keep the central idea in mind. When the ein word already shows the signal clearly, the adjective usually takes the more stable an. When important information is still missing, the adjective ending helps make it visible.
One decision path, one compact map, and the whole ein-word system fits together.
Here's a fresh idea. Sometimes an adjective comes directly before a noun without der, the, or ein, an. This is called ohne Artikel, without an article. So instead of having article plus adjective plus noun, we simply have adjective plus noun. Look at starker Verkehr, heavy traffic. There is no article before starke. The adjective stands directly before Verkehr, traffic. Here is another example. Moderne Technik, modern technology. Again, there is no die before the noun phrase. The adjective moderne comes directly before Technik, technology. And with plural nouns, we can also see the same structure. Klare Regeln, clear rules. No article, just adjective plus noun. But something important happens when the article disappears. Normally, an article can give us useful grammatical information. It can help show gender, case, and number. Without an article, that signal is no longer available there. So the adjective has to do more work. Its ending helps show the grammatical information that an article would normally help express. Think of the structure like this. With an article plus adjective plus noun. Without an article, adjective ending plus noun. The adjective is now more important grammatically. But there is one important warning. No article does not mean we can simply remove the article from every noun phrase. For example, ich kaufe einen neuen Drucker. I am buying a new printer. Here, einen belongs naturally to the sentence. We cannot simply remove it and say, ich kaufe neuen Drucker. I am buying new printer. That is not the normal structure for this meaning. So, ohne Artikel is a real German pattern, but it appears in situations where German naturally uses no article. The central idea for this page is simple. No article before the adjective stands directly before the noun, and its ending has a bigger grammatical job. No article, more work for the adjective. That's the key. When there is no article, the adjective has a bigger grammatical job. To understand why, compare two structures. First, der moderne Arbeitsplatz, the modern workplace. Here we have der, the, before the adjective. The article already gives us a strong grammatical signal. It helps show that the noun is masculine, singular, and here in nominative. So the adjective modern, modern, only needs the ending e and becomes moderne. Now remove the article, moderner Arbeitsplatz, modern workplace. There is no der to carry that signal anymore, so the adjective has to carry it itself. Modern becomes moderner. The ending ar now gives us the masculine signal. Look at another comparison. Die regelmäßige Bewegung, regular physical activity. Here, die already shows the feminine signal, so the adjective appears as regelmäßige. Now, without an article, regelmäßige Bewegung,
regular physical activity. The adjective still ends in e, but this time there is no article before it, so that adjective ending is doing more grammatical work. Now look at neuter. Das Digitales? No, the correct article pattern is das flexible Arbeiten, flexible working. Here, das, the, carries the neuter signal, and the adjective is flexible. Now, without the article, flexibles Arbeiten, flexible working, the article has disappeared, so the adjective changes from flexible to flexibles. The ending es now carries the neuter signal. So compare the idea. With an article, der moderne Arbeitsplatz, the article carries a large part of the grammatical information. Without an article, moderner Arbeitsplatz, the adjective ending carries that signal. With das flexible Arbeiten, the neuter signal is visible on das. Without it, flexibles Arbeiten, the signal appears on the adjective. This is the central principle. When there is a clear article, the adjective can rely on it. When there is no article, the adjective cannot rely on anything before it, so its ending becomes more informative. It helps show gender, case, and number. The adjective is not just describing the noun, its ending is also carrying grammatical information. No article, no signal before the adjective, so the adjective ending carries the full signal.
This one clicks fast. In nominative, without an article, the adjective itself has to show the important grammatical signal. For singular nouns, the ending changes with the gender, and plural has its own form too. The complete pattern is masculine, a, r, feminine, e, neuter, es, and plural, e. Let's start with masculine. Starker Wind kommt heute aus dem Westen. Strong wind is coming from the west today. The noun phrase is starker Wind, strong wind. The noun is Wind, wind, is masculine. There is no article before it, so the adjective stark becomes starker. The masculine pattern is adjective er plus masculine noun. Now feminine. Digitale Kommunikation gehört heute zum Alltag. Digital communication is part of everyday life today. The noun phrase is digitale Kommunikation, digital communication. The noun Kommunikation is feminine. Again, there is no article, so the adjective digital becomes digitale. The feminine pattern is adjective e plus feminine noun. Now neuter. Schnelles Internet ist für Videokonferenzen wichtig. Fast internet is important for video conferences. The noun phrase is schnelles Internet, fast internet. The noun Internet is neuter. Without an article, the adjective schnell becomes schnelles. The ending es carries the neuter signal. So the neuter pattern is adjective es plus neuter noun. Now look at plural. Klare Anweisungen helfen dem Team. Clear instructions help the team. The noun phrase is klare Anweisungen, clear instructions. The noun is plural,
and there is no article before it. So the adjective klar becomes klare. The plural pattern is adjective e plus plural noun. Compare all four. Masculine, starker Wind, er. Feminine, digitale Kommunikation, e. Neuter, schnelles Internet, es. Plural, klare Anweisungen, e. The adjective ending is doing the work that an article would normally help with. It tells us more about gender and number, while the noun phrase stays in nominative. So remember the pattern: masculine, er, feminine, e, neuter, as, plural, e. No article, 4 clear forms, and the adjective ending carries the signal.
You're on a roll. In Akkusativ, without an article, we have 4 clear adjective endings: masculine, en, feminine, e, neuter, es, and plural, e. The most important change appears in masculine. In nominative, the masculine adjective takes er, but in accusative, it changes to en. Look at this sentence. Ich brauche schnellen Zugang zum System. I need quick access to the system. The noun phrase is schnellen Zugang, quick access. The noun Zugang, access, is masculine. There is no article before the adjective, so schnell, quick, becomes schnellen. The masculine pattern is adjective en plus masculine noun. This is the visible change to remember. Masculine er in nominative, but en in accusative. Now look at feminine. Das Team braucht professionelle Beratung. The team needs professional advice. The noun phrase is professionelle Beratung, professional advice. The noun Beratung, advice, is feminine. Without an article, the adjective professionell, professional, becomes professionelle. So the feminine pattern is adjective e plus feminine noun. Here, the ending remains e. Now neuter. Die Firma nutzt modernes Design für ihre neue Webseite. The company uses modern design for its new website. The noun phrase is modernes Design, modern design. The noun design is neuter, so the adjective modern, modern, becomes modernes. The neuter pattern is adjective es plus neuter noun. The ending stays es. Now plural. Wir suchen erfahrene Fachkräfte für unser Projekt. We are looking for experienced professionals for our project. The noun phrase is erfahrene Fachkräfte, experienced professionals. There is no article before the plural noun, so erfahren, experienced, becomes erfahrene. The plural pattern is adjective e plus plural noun. Now compare the 4 endings: masculine, schnellen Zugang, en, feminine, professionelle Beratung, e, neuter, modernes Design, es, plural, erfahrene Fachkräfte, e. So the pattern is
masculine, en, feminine, e, neuter, es, plural, e. Only masculine shows the important change from nominative. The other three forms keep their familiar endings, and because there is no article, the adjective ending still carries the grammatical signal. One masculine change, three stable forms, and one clear accusative pattern.
You are really locking this in. In dative, without an article, the adjective endings follow one clear pattern. Masculine, m, feminine, neuter, m, and plural, n. So the complete pattern is m, m, n. Let's start with masculine. Bei starkem Regen bleiben wir zu Hause. In heavy rain, we stay at home. The noun phrase is starkem Regen. The noun Regen is masculine. There is no article before the adjective, so stark becomes starkem. The masculine pattern is adjective, m, plus masculine noun. Now feminine. Mit großer Geduld erklärt der Trainer die Aufgabe. With great patience, the trainer explains the task. The noun phrase is großer Geduld. The noun Geduld is feminine. Without an article, the adjective groß becomes grosser. So the feminine pattern is adjective, plus feminine noun. Now neuter. Nach langem Training fühlt sich viel besser. After a long training session, he feels much better. The noun phrase is langem Training. The noun training is neuter. So the adjective lang becomes langem. The neuter pattern is adjective, m, plus neuter noun. Notice something useful. Masculine and neuter share the same ending, m, while feminine uses er. Now look at plural. Wir schlafen bei offenen Fenstern. We sleep with the windows open. The noun phrase is offenen Fenstern. Here, the noun is plural, and the adjective offen becomes offen. So the plural adjective ending is n. The plural pattern is adjective, n, plus plural noun. There is also one useful mini-note. In dative plural, the noun itself often receives an extra n when the plural form allows it. For example, die Fenster, the windows, becomes bei offenen Fenstern, with the windows open. So here, the adjective has n, and the noun also changes from Fenster to Fenstern. Do not mix up the two jobs. The adjective ending is n, while the noun may receive its own dative plural, n. Now compare all four forms. Masculine, starkem Regen, m, feminine, großer Geduld, neuter, langem Training, m, plural, offenen Fenstern, n. So remember, masculine, m, feminine,
er, neuter, plural, n. No article, the adjective carries the dative signal and the pattern stays clean and recognizable. M, er, n. 4 forms, 1 strong dative pattern.
You've got the structure. Without an article, this adjective pattern appears very naturally with food, drinks, materials, and other substances. These are often things we talk about in a general or uncountable way. So German can use adjective plus noun without der, the, or ein, an. Look at a drink. Schwarzer Kaffee hilft mir am Morgen. Black coffee helps me in the morning. Here we have schwarzer Kaffee. There is no article. The noun, Kaffee, is masculine, and the phrase is in nominative. So the adjective, schwarz, takes AR. This is a natural way to talk about coffee as a substance in general. Now look at food. Sie bestellt warme Suppe zum Mittagessen. She orders warm soup for lunch. The noun phrase is warme Suppe. Here, Suppe is feminine, and inside the sentence, the phrase is in Akkusativ. So the adjective, warm, takes A. Again, there is no article before the food noun here. Now look at another drink. Er trinkt grünen Tee nach dem Essen. He drinks green tea after the meal. The noun phrase is grünen Tee. The noun Tee is masculine. Here we have Akkusativ, so the ending is en. The structure is simply adjective plus substance noun. Now let's move from food and drinks to materials. Der Schrank besteht aus massivem Holz. The cabinet is made of solid wood. The important noun phrase is massivem Holz. The noun Holz is neuter, and after aus, from or made of, we use dativ. So massiv becomes massivem. No article is needed before the material here. The adjective itself carries the grammatical signal. Here is another material. Reines Silber wird oft für Schmuck verwendet. Pure silver is often used for jewelry. The noun phrase is reines Silber. The noun Silber is neuter, and here it is in nominativ. So the adjective rein takes as. Notice the common idea across all these examples. Schwarzer Kaffee, warme Suppe, grünen Tee, massivem Holz, reines Silber. The endings are different because the gender and the case are different, but the structure is the same. There is no article, the adjective comes directly before the noun, and its ending carries the grammatical signal. This is especially common when German talks about food, drinks, materials or substances without identifying one specific item. So no article adjective endings are not only a grammar table, they are part of very natural German. Food on the table, a drink in your hand, a material in an object, and the adjective ending quietly does the grammar work.
Great momentum. Quantities can also appear before an adjective without a regular article. This happens especially with numbers and with words like viel, a lot of or much, and also wenig, little or not much. The important point is, a quantity word does not remove the grammatical job of the adjective ending. The adjective still needs the ending that matches gender, number, and case. Let's start with a number.
Wir brauchen 2 stabile Regale für das Büro. We need 2 sturdy shelves for the office. Here, 2, 2, shows the quantity, but it is not an article. The noun phrase is 2 stabile Regale, 2 sturdy shelves. The noun is plural, and here it is in Akkusativ. So the adjective stabil, sturdy, becomes stabile. The number tells us how many. The adjective ending still carries the grammatical signal. Now look at viel with an uncountable noun. Wir kaufen viel frisches Gemüse für die Woche. We are buying a lot of fresh vegetables for the week. The important phrase is viel frisches Gemüse, a lot of fresh vegetables. Here, Gemüse, vegetables, produce, is neuter and uncountable in this use. The phrase is in Akkusativ. So, the adjective frisch, fresh, takes es and becomes frisches. Notice something important. Viel stays exactly viel. It does not take an adjective-like ending here. The strong ending appears on the adjective, frisches. Now look at wenig. Sie trinkt Kaffee mit wenig warmer Milch. She drinks coffee with a little warm milk. The important phrase is wenig warmer Milch, a little warm milk. The noun Milch, milk, is feminine, and after mit, with, the phrase is in dativ. So the adjective warm, warm, becomes warmer. Again, wenig does not receive an ending here. The grammatical signal appears on warmer. This gives us an important mini alert. With uncountable mass nouns in this pattern, viel and wenig stay without an ending. So we have viel frisches Gemüse, not an ending on viel, and wenig warme Milch, not an ending on wenig. The adjective is the word that carries the strong ending. Now compare the two quantity types. A number, 2 stabile Regale. The number gives the exact quantity. And viel frisches Gemüse, or wenig warme Milch. The quantity is general. But in all of them, there is no regular article between the quantity and the adjective. So the adjective ending still matters. The quantity tells us how much or how many. The adjective ending tells us the grammar. Two different jobs working together in one clear phrase. You're seeing the bigger picture. No article structures are also useful when German describes people, things, or ideas in a general way. Here, we are not pointing to one specific person or one specific object. We are talking about a whole group, a general category, or a broad idea. This is especially common with plural nouns. Look at große Städte bieten viele Möglichkeiten. Big cities offer many opportunities. The noun phrase is große Städte. We are not talking about particular cities. We mean big cities in general. There is no article before the adjective. So groß, big, becomes große. The adjective ending carries the grammatical signal. Here is another general plural description. Öffentliche Verkehrsmittel verbinden viele Stadtteile. Public transport connects many parts of the city. The noun phrase is öffentliche Verkehrsmittel. Again, there is no die before the phrase. We are describing public transport as a general category. The adjective öffentlich, public, becomes öffentliche. This kind of structure is very natural when a plural noun has an indefinite general meaning. But general descriptions are not limited to plural nouns. They can also appear with abstract ideas. Look at Gute Vorbereitung reduziert Stress vor einer Prüfung. Good preparation reduces stress before an exam. The noun phrase is gute Vorbereitung. Here, gute Vorbereitung is not one particular preparation. We are talking about the idea of good preparation in general, so no article is needed, and the adjective good becomes gute. Another example is technischer Fortschritt verändert die Arbeitswelt. Technological progress changes the world of work. The noun phrase is technischer Fortschritt. This is a broad, general concept. There is no article, so the adjective technisch, technological, becomes technischer. The ending itself helps show the grammar. So compare the two common situations: general groups, große Städte and öffentliche Verkehrsmittel, and broad abstract ideas, gute Vorbereitung and technischer Fortschritt. In all of them, the no-article structure sounds natural because the meaning is general. But there is an important limit. No article does not mean we can remove an article whenever we want. Look at Ich suche einen zuverlässigen Handwerker. I am looking for a reliable tradesperson. Here we mean one unspecified person, so einen belongs naturally in the noun phrase. We would not normally remove it and simply say Ich suche zuverlässigen Handwerker. I am looking for reliable tradesperson. That is not the normal structure for this meaning. So the key question is not, can I delete the article? The better question is German naturally describing a general group, a broad category, or a general concept without one? When the answer is yes, the adjective can stand directly before the noun and carry the grammatical signal. General group, general idea, natural no-article structure, and the adjective ending does the grammar work.
Beautiful progress! We can now put the whole no-article system into one clear map. When there is no article before the adjective, do not choose the ending randomly. Follow the same decision path. First, check the noun. Is it singular or plural? If it is singular, check its gender: masculine, feminine, or neuter. Then identify the case: nominative, accusative, or dative. Once you know those pieces, the adjective ending carries the signal. Let's build the complete map. Start with nominative. The endings are masculine, RE, feminine, E, neuter, ES, plural, E. So we get frischer Saft, fresh juice, warme Luft, warm air, klares Glas, clear glass, and moderne Gebäude, modern buildings. The pattern is ER, E, ES, E. Now move to accusative. Here the endings are masculine, EN, feminine, E, neuter, ES, plural, E. Look at the pattern. Ich kaufe frischen Käse. I am buying fresh cheese. Wir brauchen zusätzliche Hilfe. We need additional help. Sie verwendet hochwertiges Papier. She uses high-quality paper. Das Unternehmen sucht kreative Mitarbeiter. The company is looking for creative employees. So, in accusative, the complete pattern is en, es, e. The biggest visible difference is masculine. Nominative, er, accusative, en. Now look at dative. Here the pattern becomes masculine, em, feminine, er, neuter, em, plural, en. For example, mit trockenem Humor, with dry humor. Bei hoher Geschwindigkeit, at high speed. Aus recyceltem Material, made from recycled material. And mit neuen Methoden, with new methods. So the dative pattern is em, er, em, en. Now place the three rows together. Nominative, er, es, e. Accusative, en, es, e. Dative, em, er, em, en. That gives us the quick decision path. No article, check number, check gender, check case. Then choose the adjective ending. And remember the central principle. With no article, there is no article ending before the adjective to carry the grammatical information. So the adjective ending has to do that job itself. It helps show gender, case, and number. There is also one important mini alert. This lesson focuses on nominative, accusative, and dative. There is also genitive, but it has an important detail that does not fit this three-case map completely. For masculine and neuter singular, the adjective commonly takes en, while the noun itself usually carries s or es. For example, wegen kalten Wetters, because of cold weather. Here, kalten has en, while Wetters carries the genitive ending. So do not treat our three-case table as a complete table for every German case. For the system we are using here, remember the map. Nominative, er, es, e. Accusative, en, es, e. Dative, em, er, en. No article, check number, check gender, check case, and let the adjective ending carry the signal.
Nice progress. German adjectives can show different levels of comparison. We can think of them as three clear levels: the basic form, komparativ, comparative, and superlativ, superlative. The first level simply describes a person or thing. Take the adjective schnell, fast. At this level, we are not comparing anything yet. We are only giving a description. The second level is the komparativ. Here, we compare one thing with another. So, schnell can become schneller, faster. Now the meaning has changed. We are no longer saying that something is simply fast. We are saying that it has more of that quality than something else. Then we have the highest level, the superlativ. Here, we express the strongest or highest degree of the adjective, so we can get am schnellsten, the fastest. Now compare the complete progression. Schnell, schneller, am schnellsten.
fast, faster, the fastest. The adjective begins with its normal meaning, then the comparison moves one level higher, and finally we reach the highest degree. You can imagine it like 3 steps: basic description, schnell, comparison, schneller, highest degree, am schnellsten. So the 3 levels have 3 different jobs. The basic form describes, the Komparativ compares, and the Superlativ shows the highest degree. The important idea for now is simply to see the relationship between these 3 forms. 1 adjective, 3 levels: schnell, schneller, am schnellsten. Description, comparison, highest degree. 3 steps, 1 clear system. You're building this beautifully. To form the Komparativ, comparative, German usually starts with a very simple pattern. Take the adjective and add er. So the basic formula is adjective plus er. Let's look at a regular example. Günstig, affordable, becomes günstiger, more affordable. The adjective keeps its basic meaning, but er adds the idea of comparison. For example, dieses Hotel ist günstiger. This hotel is more affordable. We are no longer just describing the hotel as affordable, we are showing a higher degree of the same quality. Now look at praktisch, practical. It becomes praktischer, more practical. So we have praktisch, praktischer, practical, more practical. The pattern stays exactly the same, adjective plus er. Here is another example. Interessant, interesting, becomes interessanter, more interesting. Look at the sentence. Der zweite Vortrag ist interessanter. The second presentation is more interesting. Again, the comparison is visible directly on the adjective. Interessant becomes interessanter. Now compare the 3 forms. Günstig, günstiger. Praktisch, praktischer. Interessant, interessanter. Different adjectives, same basic operation. Add er. There's one important mini alert here. The er in a comparative form is the marker that builds the comparison. It is not the same thing as an adjective ending that shows grammatical information, such as gender or case. For example, günstiger already contains the comparative marker er, because the meaning is more affordable. So when you see adjective plus er, think first comparison. The adjective has moved from the basic degree to the comparativ. That gives us the main pattern. Basic adjective, praktisch. Komparativ, praktischer. Basic adjective, günstig. Komparativ, günstiger. Basic adjective, interessant. Komparativ, interessanter. One small addition, one clear change in meaning. Adjective plus er. And the comparison is built.
Sharp work. Once the Komparativ, comparative, is ready, we can use it to compare 2 different things. The key word is als, than. The basic structure is A plus the Komparativ plus als plus B. So the pattern looks like
A ist Komparativ plus als plus B. A is more than B. Look at der blaue Koffer ist schwerer als der schwarze. The blue suitcase is heavier than the black one. The adjective is schwer, heavy. Its comparative is schwerer, heavier. Then als connects the two things we are comparing. The blue suitcase has more of this quality than the black one. So we get schwerer als, heavier than. Here is another example. Diese Aufgabe ist leichter als die erste. This task is easier than the first one. The adjective leicht, easy, becomes leichter, easier. And again, als introduces the other side of the comparison. So when two things are different in the quality we are comparing, the useful pattern is komparativ plus als, comparative plus than. But there is an important contrast. Sometimes two things are equal. One is not more or less than the other. In that situation, we do not use the komparativ. Instead, we use so plus adjective plus wie. As plus adjective as. Look at das Gästezimmer ist so ruhig wie das Schlafzimmer. The guest room is as quiet as the bedroom. Here we are saying the two rooms have the same level of quietness. So the adjective stays in its basic form, ruhig, quiet. We do not say ruhiger als, because we are not showing a difference. Compare the two ideas. Different, leichter als, easier than. Equal, so ruhig wie, as quiet as. So, als goes with the komparativ when one side has more of a quality, but so plus adjective plus wie shows equality and keeps the adjective in its basic form. Think of the contrast. Different, komparativ plus als, equal, so plus adjective plus wie. One pattern shows a difference, the other shows the same degree, and that makes German comparisons much easier to read and build.
You're making great progress. Now let's move to the highest degree. This is the Superlativ, superlative. When the adjective does not come directly before a noun, German often uses this pattern. Am plus adjective esten. The most or the eest. This form shows that someone or something has the highest degree of equality. Take the adjective bequem, comfortable. It becomes am bequemsten, the most comfortable. Look at the sentence. Dieser Sessel ist am bequemsten. This armchair is the most comfortable. Here, am bequemsten comes after ist, is. There is no noun directly after the most comfortable. We are simply saying that this armchair has the highest degree of comfort. Now look at sauber, clean. It becomes am saubersten, the cleanest. For example, nach dem Putzen ist die Küche am saubersten. After cleaning, the kitchen is the cleanest. Again, the superlative does not stand directly before a noun. It describes die Küche, the kitchen, through the verb ist. So we use am saubersten.
Here is another example. Freundlich, friendly, becomes am freundlichsten, the friendliest. Look at von allen Mitarbeitern spricht Lena am freundlichsten mit den Kunden. Of all the employees, Lena speaks to the customers in the friendliest way. Here, the superlative describes how Lena speaks. It comes with the verb spricht, speaks, and there is no noun directly after am freundlichsten. So this pattern is not limited to sein, to be. You can also see it with actions like arbeiten, to work, fahren, to travel or drive, or lernen, to learn. The main idea stays the same. When the superlative is not directly in front of a noun, the common pattern is am plus adjective esten. Compare the forms. Bequem, am bequemsten. Comfortable, to the most comfortable. Sauber, am saubersten. Clean, to the cleanest. Freundlich, am freundlichsten. Friendly, to the friendliest. The adjective expresses the quality, and am plus esten pushes that quality to its highest degree. So when you want to say that something is the most comfortable, the cleanest, or the friendliest, and there is no noun directly after the adjective, think of am plus adjective esten. One adjective, one highest degree, and one very useful superlative pattern.
Now let's look at the other main form of the superlative. Sometimes the adjective does not stand alone after a verb. Sometimes it comes directly before a noun. In that situation, German does not use am, so we do not say der am schnellsten Zug. That is not correct. Instead, we build the structure like this: article plus adjective plus st plus the normal adjective ending plus noun. So the basic idea is article plus adjective st plus ending plus noun. Look at a masculine example: der schnellste Zug, the fastest train. Here the adjective is schnell, fast. To make the superlative, we add the superlative marker st. Then, because the adjective stands before the noun, it also needs an adjective ending, so schnell becomes schnellste. Now look at a feminine example: die schönste Stadt, the most beautiful city. The adjective is schön, beautiful, and here the superlative form is schönste. Now a neuter example: das modernste Gerät, the most modern device. The adjective is modern, modern, and the superlative form is modernste. We can also see it in plural: die günstigsten Tickets, the cheapest tickets. The adjective is günstig, affordable, and here it becomes günstigsten. So compare the two big ideas. When the adjective does not come directly before a noun, we often use am plus adjective st. But when the adjective does come before a noun, we do not use am. We use the article and the adjective in a superlative form with an ending. So compare: dieser Zug ist am schnellsten, this train is the fastest, and der schnellste Zug, the fastest train. Both are superlative, but the structure is different. In the first sentence, the adjective is not directly before a noun, so German uses am schnellsten. In the second one, the adjective stands right before Zug, so German uses der schnellste Zug. This also connects to something you already know. When an adjective stands before a noun, it needs an adjective ending that matches the grammar of the noun phrase. So, in a phrase like die schönste Stadt or das modernste Gerät, the st shows the superlative, and the final ending belongs to the normal adjective ending system. That is the key idea for this page.
Before a noun, no am. Use article plus adjective st plus ending plus noun. One superlative form, but now inside a noun phrase.
You are sharpening the details. The basic comparison pattern is very regular, but some adjectives need a small sound or spelling change. These changes make the forms easier and more natural to pronounce. Let's start with umlaut, a vowel change. Some short adjectives with a, o, u can change that vowel to e, ö, u when we compare them. Look at alt, old. It becomes älter, older, and am ältesten, the oldest. So the vowel a changes to e. Now look at groß, big. It becomes größer, bigger, and am größten, the biggest. Here, o changes to ö. Another common example is jung, young. It becomes jünger, younger, and am jüngsten, the youngest. Here, u changes to ü. So compare the three. Alt to älter to am ältesten, groß to größer to am größten, and jung to jünger to am jüngsten. The comparison pattern is still there, but the vowel changes too. There is another important sound change. Some adjectives need esten instead of simply sten in the superlative. This makes the ending easier to pronounce. Look at kalt, cold. The comparative is kälter, colder, but the superlative is am kältesten, the coldest. Here we do not build am kältest by attaching only a simple sten. The extra e helps the pronunciation. So kalt to kälter to am kältesten shows two things at the same time. The vowel changes and the superlative uses esten. Now there is one important spelling alert. With some common adjectives ending in el or ea, an internal e can disappear in the comparative. Look at dunkel, dark. We do not normally say dunkel er. Instead, we say dunkler, darker. So, dunkel to dunkler. The adjective becomes shorter before er. Now look at teuer, expensive. The normal comparative is teurer, more expensive, not teurer. So, teuer to teurer. Again, the internal e disappears. This gives us three useful types of change. First, a vowel may take an umlaut. Alt to älter, groß to größer, and jung to jünger. Second, some superlative forms need esten for easier pronunciation. Kalt to am kältesten. And third, some adjectives with el or er lose an internal e in the comparative. Dunkel to dunkler, and teuer to teurer. So do not expect every comparison form to come from adding an ending mechanically. The main comparison system stays clear, but German sometimes adjusts the sound or spelling to make the word flow naturally. Small changes, same comparison idea, and much more natural German. You're getting the hang of this. Most adjectives follow the regular comparison pattern, but a few very common words have their own forms. These are worth learning as complete three-part patterns. Let's start with gut, good. Its Komparativ, comparative, is not guter. Instead, we say besser, better. And the Superativ, superlative, is am besten, the best. So the complete pattern is gut, besser, am besten, good, better, the best. Look at a natural sentence. Der neue Plan funktioniert besser. The new plan works better. Here, besser shows a higher degree of gut. And if something reaches the highest degree, we use am besten. For example, diese Methode funktioniert am besten. This method works best. So remember, not a regular comparison form, but one fixed pattern. Gut, besser, am besten. Now look at another very common word. Viel, much, a lot. Its Komparativ is mehr, more, and its Superlativ is am meisten, the most. So we get viel, mehr, am meisten, much, more, the most. Look at Im Sommer haben wir mehr Freizeit. In summer, we have more free time. Here, mehr expresses a larger amount, and for the highest amount, Nina liest am meisten. Nina reads the most. So, viel does not become a regular form with er. The comparison changes to mehr and then am meisten. Now we come to a very useful pattern for preferences. Gern, gladly, like doing something. When we want to say that we prefer one activity or choice, the comparative is lieber, prefer, rather, and the superlative is am liebsten, like best, most preferably. So the complete pattern is gern, lieber, am liebsten, like, prefer, like best. Look at the basic idea. Ich höre gern Podcasts. I like listening to podcasts. Now a stronger preference. Ich höre lieber Hörbücher. I prefer listening to audiobooks. And the strongest preference. Am liebsten höre ich Musik beim Spazierengehen. I like listening to music while walking the most. This is important. Lieber belongs here to the comparison of Dan when we talk about preference. So think of the three levels. Something you like doing, something you prefer, and something you like doing most. Gern, lieber, am liebsten. There is also one more common form worth recognizing. Hoch, high. Its comparison does not follow the basic form in a completely regular way. The comparative is höher, higher, and the superlative is am höchsten, the highest. So, hoch, höher, am höchsten. High, higher, the highest. Look at der Aussichtspunkt liegt höher als unser Hotel. The viewpoint is higher than our hotel. And for the highest degree, dieser Gipfel liegt am höchsten. This peak is the highest. Notice the change. We do not say hocher for the comparative. The form becomes höher, and the highest degree is am höchsten.
So now we have 4 useful comparison families. Gut, besser, am besten, viel, mehr, am meisten, gern, lieber, am liebsten, and hoch, höher, am höchsten. These forms are common in everyday German, so it is better to learn each one as one complete 3-level pattern. Basic form, comparison, highest degree. Different shapes, but one queer comparison idea.
This is a very important distinction. Both forms come from gut, besser, am besten, good, better, best, but they do not work in the same structure. Let's start with am besten, best. We use am besten when there is no noun directly after it. It often describes how something works, how someone performs, or which option works best in action. Look at Diese Methode funktioniert am besten. This method works best. Here, am besten comes after funktioniert, works. There is no noun after am besten. It describes the result or the performance. Here is another example. Ich lerne am besten am frühen Morgen. I learn best early in the morning. Again, there is no noun after am besten. It describes how well the action happens. Now compare that with der Beste, die Beste, das Beste, the best. We use these forms when the superlative comes before a noun. Look at Das ist die beste Methode für Anfänger. That is the best method for beginners. Here, the superlative stands directly before the noun. So we do not use am besten, we use an article plus beste plus the noun. Here is another example. Hat das beste Ergebnis im Team. He has the best result in the team. Again, the superlative is part of a noun phrase, das beste Ergebnis. There is also one more useful pattern. Sometimes the noun is understood clearly. In that case, German can still use der Beste, die Beste, das Beste, without repeating the noun itself. For example, welcher Laptop ist der beste? Which laptop is the best? The noun idea is already clear, so der Beste works here as a clear noun-like form. Now compare the two patterns. Diese Methode funktioniert am besten. This method works best. And die beste Methode, the best method. In the first one, there is no noun directly after the superlative, so we use am besten. In the second one, the superlative stands before a noun, so we use die beste. That's the key idea. The difference is not only in meaning, it is also in the structure. No noun directly after it, think am besten. Before a noun, or as a clear noun-like form, think der Beste, die Beste, das Beste. One meaning family, two different structures. And now the contrast is much clearer.
Finish strong. We can now turn the whole comparison system into one clear decision map. When you want to compare something, start with one simple question. Are you comparing two things, or are you expressing the highest degree? If you are comparing two things, use the Komparativ, comparative. For many adjectives, the basic pattern is adjective plus er. For example, effizient would effizienter. Efficient, more efficient. Now put the comparison inside a sentence.
Der neue Prozess ist effizienter als der alte. The new process is more efficient than the old one. When one side has more of a quality than the other, the common structure is komparativ plus als, comparative than. But if both sides have the same degree, do not use the komparativ. Use so plus adjective plus wie. As, adjective, as. For example, der zweite Weg ist so sicher wie der erste. The second route is as safe as the first. So the first choice is clear. Different degree, komparativ plus als. Equal degree, so plus adjective, wie. Now suppose you do not want to compare only two things, you want to express the highest degree. Then ask another question. Does the superlative come directly before a noun? If the answer is no, use plus adjective plus estin. Look at von allen Geräten arbeitet dieses am zuverlässigsten. Of all the devices, this one works the most reliably. There is no noun directly after am zuverlässigsten. So this is the right structure. But if the superlative comes directly before a noun, do not use Use the adjective inside the noun phrase. For example, das zuverlässigste Gerät, the most reliable device. Here, the superlative stands directly before Gerät, device. So the structure is article plus adjective estin plus adjective ending plus noun. That gives us the main decision path. Two things with different degrees, komparativ. Equality, use so plus adjective wie. Highest degree without a following noun, use plus adjective estin. Highest degree before a noun, use the superlative inside the noun phrase. Then watch for the small changes, umlaut, estin, internal e, and a few important irregular forms. One decision path, a few quick checks, and the whole comparison system fits into one clear map.
Great momentum. This lesson brings together two very useful ideas, comparison and degree or quantity. Instead of treating all these words as one large mixed group, we can organize them into two clear branches. The first branch is Vergleich, comparison. Here we look at how two people, things, situations, or qualities relate to each other. For this branch, three important ideas will appear. Wie, as, like, als, than, and anders als, different from. These words do not all express the same relationship. Sometimes two things have the same degree. For example, der Balkon ist so breit wie die Terrasse. The balcony is as wide as the terrace. Here, the two sides share the same degree. The key structure is so, wie, as. But sometimes one side has a different degree. Look at der neue Bildschirm ist größer als der alte. The new screen is bigger than the old one. Here, größer als, bigger than, shows that the two sides are not equal. And sometimes we are not talking about more or less of one quality. We simply mean that something is different. For example, der Ablauf ist anders als früher. The process is different from before. Here, anders als shows a difference between two situations.
So the first big branch is about relationships. Same, different in degree, or simply different. Now look at the second branch, Menge und Grad, quantity and degree. Here we are no longer mainly comparing two things. Instead, we ask whether something has gone beyond a useful limit, or whether there is enough of it. Two key words help us here: zu, to, and genug, enough. Look at Der Koffer ist zu schwer. The suitcase is too heavy. Here, zu schwer means the weight has passed an acceptable or useful limit. It is not simply very heavy, it is more than we want or need. Now compare that idea with Der Koffer ist leicht genug. The suitcase is light enough. Here, genug shows that the degree reaches what is needed. We can also use it with a noun. Wir haben genug Platz. We have enough space. Here we are talking about quantity, not about comparing one thing with another. So the lesson has two clear sides. Vergleich asks, how are two things related? And Menge und Grad asks, is something too much or is it enough? Think of the whole system like two paths. Comparison, wie, als, anders as, than, different from, degree and quantity, zu, genug, to, enough. Two branches, different jobs, and one much clearer way to organize the whole system.
You're right on track. When two people, or things, have the same degree of a quality, German uses so plus adjective plus wie, as plus adjective as. The basic structure is a plus sein, to be, plus so plus adjective plus wie, as plus adjective as, plus be. So we get A ist so plus adjective wie be. A is as plus adjective as be. The important idea is equality. Neither side has more of the quality and neither side has less. Look at Der Zug ist so schnell wie der Bus. The train is as fast as the bus. The adjective is schnell, fast, and it stays in its basic form. We do not change it to schneller, faster, because we are not saying that the train is faster, we are saying that both have the same degree of speed. So the pattern is so schnell wie, as fast as. Now look at another comparison. Dieses Hotel ist so ruhig wie das Gästehaus. This hotel is as quiet as the guest house. Here the adjective is ruhig, quiet, and it stays inside the structure, so ruhig wie, as quiet as. Again, the two places are presented as equal in this quality. Here is another example. Lena ist so organisiert wie Jonas. Lena is as organized as Jonas. The adjective organisiert also stays in its basic form. So we have so organisiert wie, as organized as. This is an important point. With so plus wie, we use the positive form,
not the Komparativ. We say so schnell wie, not so schneller wie, and so ruhig wie, not so ruhiger wie. The comparison itself is already expressed by so plus wie, so the adjective does not need a comparative form. Now compare the three examples. Der Zug ist so schnell wie der Bus. Dieses Hotel ist so ruhig wie das Gästehaus. Lena ist so organisiert wie Jonas. Different people and things, different adjectives, but exactly the same structure. So plus adjective plus wie. The first side has a quality, the second side has the same degree of that quality. That is why this pattern expresses equal comparison. Same degree, basic adjective, and one clear structure. So plus adjective wie. Equal on both sides.
You've got the core pattern. The V structure is incredibly useful. V, as in as or like, can express more than simple equality. Two very useful structures are genauso wie, just as, and nicht so wie, not as. Both structures still use the adjective in its basic form. Let's start with genauso wie. This pattern emphasizes that two sides have exactly the same degree of equality. Look at Der E-Reader ist genauso leicht wie das Tablet. The e-reader is just as light as the tablet. The adjective is leicht, light, and it stays leicht. We do not change it to leichter, lighter, because we are not showing a higher degree. We are emphasizing equal degree. So the structure is genauso plus adjective plus wie. For this example, genauso leicht wie, just as light as. Here is another example. Die neue App ist genauso übersichtlich wie die Website. The new app is just as clear and well organized as the website. The adjective is übersichtlich, clear and well organized. Again, it stays in the basic form. The word genauso adds emphasis. The two sides are presented as matching in this quality. Now, let's change the relationship. Sometimes one side has less of a quality. Then we can use nicht so wie. Look at Der Stadtpark ist nicht so voll wie der Marktplatz. The city park is not as crowded as the market square. The adjective is voll, crowded, and again, it stays voll. The phrase nicht so voll wie shows that the first place has a lower degree of the quality. It is not equally crowded. Here is another example. Diese Erklärung ist nicht so kompliziert wie die Anleitung. This explanation is not as complicated as the instructions. The adjective kompliziert stays in its basic form. So, nicht so kompliziert wie expresses a lower degree without using the comparative. Now compare the two structures. Exactly equal, genauso wie, lower degree, nicht so wie. But notice what they share. Both use the positive form.
So we have genauso leicht wie, not a comparative adjective, and nicht so kompliziert wie, also not a comparative adjective. The words around the adjective show the relationship. The adjective itself stays basic. Think of the contrast. Genauso wie, strong equality, nicht so wie, lower degree. Two different meanings, one shared adjective form, the Positiv. And that makes the whole wie family clean and easy to recognize.
Now we move from equal comparison to a different degree. When one person or thing has more or less of a quality than another, German uses comparative plus als, comparative plus than. The basic structure is a plus sein, to be, plus comparative plus als, than, plus b. So we get a ist plus comparative plus als plus b. A is more than B. Look at Der neue Drucker ist leiser als das alte Modell. The new printer is quieter than the old model. The basic adjective is leiser, quiet. Its comparative is leiser, quieter, and als connects the two things being compared. So the key phrase is leiser als, quieter than. The two printers do not have the same degree of quietness. The new one has more of this quality. Now look at another example. Clara arbeitet sorgfältiger als ihr Kollege. Clara works more carefully than her colleague. The basic adjective is sorgfältig, careful. Here it describes the way someone works. In the comparative, it becomes sorgfältiger, more carefully. So, sorgfältiger als, more carefully than, shows a difference between the two sides. The same structure can also express a smaller amount of equality. Look at Der Weg durch den Park ist kürzer als die Strecke am Fluss. The route through the park is shorter than the route by the river. The adjective is kurz, short. Its comparative is kürzer, shorter. So, kürzer als, shorter than, shows that the first route has less length. That gives us the central idea. With als, the two sides are not equal. One has a different degree of the quality. So the pattern stays comparative plus als. Now there is one useful mini alert when we compare using personal pronouns. In the simple subject comparisons we use here, keep the pronoun in nominativ. For example, Paul ist geduldiger als ich. Paul is more patient than I am. Here we say als ich, not als mich. The full idea is Paul is more patient than I am. So ich is still understood as the subject of the missing verb. So for the simple comparisons in this lesson, keep this pattern in mind. Als ich, then I, als du, then you, als then he, and als sie, then she. And wie ich, as I, wie du, as you, wie as he, and wie sie, as she. Now compare the main examples. Der neue Drucker ist leiser als das alte Modell. Clara arbeitet sorgfältiger als ihr Kollege. Der Weg durch den Park ist kürzer als die Strecke am Fluss. Different contexts, same comparison structure.
comparative, then als. When the degree is different, that is the signal to look for. Comparative plus als. One side, another side, and a clear difference between them.
Now let's separate two forms that look very similar. Anders, different, differently, and anders als, different from, differently than. The important question is, are we simply saying that something is different, or are we comparing it with another side? Let's start with anders. This word can stand on its own. Look at das Design ist anders. The design is different. Here we are simply describing the design. We are not comparing it with another design. So we do not need als. The sentence can finish with anders. Here is another example. Sie lernt anders. She learns differently. This time, anders describes how she learns. Again, there is no second side in the sentence, so anders works perfectly by itself. Now look at anders als. Here we have a clear comparison between two sides. For example, das neue System ist anders als das alte. The new system is different from the old one. Now there are two things, the new system and the old one. So, als introduces the second side of the comparison. The useful structure is A plus anders als plus B. So, A ist anders als B. A is different from B. We can also use the same idea with actions. Look at Mara lernt anders als ihr Bruder. Mara learns differently from her brother. Here we are comparing two ways of learning, Mara's way and her brother's way. So, anders als connects the two sides. Another natural example is, heute funktioniert der Service anders als gestern. Today, the service works differently from yesterday. The comparison is now between two situations, today and yesterday. So again, anders als shows what the difference is being compared with. Now compare the two patterns. No second side, das Design ist anders. Second side present, das neue System ist anders als das alte. That gives us one very useful rule. If you only mean different or differently, anders can stand alone. But if you mean different from someone or something, use anders als. There is also one important point. Anders is not a comparative form. We are not saying more different or less different. We are simply saying that two things are not the same. So do not treat anders als like a regular comparative plus als pattern. It is its own very common structure. Think of the contrast. Just different, anders. Different from another side, anders als. No comparison partner, no als. Comparison partner present, anders als. One small word, one clear difference in structure, and a much easier choice to make.
Now let's look at a different kind of degree. Sometimes a quality goes beyond what is useful, comfortable, possible, or acceptable. German expresses this with zu, to. The basic structure is zu plus adjective, to plus adjective. The important idea is that zu does not simply make an adjective stronger. It tells us that the degree has crossed a limit. Look at die Jacke ist zu eng. The jacket is too tight. The adjective is eng, tight, but zu eng, too tight, means more than simply saying that the jacket is tight. It means the tightness has become a problem. For example, ich kann mich darin kaum bewegen. I can hardly move in it. So the structure shows a practical limit. The jacket is not just tight, it is tighter than is comfortable or useful. Now look at another situation. Die Musik ist zu laut. The music is too loud. The adjective is laut, loud, and zu laut, too loud, means the volume has gone beyond an acceptable level. For example, wir können uns nicht gut unterhalten. We cannot have a proper conversation. Again, the important meaning comes from the limit. The music is not merely loud, it is loud to the point that it causes a problem. Here's another example. Diese Aufgabe ist zu schwierig für mich. This task is too difficult for me. The adjective is schwierig, difficult. With zu schwierig, too difficult, we're saying that the difficulty goes beyond what I can manage in this situation. Notice the useful phrase zu schwierig für mich, too difficult for me. The word für, for, can help show whose limit we're talking about. The task may not be too difficult for everyone, but it is too difficult for this person. The same idea works with other limits. Look at Der Termin ist zu früh für unsere Gäste. The appointment is too early for our guests. Here, früh, early, becomes zu früh, too early. The time exists, but it does not fit what the guests can reasonably manage. So across all these examples, the structure stays simple. Zu plus adjective. But the meaning is very specific. The quality has gone beyond the suitable limit. There's one distinction that is especially important. Zu does not mean sehr. Compare Das Wasser ist sehr warm. The water is very warm. This sentence only describes a strong degree of warmth. It does not automatically mean there's a problem. Now look at Das Wasser ist zu warm. The water is too warm. Here the meaning changes. The temperature has crossed the limit that works for us. So sehr warm, strong degree, but zu warm, excessive degree. That contrast is the key. Sehr, strong degree, zu, beyond the acceptable or useful degree. So when you see zu teuer, too expensive, zu laut, too loud, or zu schwierig, too difficult, do not think only very. Think instead more than the situation allows, more than the person wants, or more than is useful. The position is also easy to recognize. Zu comes directly before the adjective. Zu eng, zu laut, zu schwierig, zu früh. One small word before the adjective, but one important meaning. The limit has been crossed. That's the real idea behind zu plus adjective, not simply strong, but too much for the situation.
You're building the system nicely. Sometimes a quality does not go beyond the useful limit. Instead, it reaches exactly the level we need. German expresses this with genug, enough. When genug describes the degree of an adjective, the structure is adjective plus genug, adjective plus enough. Notice the position. The adjective comes first, and genug comes after it. Look at Die Lampe ist hell genug zum Lesen. The lamp is bright enough for reading. The adjective is hell. It comes before genug, so we get hell genug. The meaning is not that the lamp is extremely bright. It means the brightness reaches the level we need for this purpose. We can read comfortably, so the required limit has been reached. Now look at another situation. Der Karton ist stabil genug für die Bücher. The box is sturdy enough for the books. Here, stabil genug tells us that the box has the necessary degree of stability. It does not need to be stronger. For this purpose, its stability is sufficient. Notice the useful phrase stabil genug für die Bücher. The part with für, for, can show what the adjective is sufficient for. Now look at a different context. Die Mango ist reif genug zum Essen. The mango is ripe enough to eat. Here, the adjective reif comes before genug, and reif genug means that the fruit has reached the necessary degree of ripeness. The useful expression zum Essen, for eating, shows the purpose. So we can understand the complete idea as enough of a quality for a particular purpose. Here is another example. Unser Zeitplan ist flexibel genug für kurzfristige Änderungen. Our schedule is flexible enough for last-minute changes. The phrase is flexibel genug. The schedule has the amount of flexibility that the situation requires. Again, the important idea is not maximum degree, it is sufficient degree. Now let's make the contrast with zu, to. Very clear. Imagine a doorway. Die Tür ist zu schmal für den Schrank. The door is too narrow for the cabinet. Here, the situation does not work. The width is beyond the useful limit in the wrong direction. But now, look at Die Tür ist breit genug für den Schrank. The door is wide enough for the cabinet. Here, the required degree has been reached. The cabinet can pass through. So the contrast is zu schmal, too narrow, versus breit genug, wide enough. With zu, the quality does not fit the requirement. With genug, the quality reaches what the situation needs. There is also an important difference in word position. With zu, the degree word comes before the adjective, zu schmal. But with genug, the adjective comes first, breit genug. So keep the two shapes clearly separated. Zu plus adjective, to plus adjective, and adjective plus genug, adjective plus enough. Now compare the main examples. Hell genug, stabil genug, reif genug, flexibel genug. Different qualities, same structure. The adjective first, then genug, and the meaning stays consistent. The required level has been reached. Not too little, not beyond the limit, simply sufficient for the situation. That is the core idea behind adjective plus genug. The adjective tells us the quality, and genug tells us that the quality reaches the needed level. One clear position, one clear meaning. Enough for the job.
Now let's use genug, enough, with nouns. When genug expresses a sufficient quantity of something, it comes before the noun. So the basic structure is genug plus Nomen, enough plus noun. This is different from the pattern with an adjective. With an adjective, we say Adjektiv plus genug. Adjective, enough. But with a noun, the order changes. We say genug plus Nomen. Let's start with a noun that we normally do not count. Wir haben genug Zeit für die Vorbereitung. We have enough time for the preparation. The important phrase is genug Zeit. Here, genug comes directly before Zeit. It tells us that the amount of time is sufficient. We do not need more time for this purpose. So the pattern is simply genug Zeit. Now look at another uncountable noun. Sie hat genug Geld für die Reparatur. She has enough money for the repair. The key phrase is genug Geld. Again, the amount reaches what is needed. The noun Geld comes directly after genug. So with nouns like these, the structure is very clear. Genug Zeit, genug Geld. Enough of something that we normally treat as an amount. But genug is not limited to this kind of noun. It also works naturally with countable nouns in plural. Look at In der Bibliothek gibt es genug Bücher für alle Teilnehmer. There are enough books in the library for all participants. The important phrase is genug Bücher. Here, Bücher is plural. We can count the individual books, but the structure does not change. Genug still comes before the noun, and the meaning is still sufficient quantity. Now another countable plural example. Für die Veranstaltung sind genug Leute da. There are enough people for the event. The important phrase is genug Leute. Again, we are talking about a countable group. The question is not whether one person is enough, it is whether the total number of people reaches what we need. And here it does. So compare the two noun types. Uncountable amounts, genug Zeit, genug Geld. Countable plural nouns, genug Bücher, genug Leute. Different kinds of nouns, exactly the same structure. Genug plus Nomen. That word order is worth keeping very clear. And with nouns, the meaning can refer to either a sufficient amount, genug Zeit, genug Geld, or a sufficient number, genug Bücher, genug Leute. Different nouns, one clear position, and a quantity that reaches what the situation needs.
You've reached the full choice map. All the patterns from this lesson become much easier when we organize them into two main branches. The first branch is Vergleich, comparison. The second branch is Menge und Grad, quantity and degree. So, before choosing a structure, ask yourself, am I comparing two sides, or am I talking about a limit or a sufficient amount? Let's start with Vergleich, comparison. If you are comparing two sides, the next question is, what kind of relationship do they have? If both sides have the same degree, use so plus adjective plus wie, as plus adjective plus as. For example, Der Wintergarten ist so gemütlich wie das Wohnzimmer. The conservatory is as cozy as the living room. Here, the two sides have the same degree of the quality. If you want to emphasize that equality, use genauso plus adjective plus wie, just as plus adjective plus as. For example, Der Stoff ist genauso weich wie die Decke. The fabric is just as soft as the blanket. The relationship is still equal, but genauso, just as or exactly as, adds stronger emphasis. Now suppose the first side has a lower degree. Use nicht so plus adjective plus wie, not as plus adjective plus as. Look at Der Montag ist nicht so stressig wie der Freitag. Monday is not as stressful as Friday. The adjective stays in its basic form, but nicht so,
v, shows that the two degrees are not equal. Now suppose one side clearly has more or less of a quality. Then use the Komparativ plus als, comparative plus than. For example, der Regionalzug ist günstiger als der ICE. The regional train is cheaper than the ICE. Here, günstiger, cheaper, shows a different degree, and als, than, introduces the other side. But sometimes the difference is not about more or less of one quality. Something is simply different. Then use anders als, different from or differently than. Look at der neue Vertrag ist anders als der frühere. The new contract is different from the previous one. Here, we are not saying more expensive, longer, or better. We are simply saying that the two things are different. So, the comparison branch has 5 useful choices. Same degree, so wie, emphasized same degree, genauso wie, lower degree, nicht so wie, different degree, komparativ plus als, and simply different from another side, anders als. Now move to the second branch, Menge und Grad. Here, we are not mainly asking how two sides compare. We are asking whether something crosses a limit or reaches what is needed. If an adjective describes a degree that is excessive, use zu plus Adjektiv, to plus adjective. For example, die Suppe ist zu salzig. The soup is too salty. The amount of salt has crossed the suitable limit. So, zu, to, comes before the adjective. But if the quality reaches the necessary level, use Adjektiv plus genug, adjective plus enough. For example, der Tisch ist lang genug für 6 Personen. The table is long enough for 6 people. Here, the required degree has been reached. Notice the order. With zu, the degree word comes first, zu salzig. With genug, the adjective comes first, lang genug. Now suppose we are not describing an adjective. We are talking about a sufficient amount or number of a noun. Then use genug plus Nomen, enough plus noun. For example, wir haben genug Kaffee für alle. We have enough coffee for everyone. Here, genug comes directly before the noun. So, the second branch has 3 clear shapes. Beyond the suitable limit, zu plus Adjektiv, enough of a quality, Adjektiv plus genug, and enough of a thing or quantity, genug plus Nomen. Now put the whole decision tree together. First, identify the meaning, then choose the structure. Comparison or degree. Equal, different, too much, or enough. One decision tree, and every pattern has its own clear job.
Fantastic progress! Now it is time for Unit 7. In this unit, we will explore modal meaning, how infinitive structures connect ideas and express purpose, how German talks about the future, and how the passive voice puts the focus on the action. Let's begin. You're doing really well. Now, let's look at a small word that can create a very big difference. That word is nicht, not. With modal verbs, adding nicht does not always mean that we simply make the same idea negative. Sometimes the whole message changes. Look at these two structures. Nicht dürfen, not be allowed to, and nicht müssen, not have to. They may look very similar. Both contain nicht, but they do not express the same idea. Let's see that in one situation. Du darfst diese Tür nicht öffnen. You are not allowed to open this door. Here, the message is about prohibition. Opening the door is not allowed. Now, compare it with Du musst diese Tür nicht öffnen. You do not have to open this door. The action is not forbidden. You can open the door, but it is not necessary. So, the difference is not small. In the first sentence, the message is, do not do it. In the second sentence, the message is, you are not required to do it. This is why we should not understand nicht by itself. We also need to look at the modal verb around it. Together, they create the complete meaning. So keep these two ideas separate. Nicht dürfen, prohibition, nicht müssen, no obligation. Similar looking structures, completely different messages.
You're making solid progress. Now let's focus on one clear message. Nicht dürfen. Not be allowed to. We use this structure when an action is not permitted. There is a rule, a restriction, or someone does not give permission. Look at a public place. Sie dürfen hier nicht rauchen. You are not allowed to smoke here. The message is clear. Smoking is not permitted in this place. Now imagine an exam. Du darfst während der Prüfung kein Handy benutzen. You are not allowed to use a mobile phone during the exam. This is not a suggestion, and it is not about what is necessary. Using the phone is against the rule. The same idea appears at work. Mitarbeiter dürfen diesen Raum nicht ohne Ausweis betreten. Employees are not allowed to enter this room without an ID card. Here, permission depends on a condition. Without the ID card, entering the room is not permitted. We can also use the structure with plural subjects. Kinder dürfen im Schwimmbad nicht allein ins tiefe Wasser gehen. Children are not allowed to go into the deep water alone at the swimming pool. The subject changes, but the meaning stays the same. Someone is saying, this action is not allowed. So, when you hear nicht dürfen, think about permission, rules, and restrictions. It does not mean that the action is simply unnecessary. It means the person does not have permission to do it. One structure, one strong message. Not permitted.
Great work so far. Now let's focus on a different kind of message. Nicht müssen. Not have to. We use this structure when something is not required. The action is possible, but there is no obligation to do it. Imagine you normally start work early, but tomorrow the schedule is flexible. Du musst morgen nicht so früh kommen. You do not have to come so early tomorrow. You can still come early, but nobody requires it. Now imagine a workshop. Ihr müsst eure Laptops nicht mitbringen. You do not have to bring your laptops. Bringing them is possible, but it is not required. The same idea can apply to a task. Wir müssen die Präsentation heute nicht fertig machen. We do not have to finish the presentation today. The presentation can be finished today, but today is not the deadline. Here's another everyday situation. Sie müssen das Formular nicht sofort unterschreiben. You do not have to sign the form immediately. The person may sign it now or wait until later. Both options are possible. That's the key idea. With nicht müssen, the action is not forbidden, it simply is not required. So think of choice, flexibility, and no obligation. You may do it, but you do not have to. Allowed, possible, just not required.
Nice work! Now we compare two very similar structures. Nicht dürfen, not be allowed to, and nicht müssen, not have to. The words look close, but the message is completely different. So, before you choose, ask one question. Is the action forbidden, or is it simply not necessary? If it is forbidden, use nicht dürfen. If it is not necessary, use nicht müssen. Let's compare the same action. Du darfst das Fenster nicht öffnen. You are not allowed to open the window. This means do not open it. Opening the window is not permitted. Now compare it with Du musst das Fenster nicht öffnen. You do not have to open the window. Here, opening the window is possible, but it is not required. So, the action is the same, but the message changes completely. Let's try another pair. Ihr dürft den Computer jetzt nicht ausschalten. You are not allowed to turn off the computer now. That means leave it on. It is forbidden to switch it off at this moment. Now compare it with Ihr müsst den Computer jetzt nicht ausschalten. You do not have to turn off the computer now. This does not mean that switching it off is wrong. It only means you are not required to do it now. So, remember the contrast. Nicht dürfen, no permission. Nicht müssen, no obligation. Forbidden or optional. That is the real choice on this page. You're doing a fantastic job. Now, let's look at another natural way to say that something is not necessary. The structure is brauchen nicht zu. Not need to. We use it when there is no need to do something. The basic pattern is brauchen plus nicht plus to plus infinitive. The main idea is very simple. The action is possible, but it is not necessary. Imagine you already have dinner ready. Du brauchst heute nicht zu kochen. You do not need to cook today. There is no need for you to cook. Now, imagine you arrive early at a hotel. Wir brauchen bis 3 Uhr nicht zu warten. We do not need to wait until 3 o'clock. Waiting until then is not necessary. Here's another everyday situation. Ihr braucht für den Museumsbesuch nicht zu reservieren. You do not need to make a reservation for the museum visit. A reservation is simply not needed. And in a service situation, Sie brauchen den Beleg nicht zu behalten. You do not need to keep the receipt. Again, there is no requirement to do the action. Brauchen nicht zu. No need to. Excellent progress. Now we focus on the form, not just the meaning. Our structure is brauchen zu. Need to. In this lesson, we use it with nicht to say that something is not necessary. First, one important point. Brauchen is a regular verb. Regelmäßiges Verb. Regular verb. So the forms are easy. Ich brauche, I need. Du brauchst, you need. Sie, es braucht. He, she, it needs. Wir brauchen,
we need, ihr braucht, you need, and sie brauchen, they need, you need. So you do not need a special modal table here. Now look at the structure. Conjugated brauchen plus nicht plus middle information plus zu plus infinitive. That means first the correct form of brauchen, then nicht, then any extra information, and at the end, zu plus infinitive. Look at one full example. Du brauchst morgen nicht zu kommen. You do not need to come tomorrow. Here, brauchst is the conjugated verb. Morgen is middle information, and zu kommen stands at the end. That is the pattern we want. Now, an important alert. In Hochdeutsch, Standard German, the form is brauchen zu. This is the form we use in the course, in writing, and in exams. Sometimes, in everyday speech, you may hear du brauchst nicht kommen. You do not need to come. So yes, you may hear the version without zu. But for us, the clear standard model is still brauchen zu. So remember the two key ideas: easy regular verb and standard pattern, brauchen plus nicht plus extra information plus zu plus infinitive. That gives you a clean and correct structure.
Excellent work! Now let's compare two ways to express almost the same idea. Nicht müssen, not have to, and brauchen nicht zu, not need to. Both structures can tell us that an action is not necessary, but they present the idea from slightly different angles. With nicht müssen, the focus is on obligation. There is no requirement to do something. Look at this example. Du musst die Tickets nicht ausdrucken. You do not have to print the tickets. Printing them is not required. Now express the same practical idea with the other structure. Du brauchst die Tickets nicht auszudrucken. You do not need to print the tickets. Here, the focus feels more like there is no need to do it. The final message is very close. The tickets do not need to be printed. Let's compare another situation. Sie müssen den Termin nicht bestätigen. You do not have to confirm the appointment. There is no obligation to confirm it. Now with brauchen nicht zu. Sie brauchen den Termin nicht zu bestätigen. You do not need to confirm the appointment. Again, the practical result is almost the same. Confirmation is unnecessary. So do not create a large difference between these structures. In many situations, both are perfectly suitable for expressing no necessity. The useful distinction is the focus. Nicht müssen, no obligation. Brauchen nicht zu, no need. Different structure, slightly different emphasis, almost the same practical message.
You're making excellent progress. Now let's look at modal meaning without always using a modal verb. German can express the same message in another way. First, dürfen, be allowed to, can often match erlaubt sein, be allowed, or be permitted. For example, im Lesesaal darf man Wasser trinken. You are allowed to drink water in the reading room. We can express the same permission like this. Wasser ist im Lesesaal erlaubt. Water is allowed in the reading room. Different structure, same basic message. Now, look at the negative side. nicht dürfen, not be allowed to, can match verboten sein, be forbidden. For example, im Labor darf man nicht essen. You are not allowed to eat in the laboratory. Or, Essen ist im Labor verboten. Eating is forbidden in the laboratory. Again, the grammar changes, but the message stays very close. The same idea works with necessity. Müssen, have to, can match nötig sein, be necessary. For example, beim Klettern müsst ihr einen Helm tragen. You have to wear a helmet when climbing. Or, beim Klettern ist ein Helm nötig. A helmet is necessary when climbing. And when something is not necessary, nicht müssen, do not have to, can match nicht nötig sein, not be necessary. For example, für den Sprachkurs müsst ihr kein Wörterbuch kaufen. You do not have to buy a dictionary for the language course. The same idea can be expressed as ein Wörterbuch ist für den Sprachkurs nicht nötig. A dictionary is not necessary for the language course. So, the useful pattern is simple. Permission, dürfen, erlaubt sein. Prohibition, nicht dürfen, verboten sein. Necessity, müssen, nötig sein. And no necessity, nicht müssen, nicht nötig sein. Different grammar, same kind of message. German gives you more than one natural way to express the idea.
Fantastic work! Now let's bring the whole system together. The first question is, what do you really mean? If the action is not allowed, choose nicht dürfen, not be allowed to, or verboten sein, be forbidden. For example, hier darf man nicht fotografieren. You are not allowed to take photos here. The message is prohibition. If the action is allowed, choose dürfen, be allowed to, or erlaubt sein, be permitted. For example, auf der Terrasse dürfen Gäste telefonieren. Guests are allowed to make phone calls on the terrace. The message is permission. If something is necessary, choose müssen, have to, or nötig sein, necessary. For example, für die Anmeldung müssen Sie Ihren Pass zeigen. You have to show your passport for the registration. The message is necessity. And if something is not necessary, you have three useful options. Nicht müssen, not have to, brauchen nicht zu, not need to, or nicht nötig sein, not be necessary. For example, ihr müsst für die Führung nichts bezahlen. You do not have to pay anything for the guided tour. If you want the simple modal structure, use nicht müssen. If you want to emphasize there is no need, use brauchen nicht zu. And remember the standard pattern. Brauchen plus nicht plus ... zu plus infinitive. Need plus not plus ... to plus infinitive. In Hochdeutsch, Standard German, we keep zu with this structure. So the choice map is really about meaning, prohibition, permission, necessity, or no necessity. Identify the message first, then choose the structure. One clear meaning, one clear choice. You're doing really well. Now let's look at why German sometimes sounds softer. The idea is called Konjunktiv 2, subjunctive 2. We use it when we want to sound less direct, more polite, or more careful. The basic idea is simple. The message can stay almost the same, but the tone changes. Compare these two requests. Öffnen Sie bitte das Fenster. Please open the window. This is correct, but it is quite direct. Now listen to Könnten Sie bitte das Fenster öffnen? Could you please open the window? The action is the same, but the second request sounds softer. It gives the other person more space. The same thing can happen with advice. Du musst früher schlafen gehen. You have to go to bed earlier. This sounds quite strong. Now compare Du solltest früher schlafen gehen. You should go to bed earlier. The idea is still about improving the situation, but now it sounds more like advice, not an order. That is one important role of Konjunktiv 2. It creates a little distance, and that distance often makes German sound more polite and less direct. So when you hear forms like könnte, could, würde, would, sollte, should, or müsste, would need to, do not think only about grammar. Also listen to the tone. Same situation, softer language, more polite interaction.
Great progress! Now let's focus on one very useful form for polite requests, könnte, could. And in the polite formal form, könnten Sie, could you. We often use this structure when we want to ask someone to do something in a polite way. So here, the idea is not only about ability, it is a social and friendly way to ask. Look at a hotel situation. Könnten Sie mir bitte ein Taxi rufen? Could you please call a taxi for me? This is a request, not a question about general ability. Now look at an informal example. Könntest du mir kurz den Weg zeigen? Could you show me the way for a moment? Here we use könntest du with du, so the request is still polite but more informal. Now another practical example. Könnten Sie die Rechnung bitte per E-Mail schicken? Could you please send the invoice by email? Again, the structure is very clear. Könnten Sie plus Infinitiv. The request begins with könnten Sie, and the main verb comes at the end. The same logic works with the informal form. Könntest du plus Infinitiv. One small detail is also useful. Bitte, please, can make the request sound even more polite, but it does not change the structure. So when you want to ask politely for an action, könnte is one of the best tools. Polite request, clear structure, friendly tone. You're making great progress. Now let's look at another natural way to make a polite request. Würden, would. For polite formal requests, we often use würden Sie, would you. The basic pattern is würden Sie bitte plus infinitive. Would you please infinitive. We use this when we politely ask someone to do an action. Imagine you are at a pharmacy. Würden Sie mir bitte dieses Medikament erklären? Would you please explain this medicine to me? The request begins with würden Sie, and the main verb, erklären, comes at the end. Now imagine you are on a train. Würden Sie bitte das Fenster schließen? Would you please close the window? The structure stays the same, and
Bitte, please, makes the request sound even friendlier. We can also use the informal form. Würdest du? Would you? For example, würdest du mir nach dem Kurs die Notizen schicken? Would you send me the notes after the course? Here, we speak to someone with du, so we use würdest du instead of würden Sie. Both forms make the request sound polite and less direct. And just like other structures of this type, the action verb comes at the end. So keep the pattern clear. Formal, würden Sie bitte plus infinitive. Informal, würdest du plus infinitive. A simple structure, a polite request, and a softer tone.
Beautiful progress! Now, let's look at two very natural ways to ask politely for a thing. The first one is hätte gern, would like. A very useful pattern is ich hätte gern plus Nomen. I would like plus noun. We use it when we politely ask for something. Imagine you are at a ticket counter. Ich hätte gern eine Tageskarte. I would like a day ticket. The sentence is polite, natural, and very common in service situations. Now, German gives us another familiar option. Möchte, would like. For example, ich möchte eine Tageskarte. I would like a day ticket. Here, the practical message is almost the same. You are politely saying what you would like. So, ich hätte gern eine Tageskarte and ich möchte eine Tageskarte are both natural and polite. One does not replace the other. Let's look at another situation. Imagine you are in a restaurant. Wir hätten gern einen Tisch am Fenster. We would like a table by the window. The same request can also be expressed with Wir möchten einen Tisch am Fenster. We would like a table by the window. Again, both versions sound natural and both work well when asking politely for a thing. So keep the mini contrast simple. Hätte gern plus Nomen, would like, and möchte plus Nomen, would like. Two natural structures, one polite purpose, asking for what you would like. Excellent progress! Now let's bring the request forms together. The key question is, what are you asking for? Are you asking someone to do an action, or are you asking for a thing? If you want someone to do something, use könnte, could, or würde, would. These forms are useful for action requests. Look at this example. Könnten Sie mir bitte die Tür aufhalten? Could you please hold the door for me? Here, you are not asking for an object, you are asking for an action. Here is another one. Würdest du bitte das Licht ausmachen? Would you please turn off the light? Again, the request is about an action. Now, look at the other type. If you want a thing, use hätte gern, would like, or möchte, would like. These forms are useful when you ask for a noun. For example, ich hätte gern eine Flasche Wasser. I would like a bottle of water. And also, ich möchte 2 Briefmarken. I would like 2 stamps. Here, you are not asking someone to do something, you are asking for things. So the choice is very simple. Action request, könnte, würde, thing request, hätte gern, möchte. And remember one more point. Hätte gern and möchte
are very close in this lesson. Both are natural, both are polite, and both work well for asking for things. So choose the structure by meaning first, action or thing. That makes the choice easy.
Nice work so far. Now let's look at a very useful form for advice. Sollte. Should. We use sollte when we want to say, this is a good idea, this would help, or this is probably the right thing to do. So the tone here is important. It is advice, not a command. Look at this example. Du solltest mehr Wasser trinken. You should drink more water. This sounds like a recommendation, not an order. Now a formal example. Sie sollten den Vertrag noch einmal lesen. You should read the contract one more time. Again, the speaker is advising, not forcing. We can also use sollte for ourselves. For example, ich sollte heute früher ins Bett gehen. I should go to bed earlier today. Here, I am not giving an order to someone else, I am thinking about what would be a good idea for me. The same is true with wir. For example, wir sollten jetzt losfahren. We should leave now. This sounds like a sensible suggestion or a plan. So, sollte is not only for du or sie, it also works well with ich and wir. That is very common in everyday German. The basic pattern is also simple. Subject plus sollte, and the infinitive comes at the end. So keep the core meaning in mind. Good idea, helpful recommendation, gentle advice. That is the job of sollte.
You're moving along really well. Now let's look at a form that expresses a stronger kind of advice. Müsste, would need to. We use müsste when something feels more necessary than a simple recommendation, but the tone is still softer than saying muss, have to. So think of it like this. Sollte, should, often sounds like this would be a good idea, while müsste often sounds more like this really needs to be done. Look at a self-reflection example. Ich müsste endlich meine E-Mails beantworten. I really should finally answer my emails. Here, I am talking about myself, and I feel that the task is becoming necessary, but I am not giving myself a direct command. Now imagine a service situation. Sie müssten dieses Formular noch ausfüllen. You would still need to fill out this form. The form is necessary, but müssten makes the message sound less direct and more polite. We can also use it when talking about a practical problem. Wir müssten den Termin verschieben. We would need to move the appointment. This suggests that changing the appointment is probably necessary. Now compare the strength. Du solltest deinen Computer aktualisieren. You should update your computer. That sounds like a recommendation. But du müsstest deinen Computer aktualisieren. You would need to update your computer. The update seems necessary to solve the situation. So keep the difference clear. Sollte, good idea, recommendation. Müsste, stronger necessity, but still softened. Not as direct as muss, and stronger than simple advice. That is what makes müsste so useful in polite, everyday German.
You're on the right track. Now, let's make the sentence structure really easy. Instead of learning many separate patterns, we can use 2 golden rules. Golden Rule 1. With könnte, could, würde, would, sollte, should, and müsste, would need to, the basic pattern in a statement is conjunctive to form in position 2 and the infinitive, at the end. Look at this sentence. Ich könnte am Samstag länger bleiben. I could stay longer on Saturday. Here, könnte is in position 2 and bleiben, to stay, comes at the end. The same pattern works with sollte. For example, wir sollten die Adresse vorher speichern. We should save the address beforehand. Again, the conjugated form comes early and speichern, to save, closes the sentence. One more example. Sie müsste für die Reise noch Geld wechseln. She would still need to exchange money for the trip. The middle information can change, but the infinitive still waits at the end. So, golden rule 1 is conjunctive to form in position 2, infinitiv am Ende. Now, golden rule 2. For the polite thing request pattern on this page, we can use hätte gern plus noun or möchte plus noun. For example, ich hätte gern einen Stadtplan. I would like a city map. And ich möchte eine Quittung. I would like a receipt. Here, we are asking for the thing directly, so there is no second infinitive waiting at the end. That gives us 2 clean patterns. Verb-based sentence, conjunctive to form plus infinitive at the end, thing request, hätte gern or möchte plus noun. 2 golden rules, 1 clear system.
You've come a long way. Now let's bring the whole system into one clear map. Start with one question. What do you want to do? If you want to ask someone politely to do an action, you can use könnte, could, or würde, would. For example, könnten Sie bitte einen Moment warten? Could you please wait a moment? Or würden Sie bitte die Musik leiser machen? Would you please turn the music down? So this branch means polite action request. Now imagine you are asking for a thing. Then you can use hätte gern, would like, or möchte, would like. For example, ich hätte gern ein Einzelzimmer. I would like a single room. Or ich möchte eine Kopie. I would like a copy. So this branch means polite thing request. Now move to advice. If you want to give a recommendation, use sollte, should. For example, ihr solltet genügend Zeit einplanen. You should allow enough time. The message is, this would be a good idea. But if the situation feels more necessary while you still want a softer tone, use müsste, would need to. For example, wir müssten zuerst den Fehler prüfen. We would need to check the error first. So the message is stronger than simple advice, but still softened. Now remember the shared structure. With könnte, würde, sollte, müsste, the action verb normally comes as an infinitive at the end. For polite thing requests, hätte gern, möchte plus noun is the simple pattern.
And here is one useful bonus for everyday German. Das wäre super. Or das wäre toll. These are natural, friendly reactions when someone offers a solution, a time, or some help. So the whole map comes down to meaning. Polite action request, polite thing request, recommendation, or stronger, softened necessity. Choose the message first, and the right form becomes much easier.
You're building a really strong foundation. Now, let's look at a very useful way to connect two actions. The structure is called Infinitiv mit zu, infinitive with to. Instead of creating a complete new sentence for the second action, German can often use zu plus Infinitiv, to plus infinitive. Look at this example. Ich versuche, jeden Abend Deutsch zu lernen. I try to study German every evening. There are two actions here. Versuche, try, and zu lernen, to study. But we do not need a second complete clause. The second action is connected directly to the first idea with zu. Now, notice something important. The person doing both actions is the same. I am trying, and I am also the person studying. So, in the type of structure we are learning here, zu plus infinitiv is especially useful when the same subject is connected to both actions. Here is another example. Wir planen, im Juni nach Hamburg zu reisen. We plan to travel to Hamburg in June. Who is planning? Wir. And who will travel? Also wir. One subject, two actions, one clean connection. The second action appears as zu reisen, to travel. So the central idea is simple. Main idea plus a connected second action. Zu plus infinitiv lets German express that connection without building another full sentence. One subject, two actions, one clean connection. You're picking this up really nicely. Now let's look at one common reason German uses zu plus infinitive, to plus infinitive. Some verbs naturally introduce a second action with this structure. Think of these verbs as signals. The first verb gives the main idea, and the second action appears with zu plus infinitive. Let's start with hoffen, to hope. For example, ich hoffe, morgen früher nach Hause zu kommen. I hope to come home earlier tomorrow. The main idea is hoffen, and the action we hope for is zu kommen. Now look at vergessen, to forget. Lena vergisst oft, ihre Schlüssel mitzunehmen. Lena often forgets to take her keys with her. Here, vergessen introduces the second action. Another useful verb is beginnen, to begin. Wir beginnen, die Präsentation zu üben. We are beginning to practice the presentation. And we can also use versprechen, to promise. Verspricht, heute pünktlich zu sein. He promises to be on time today. The situations are different: hope, forgetting, beginning, and promising, but the structure follows the same logic: a conjugated main verb, then a connected second action with zu plus infinitive. So you do not need to memorize a huge list at once. Start by recognizing common trigger verbs and the pattern that follows them. Main verb, connected action. Zu plus infinitive. A small pattern that appears again and again in natural German. You're handling these patterns really smoothly. Now let's see another common place where German uses zu plus infinitive. To plus infinitive. We can use the structure after adjectives and expressions that evaluate an action. A very common pattern is es ist wichtig zu something. It is important to do something. For example, es ist wichtig, regelmäßig Pausen zu machen. It is important to take regular breaks. Here, wichtig, important, gives us the evaluation. And Pausen zu machen, to take breaks, tells us what is important. The same pattern works with es ist schwer zu something. It is difficult to do something. For example, es ist schwer, bei Lärm konzentriert zu arbeiten. It is difficult to work with concentration when there is noise. The adjective schwer, difficult, describes the action that follows. Now look at a positive evaluation. Es ist schön zu something. It is nice to do something. For example, es ist schön, Zeit mit der Familie zu verbringen. It is nice to spend time with the family. And another very practical expression, es ist praktisch zu something. It is practical to do something. Es ist praktisch, Termine online zu buchen. It is practical to book appointments online. So the logic is very clear. First, an adjective or expression tells us how we see the situation. Important, difficult, nice, practical. And then, zu plus infinitive shows the action we are talking about. The evaluation comes first. The action follows. One simple pattern, many useful expressions.
You're doing a great job. Now let's look at another very common place where German uses zu plus infinitiv, to plus infinitive. This time, the pattern often appears with nouns and with very common everyday expressions with haben, have. The three big ones you will hear a lot are Lust haben, zu, to feel like doing something, Zeit haben, zu, to have time to, and Angst haben, zu, to be afraid to. Let's start with Lust haben. For example, ich habe heute Abend Lust, einen Film zu sehen. I feel like watching a film this evening. Here, Lust haben introduces the second action, and that action is einen Film zu sehen. Now look at Zeit haben. Hast du morgen Zeit, mit mir einkaufen zu gehen? Do you have time to go shopping with me tomorrow? Again, the noun idea opens the door, and the action comes with zu plus infinitiv. Now the third very common expression, Angst haben. Viele Kinder haben Angst, allein zu schlafen. Many children are afraid to sleep alone. Here, the feeling is queer, and the infinitive group shows the action connected to that feeling. So these expressions are extremely useful in everyday German. You do not need to think of them as rare grammar. You will hear them in normal conversation all the time. And yes, German can also use other nouns with this pattern. For example, wir haben die Möglichkeit, später online zu bezahlen. We have the possibility to pay online later. But for this page, the most important and most practical group is Lust haben, Zeit haben, and Angst haben. These are the real stars of this pattern. Noun idea first,
connected action after that, zu plus infinitiv. That makes the structure feel much more natural and much easier to recognize. You're doing really nice work. Now let's make the structure very clear. When German uses zu plus infinitiv, to plus infinitive, we often build the sentence like this. Main clause, comma, infinitive group. So the big picture is main idea, comma, then the connected action. Look at this example. Ich habe vor, heute länger im Büro zu bleiben. I plan to stay longer at the office today. Here, ich habe vor is the main clause. Then we write a comma. And after that comes the infinitive group. Heute länger im Büro zu bleiben. So the comma visually separates the main clause from the Infinitivgruppe, infinitive group. Now look at another example. Es ist gesund, jeden Tag genug Wasser zu trinken. It is healthy to drink enough water every day. Again, first comes the main clause, es ist gesund, then the comma, and then the connected action, jeden Tag genug Wasser zu trinken. Here is another one. Paul hat Angst, den Chef direkt zu fragen. Paul is afraid to ask the boss directly. The same structure appears again. Main clause, comma, infinitive group. Now, one more example. Wir haben beschlossen, im Sommer einen Sprachkurs zu machen. We have decided to take a language course in summer. So the pattern stays stable. Main clause, comma, connected action with zu plus infinitiv. And there is one more important idea. In this kind of structure here, the subject is normally the same. Who has the plan in the first sentence? Ich. And who stays longer at the office? Also, ich. Who is afraid in the third sentence? Paul. And who asks the boss? Also, Paul. So this structure works naturally when one subject is connected to both actions. Now keep 2 points in mind. Comma first, and then zu plus infinitiv. Plus same subject. That gives you a clean and correct infinitive clause. You've got the main idea. Now, let's look at one special detail with separable verbs. In German, these are called trennbare Verben, separable verbs. With a normal verb, we often place zu before the infinitive. But with a separable verb, something different happens. Zu goes inside the verb. The pattern is prefix plus zu plus verb. Look at aufstehen, to get up. With zu, it becomes aufzustehen, to get up. So we do not say zu aufstehen, to get up. That is not the standard structure. Instead, we put zu between auf, up, and stehen, to stand. So auf plus zu plus stehen becomes aufzustehen. Now look at a full sentence. Ich versuche, morgen früher aufzustehen. I try to get up earlier tomorrow. The same rule works with einkaufen, to shop. We separate the two parts in our minds, ein plus kaufen, and insert zu between them. So we get einzukaufen, to shop. For example, Mia plant, nach der Arbeit einzukaufen. Mia plans to shop after work.
Now another very common verb, anrufen, to call. With zu, it becomes anzurufen, to call. For example, Tom hat vergessen, seine Großeltern anzurufen. Tom forgot to call his grandparents. So the logic does not change. Find the separable prefix, put zu after that prefix, and attach the rest of the verb. Aufstehen, to get up, to aufzustehen. Einkaufen, to shop, to einzukaufen. Anrufen, to call, to anzurufen. The key point is simple. With separable verbs, zu does not stand in front of the whole verb. It goes inside it. Prefix plus zu plus verb. One small change, one very clear pattern.
You're getting really comfortable with this structure. Now let's look at an important case where German does not use zu. The key group is Modalverben, modal verbs. With modal verbs, the second verb stays as a plain infinitive. We do not put zu in front of it. The main modal verbs are können, can, müssen, have to, dürfen, be allowed to, sollen, should or be supposed to, wollen, want to, and mögen, like or may. Now compare two structures. First, a verb that normally takes zu plus infinitive. Ich versuche, die Datei zu öffnen. I try to open the file. Here we need zu öffnen. Now compare that with a modal verb. Ich kann die Datei öffnen. I can open the file. Notice the difference. We say öffnen, not zu öffnen, after kann. The same rule works with other modal verbs. Wir müssen heute länger arbeiten. We have to work longer today, not zu arbeiten. The infinitive arbeiten stands at the end without zu. Another example. Du darfst hier fotografieren. You are allowed to take photos here. Again, bare infinitive, no zu. And with wollen. Meine Eltern wollen im Herbst umziehen. My parents want to move in autumn. The pattern stays the same. Conjugated modal verb, middle information, infinitive at the end, without zu. So keep this contrast clear. Certain trigger verb, zu plus infinitive, modal verb, infinitive without zu. That is the key. When a modal verb controls the second action, leave zu out. Keep up the great work. Now, let's look at another common pattern where German usually does not use zu, to. This happens especially when gehen, to go, is combined with an activity. Think of expressions like schwimmen gehen, to go swimming, spazieren gehen, to go for a walk, essen gehen, to go out to eat, or tanzen gehen, to go dancing. In these everyday patterns, the activity stays as a plain infinitive. There is no zu between the two verbs. Look at a natural example. Wir gehen nach der Arbeit schwimmen. We are going swimming after work. Here, schwimmen is the activity, and it stands without zu. Now imagine a quiet Sunday afternoon. Meine Großeltern gehen jeden Sonntag spazieren. My grandparents go for a walk every Sunday. Again, the activity comes directly with gehen with no zu. And one more everyday situation. Heute Abend gehen wir Italienisch essen. We are going out for Italian food this evening. We do not say zu essen gehen, to go to eat, in this normal activity pattern. And one more example. Lara geht am Freitag mit ihren Freunden tanzen. Lara is going dancing with her friends on Friday. The pattern stays very natural. Activity plus gehen with no zu. But there is one important point. Do not turn this into a rule for every sentence with every movement verb. We are talking about a common everyday pattern where movement and an activity work together as one idea. So when you hear schwimmen gehen, spazieren gehen, essen gehen, or tanzen gehen, remember the pattern. Activity, movement, no, zu. A very common structure for everyday German.
You've built a really useful system. Now let's put the whole idea into one clear decision map. Start with one question. What comes before the second action? If you have a certain verb, you will often use zu plus infinitive, to infinitive. For example, Jana versucht, weniger Zucker zu essen. Jana tries to eat less sugar. The verb introduces a connected second action. Now imagine an adjective or expression. The same pattern can appear. Es ist sinnvoll, wichtige Dokumente zu kopieren. It is sensible to copy important documents. The evaluation comes first, and the action follows with zu plus infinitive. The pattern also appears with nouns and common expressions with haben, to have. For example, ich habe keine Lust, heute lange zu telefonieren. I do not feel like talking on the phone for a long time today. Common signals include Lust haben, to feel like, Zeit haben, to have time, and Angst haben, to be afraid. Now remember the special form with trennbare Verben, separable verbs. Here, zu goes inside the verb. For example, vorbereiten to vorzubereiten, to prepare. So we can say, Lea versucht alles gut vorzubereiten. Lea tries to prepare everything well. Now we move to the no zu side of the map. If the first verb is a modal verb, the second verb normally stays as a plain infinitive. For example, wir können die Aufgabe später erledigen. We can complete the task later. No zu before erledigen. And in the common movement plus activity pattern, we usually leave zu out as well. For example, die Kollegen gehen nach der Arbeit bowlen. The colleagues go bowling after work. So the map looks like this. Certain verb, adjective or expression, noun or common haben expression, usually zu plus infinitive. Separable verb, prefix plus zu plus verb, modal verb, no zu, movement plus activity, usually no zu. And keep one writing detail in mind. In the infinitive groups we have been using, the comma clearly separates the first part from the connected infinitive group. And with a separable verb, remember aufstehen to aufzustehen, to get up, not zu aufstehen. So do not guess where zu belongs. First, identify the structure, then the correct form becomes much easier. One decision map, one clear system.
You're making wonderful progress. Now let's look at how German explains the purpose behind an action. Sometimes we know what someone does, but we also want to know for what purpose. A very useful question is wozu? What for? We can also ask warum? Why? When the answer explains a goal, German often uses one of two structures. Zu, in order to, or damit, so that. Think of the idea like this: action, then goal. For example, Mia spart jeden Monat Geld, nächstes Jahr ein Auto zu kaufen. Mia saves money every month in order to buy a car next year. The first part tells us what Mia does. She saves money. The second part tells us the goal, buying a car. Now look at another situation. Der Lehrer schreibt die Aufgabe an die Tafel, damit alle Schüler sie sehen. The teacher writes the task on the board so that all students can see it. Again, we have an action and a purpose behind that action. So when you see a sentence like this, ask yourself, wozu? What is the goal? The answer may use zu or damit. Both structures help us connect what someone does with what they want to achieve. Action, purpose, goal. That is the central idea of this page. You're moving forward beautifully. Now let's focus on the first way to express a purpose, zu, in order to. The key idea is not difficult. We use this structure when the same person is connected to both actions. One person, one goal. Look at this example. Nora fährt mit dem Fahrrad zur Arbeit, Geld zu sparen. Nora rides her bicycle to work in order to save money. Who rides the bicycle? Nora. And who wants to save money? Nora again. So we have the same subject for both actions. That is exactly the situation where zu works naturally. Now look at another example. Wir nehmen den Zug, entspannt anzukommen. We take the train in order to arrive relaxed. Who takes the train? Wir, we. And who arrives relaxed? Also wir. Same subject. Two connected actions, one clear purpose. Here is another everyday situation. Sarah nimmt einen Regenschirm mit, nicht nass zu werden. Sarah takes an umbrella with her in order not to get wet. Sarah does the first action, and Sarah is also the person who wants to stay dry. Again, the subject does not change. Now, one more example. Dania macht am Abend sein Handy aus, besser zu schlafen. Daniel turns off his phone in the evening in order to sleep better. Daniel turns off the phone, and Daniel wants to sleep better. So when you think about zu, ask yourself one simple question. Who does the first action, and who does the purpose action? If the answer is the same person, this structure is a natural choice. Same subject, two actions, one goal. That is the central idea behind zu. You're connecting the pieces really well. Now let's focus on how we build zu, in order to. The structure follows a clear pattern. First comes the main clause, then a comma, then zu, in order to. After that, we can add middle information, and the action comes at the end with zu plus infinitive. To plus infinitive. So the full pattern is main clause plus comma plus
zu plus middle information plus infinitive. Look at a full example. Mara geht zur Bibliothek, in Ruhe zu lernen. Mara goes to the library in order to study in peace. The main clause is Mara geht zur Bibliothek. Then we have the comma. After that comes in Ruhe zu lernen, in order to study in peace. Notice something important. We do not repeat Mara inside the purpose part. The subject is already clear, and the same person does both actions. Now, another example. Wir nehmen etwas Bargeld mit, auf dem Markt zu bezahlen. We take some cash with us in order to pay at the market. Again, main clause, comma, middle information, and zu bezahlen, to pay, at the end. Now, one useful reminder with separable verbs. With them, zu goes inside the infinitive. For example, wir fahren früher zum Supermarkt, in Ruhe einzukaufen. We drive to the supermarket earlier in order to shop without rushing. The verb is einkaufen, to shop, and with zu it becomes einzukaufen, to shop. The same idea works with aufstehen, to get up. So you could say, Leo stellt 2 Wecker, morgen früh aufzustehen. Leo sets 2 alarms in order to get up early tomorrow. So keep the sentence shape clear. Main clause, comma, zu, middle information, and the infinitive at the end. And remember, we do not repeat the subject inside zu. One subject, one purpose, one clean structure.
You're building this step by step really well. Now let's look at the second way to express a purpose. Damit, so that. We especially need damit when the person doing the first action is different from the person connected to the goal. So think of 2 subjects. Subject A does something so that subject B can reach the goal. Look at this example. Ich schreibe die Adresse auf, damit du sie nicht vergisst. I write down the address so that you do not forget it. Who writes the address down? Ich, I. But who should not forget it? Du, you. 2 different people. So, damit works naturally here. Now imagine a family situation. Die Mutter macht das Licht an, damit die Kinder besser sehen. The mother turns the light on so that the children can see better. Who turns the light on? The mother. Who needs to see better? The children. Again, the subject changes. Here is another everyday example. Ben öffnet die Tür, damit seine Kollegin die Kisten hineintragen kann. Ben opens the door so that his colleague can carry the boxes inside. Ben does the first action, but his colleague benefits from it. That is exactly the kind of situation where damit is very useful. And one more example. Wir schicken Anna eine Nachricht, damit sie den neuen Treffpunkt kennt. We send Anna a message so that she knows the new meeting point. The first subject is wir, we. The subject inside the purpose part is sie, she. So, unlike plus zu, in order to, the second subject does not disappear. With damit, we have a complete clause, and the subject of that clause must be visible. So keep the central idea very simple. Subject A,
does the action, subject B has the goal or result. Different subjects, one purpose. Damit connects them. You're keeping the logic really sharp. Now let's focus on the word order in a damit, so that clause. The basic pattern is damit plus subject plus ... plus conjugated verb at the end. Let's start with a simple example. Wir sprechen langsam, damit alle uns verstehen. We speak slowly so that everyone understands us. Look closely at the second part. Damit alle uns verstehen. Here, damit opens the purpose clause. Alle, everyone, is the subject, and the conjugated verb verstehen, understand, comes at the end. That final position is the key. Now look at another simple sentence. Julia stellt die Heizung höher, damit das Zimmer schneller warm wird. Julia turns the heating up so that the room gets warm faster. Inside the damit clause, the conjugated verb wird becomes closes the clause. So even when we add more information, the verb still waits until the end. Now there is one important detail. Sometimes the purpose clause contains a modal verb and another verb. For example, wir erklären die Aufgabe noch einmal, damit alle sie besser verstehen können. We explain the task again so that everyone can understand it better. Now we have two verbs at the end, verstehen, to understand, and können, can. The action verb, verstehen, comes before the conjugated modal, können. So the ending is verstehen können, can understand, not können verstehen, can understand. That is an important verb position alert. With a simple verb, the conjugated verb stands at the end. With a modal, the action verb comes first, and the conjugated modal stands at the very end. One more example. Ich gebe Max meine Nummer, damit mich später anrufen kann. I give Max my number so that he can call me later. At the end, we have anrufen kann call. The action verb, anrufen, comes before the conjugated modal, kann. So keep the structure clear. Damit plus subject plus ... plus verb at the end. And with a modal, action verb first, conjugated modal at the very end. That final verb position keeps the whole damit clause clean and correct. You're getting the fine details really well. Now let's look at an important choice. What happens when the subject is the same in both actions? In that situation, German can often use zu, in order to. But we can sometimes also use damit, so that. The important point is damit is not forbidden when the subject stays the same. But zu is often shorter and more compact. Look at one situation. Ich trinke weniger Kaffee, abends besser zu schlafen. I drink less coffee in order to sleep better in the evening. Who drinks less coffee? Ich. I. And who wants to sleep better? Also, ich. Now we can express the same purpose with damit. Ich trinke weniger Kaffee, damit ich abends besser schlafe. I drink less coffee so that I sleep better in the evening. The basic purpose is the same, but notice the structure. With zu, we do not repeat the subject. With damit, we use a complete clause, and the subject, ich, appears again. Let's compare another situation. Wir buchen früh, gute Plätze zu bekommen. We book early in order to get good seats. The subject is wir, we, for both actions.
Now with damit, wir buchen früh, damit wir gute Plätze bekommen. We book early so that we get good seats. Again, both sentences express the same practical goal, but the first one is more compact. Zu does not need the repeated subject, while damit builds a complete subordinate clause. So do not think same subject means that damit is wrong. Instead, think same subject, zu is often the simpler and more natural choice. Same purpose, two possible structures, one of them usually more compact.
You're getting really sharp with this. Now, let's learn how to change a purpose sentence from damit, so that, into zu, in order to. This works when the subject is the same. Let's start with one sentence. Ich trainiere regelmäßig, damit ich fit bleibe. I train regularly so that I stay fit. Look closely at the two parts. First, ich trainiere regelmäßig. I train regularly. Then, damit ich fit bleibe. So that I stay fit. Now, ask one important question. Who trains? Ich. I. And who stays fit? Ich. I again. So the subject is the same. That means we can shorten the sentence. Step 1. Remove damit. Step 2. Remove the repeated subject, ich. Step 3. Add Step 4. Change the verb into zu plus infinitive. To plus infinitive. So, bleibe becomes fit zu bleiben, to stay fit. Now we get the shorter version. Ich trainiere regelmäßig, fit zu bleiben. I train regularly in order to stay fit. The meaning does not really change, but the sentence becomes more compact. Let's see one more example. Lara spart Geld, damit sie im Sommer reisen kann. Lara saves money so that she can travel in summer. Again, who saves money? Lara. And who travels? Lara again. So we can shorten it. Lara spart Geld, im Sommer zu reisen. Lara saves money in order to travel in summer. So the idea is very simple. Same subject, damit can often become zu. We remove the repeated subject and turn the purpose verb into zu plus infinitive. That is how German makes the sentence shorter and cleaner. Now let's look at one very important warning on this topic. Sometimes a purpose sentence cannot be shortened. We already know zu, in order to, is very useful when the subject is the same. But that does not work in every sentence. If the subjects are different, we must keep damit, so that. Look at this example. Ich öffne das Fenster, damit die Kinder frische Luft bekommen. I open the window so that the children get fresh air. Now ask the key question. Who opens the window? Ich, I. And who gets the fresh air? Die Kinder, the children. So the subjects are different. That is the whole point of this page. Because the subject changes, zu does not work here. We cannot shorten the sentence in the same way. The second subject must stay visible. That is why German uses a full damit. Here is another example. Wir schicken Emma die Notizen, damit sie zu Hause lernen kann. We send Emma the notes so that she can study at home. Who sends the notes? Wir, we. And who studies at home? Sie, she. Again, two different subjects. So again, keep damit. Now compare the rule clearly. Same subject, zu, often works well. Different subjects, damit is the correct choice. So do not ask only, is this a purpose sentence? Also ask, who does the first action and who has the goal? If the answer is two different people, do not change the sentence. Keep damit. That is the safety rule for this page. Different subjects, keep damit, and the sentence stays clear and correct. You've put the whole idea together beautifully. Now let's turn everything on this topic into one clear purpose map. Start with one question. Who does the purpose action? If the person is the same as the subject of the main action, we usually choose zu, in order to. For example, Clara fährt früher los, den Berufsverkehr zu vermeiden. Clara leaves earlier in order to avoid rush hour traffic. Who leaves earlier? Clara. And who wants to avoid the traffic? Clara again. Same subject, so zu is the compact and natural choice. The structure is plus ... plus zu plus infinitive, in order to plus ... plus infinitive. And remember, the subject is not repeated inside the purpose part. Now take the other path. If the person doing the purpose action is different from the subject of the main action, use damit, so that. For example, ich stelle den Wecker lauter, damit mein Bruder ihn hört. I turn the alarm louder so that my brother hears it. Who makes the alarm louder? Ich, I. And who hears it? Mein Bruder, my brother. Different subjects, so we need a complete damit clause. The structure is damit plus subject plus ... plus verb at the end. So that plus subject plus ... plus verb at the end. So the decision is really simple. Same subject, usually zu, different subjects, damit. Now keep one writing detail in mind. Both structures are normally separated from the main clause with a comma. For example, Paul arbeitet konzentriert, früher fertig zu sein. Paul works with concentration in order to finish earlier. And Paul erklärt alles genau, damit seine Kollegin den Ablauf versteht. Paul explains everything carefully so that his colleague understands the process. And here is one useful word order note. The zu part does not always have to come second. It can also stand at the beginning. For example, fit zu bleiben, fährt Nina jeden Morgen mit dem Fahrrad. In order to stay fit, Nina rides her bicycle every morning. The purpose comes first, then the comma, and the main clause follows. The meaning stays the same. So whenever you want to express a purpose, ask first, who does the purpose action? Same subject, zu, different subject, damit. Find the subject, find the goal, and the right structure becomes clear. You're making great progress. Now let's look at how German talks about the future. And there is one important idea from the beginning. German does not always need a special future tense to talk about future events. There are two very useful ways to do it. The first one is Präsens, present tense, with a clear future context. For example, Morgen arbeite ich zu Hause. I am working from home tomorrow. The verb arbeite, work or am working, is in the present tense, but morgen, tomorrow, makes the future meaning completely clear. So the grammar form looks present, while the meaning is future. German also has Futur 1, future 1. Here we use werden plus infinitiv, werden plus infinitive. For example, Ich werde morgen zu Hause arbeiten. I will work from home tomorrow. The situation is very similar, but now the sentence uses a specific future structure. Look at another pair. Am Freitag beginnt unser neuer Kurs. Our new course starts on Friday. The time expression, am Freitag, on Friday, already tells us that the event is in the future. We can also say, unser neuer Kurs wird am Freitag beginnen. Our new course will begin on Friday. Both sentences talk about a future event, so the central message is important. Future meaning does not automatically mean Futur 1. German can often use Präsens when the future is already clear from the context, and it can also use werden plus infinitiv to build a future form. Two structures, one future time. The form can change while the future meaning remains clear. You're starting to hear German more naturally. Now let's focus on the most common way to talk about future plans. German often uses Präsens, present tense, together with a future time expression. The verb stays in the present form, but the time expression makes it clear that we are talking about the future. Common signals include morgen, tomorrow, später, later, nächste Woche, next week, am Wochenende, at the weekend, and nächstes Jahr, next year. Look at a natural example. Nächste Woche besuche ich meine Cousine. I am visiting my cousin next week. The verb besuche, visit or am visiting, is Präsens, but the sentence clearly refers to the future. Why? Because nächste Woche already tells us when the action will happen. Now another everyday situation. Später rufe ich den Kunden zurück. I will call the customer back later. Again, the verb is in the present tense, but später makes the future meaning completely natural. The same happens here. Am Wochenende machen wir einen Ausflug. We are going on a trip at the weekend. Nobody needs a special future form to understand when this happens. The time expression does the job. Here's another example. In 2 Tagen beginnt das Seminar. The seminar starts in 2 days. Beginnt, starts, is Präsens, but the event is clearly future. And this works for more distant plans as well. Nächstes Jahr zieht Lea nach Wien. Leah is moving to Vienna next year. So the distance does not automatically change the grammar. What matters is whether the future time is already clear from the sentence or context. That is why you will hear Präsens again and again when Germans talk about plans, appointments, schedules, and arranged events. So keep this simple formula in mind. Präsens plus future time expression equals future meaning.
The verb can look present, while the message points clearly to the future. Present form, future meaning. The time context makes it clear. You've got the everyday future idea down. Now, let's look at when German chooses Futur eins more deliberately. Remember, German does not use this form for every future event. Many clear plans sound completely natural in Präsens, present tense. So why do we use Futur eins? One important reason is prediction. We are talking about what we think will happen. For example, die Preise werden nächstes Jahr steigen. Prices will rise next year. This is not simply a fixed appointment. It is a prediction about the future. Another common use is expectation. Die Zugfahrt wird ungefähr 3 Stunden dauern. The train journey will take about 3 hours. Here, the speaker is expressing what they expect to happen. We can also use Futur eins when we want to make a future statement sound especially clear or definite. For example, wir werden eine Lösung finden. We will find a solution. This sounds more deliberate than simply mentioning a scheduled plan. And the same form works naturally for promises and commitments. Ich werde mich darum kümmern. I will take care of it. Here, the speaker is not only describing a future event, the sentence sounds like a commitment. Now, another example, ich werde dir die Unterlagen heute Abend schicken. I will send you the documents this evening. The future action is stated clearly and with intention. So keep the contrast natural. Clear everyday plan with a time expression, Präsens, is often enough. But for predictions, expectations, clear future statements, and promises, Futur eins can be very useful. It does not mean future automatically. It helps the speaker present the future with a particular focus or strength. Not every future sentence needs Futur eins, but when you want that stronger future focus, it becomes a very useful choice.
You're making steady progress. Now let's focus on the verb that sits at the heart of Futur eins. Werden, to become, will, as an auxiliary. For this lesson, we need the Präsens forms of werden. The forms are ich werde, I will, du wirst, you will, sie es wird, he she it will, wir werden, we will, ihr werdet, you will, and sie werden. They will, you will. Most of the forms are easy to recognize, but 2 of them deserve special attention. First, du wirst. The form is not du werdest, you will. For du, we use wirst, will. Then we have sie es wird. The form becomes wird, will. So these 2 forms are especially useful to remember. Du wirst and sie es wird. The plural forms are more regular. Wir werden, ihr werdet, and sie werden. So the complete set is clear. Ich werde, du wirst, sie es wird, wir werden, ihr werdet, sie werden. Now, one small but important alert. On this page, we are working only with the present forms of werden. You may see other forms elsewhere, such as wurde, became, was, wurden, became, were, or worden, been or become, as a past participle form. But these are not the forms we are using for Futur eins here.
So keep your focus on this set. Werde, wirst, wird, werden, werdet, werden. And especially remember the two standout forms, wirst and wird. Once these forms feel familiar, the system becomes much easier to handle.
You're putting the pattern together really well. Now let's focus on the basic structure of Futur 1, Future 1. The pattern is very clear. Subject plus conjugated, werden, will, plus middle information plus infinitive at the end. So the sentence has a clear two-part frame. The conjugated form of werden stands early in the sentence, usually in position 2. And the main verb stays in the infinitive at the end. Look at this example. Ich werde morgen länger arbeiten. I will work longer tomorrow. Here, the subject is ich, I. The conjugated verb is werde, will. Then we have the middle information, morgen länger, tomorrow longer, and the main verb, arbeiten, to work, comes at the end. That is the core structure of Futur 1. Now let's look at another subject. Du wirst am Abend kochen. You will cook in the evening. Again, the conjugated form wirst stands early and kochen, to cook, waits until the end. Now with a third-person example. Wird nächstes Jahr nach München ziehen. He will move to Munich next year. The structure does not change. Wird comes in position 2, and ziehen, to move, stands at the end. The same logic works with plural forms. Wir werden später darüber sprechen. We will talk about that later. Again, werden comes early, and sprechen, to talk, closes the sentence. Here is one more. Sie werden die Unterlagen morgen bekommen. You will receive the documents tomorrow. So even when the subject changes or the middle information becomes longer, the structure stays stable. Conjugated werden, early in the sentence, main verb in the infinitive at the end. That is the visual frame you should remember. Werden opens the structure, the infinitive closes it. One clear pattern, one stable structure. And that's how German builds Futur 1. You're getting the structure really clear. Now, let's solve one important question. What does werden, to become, will, as an auxiliary actually mean in a sentence? German uses werden in two different ways on this page. Sometimes it is the main verb. Wird Arzt. He is becoming a doctor. Here, there is no second verb at the end. Wird expresses a change. The person becomes something new. The same idea works with an adjective. Das Wetter wird kalt. The weather is getting cold. Again, there is no second action verb. The sentence describes a change of state. So here, werden means to become or get. Now compare that with Futur 1, Future 1. Wird morgen arbeiten. He will work tomorrow. This time we have another verb, arbeiten, to work, at the end. So wird is not describing a change. It is helping us express the future. The same happens here. Es wird regnen. It will rain. The main action is regnen, to rain, and it appears as an infinitive at the end. So there is a very useful clue. If werden is followed by a noun, an adjective, or a state, it often means become or get. But if werden works with another infinitive at the end, we usually have Futur eins. So compare the two patterns. Werden plus Nomen or adjective, become or get, and werden plus ... infinitive, will plus infinitive. One verb, two jobs. Look at what comes with werden, and the meaning becomes much easier to recognize.
You're seeing the meaning side much more clearly now. Now let's look at one very important use of Futur eins, future one. Until now, we have seen it as a way to talk about the future. But werden plus infinitive can also express a prediction or an assumption. Let's start with a prediction. Es wird später wahrscheinlich regnen. Here, the speaker is talking about the future. The rain has not started yet. It is a prediction about what will happen. Now look at another kind of meaning. Wird wohl zu Hause sein. He is probably at home. This sentence does not mainly talk about the future. It is a guess about the present. Maybe I call him and he does not answer, so I think, wird wohl zu Hause sein. Here, wohl, probably, shows that the speaker is guessing. Another common marker is wahrscheinlich, probably. For example, sie wird wahrscheinlich noch arbeiten. She is probably still working. Again, this is not really a future event. It is an assumption about what is happening now. We can also use sicher, surely, certainly, when the speaker sounds more confident. For example, Tom wird sicher schon im Zug sitzen. Tom is surely already sitting on the train. So these small words help us hear the speaker's attitude. Wohl, softer guess. Wahrscheinlich, clear probability. Sicher, stronger confidence. Now keep the meaning contrast very clear. Future prediction, something will happen later. Present assumption, something is probably true now. The structure can look the same, but the meaning depends on the context. So when you see werden plus infinitive, do not only ask, is this future? Also ask, is the speaker predicting the future or guessing the present? That is what makes this form so useful. One structure, future prediction, and present assumption. You're getting a real feel for natural German. Now let's compare two ways to talk about the same future. Präsens, present tense, and Futur eins, future one. The important point is these are not two competing structures where one is correct and the other is wrong. The choice depends on what you want to emphasize. Let's start with a clear plan. Am Donnerstag fliege ich nach Madrid. I am flying to Madrid on Thursday. The time expression, am Donnerstag, on Thursday, already makes the future clear. So, Präsens sounds completely natural for this planned event. We could also say, am Donnerstag werde ich nach Madrid fliegen. I will fly to Madrid on Thursday. The future meaning is still clear, but Futur eins makes the future more explicit. In normal conversation, when the plan and the time are already clear, German often prefers the simpler Präsens. Now look at a different situation. Die Temperaturen werden am Wochenende wahrscheinlich sinken. Temperatures will probably drop at the weekend. Here, we are not describing a fixed appointment. We are making a prediction.
so Futur eins fits very naturally. The same is true when we express an expectation. Der neue Laden wird viele Besucher anziehen. The new shop will attract many visitors. The speaker is saying what they expect to happen. Now compare the two ideas. Clear plan, appointment, schedule, plus a clear future time expression, presence, often works perfectly well. Prediction, expectation, or deliberate future emphasis, Futur eins, often fits naturally. So do not think future equals Futur eins. Instead, ask, what kind of future message am I expressing? A clear arranged plan? Presence often works perfectly. Prediction, expectation, Futur eins, often fits naturally. Same future time, different focus, choose the form that matches the message.
You've brought the whole topic together really well. Now, let's turn everything in this lesson into one clear choice map. Start with one question. What do you want to express? If you are talking about a clear future plan and the time is already obvious, German will often use Präsens, present tense. For example, nächsten Monat ziehe ich nach Bonn. I am moving to Bonn next month. This is a future plan, but the sentence uses Präsens because the time marker, nächsten Monat, next month, already makes the future clear. So this path is clear plan plus time marker, usually Präsens. Now take the second path. If you want to express a prediction, an expectation, or a stronger future statement, German often uses Futur eins, future one, with werden plus infinitive, werden plus infinitive. For example, die Firma wird bald wachsen. The company will grow soon. This sounds like a prediction or expectation. Here we use wird and the infinitive wachsen, to grow, at the end. Now take the third path. Sometimes the speaker is not mainly talking about a future event, but about an assumption or a guess about a situation, even now. Then German can also use werden plus infinitive, often together with words like wohl, probably, or wahrscheinlich, probably. For example, wird wohl im Büro sein. He is probably in the office. This is not really a future plan, it is a guess about the present. Here is another one. Sie wird wahrscheinlich gerade essen. She is probably eating right now. So this branch means assumption or likely situation, often with wohl or wahrscheinlich. Now let's add one important reminder about the structure of Futur eins. The pattern is subject plus conjugated werden in position 2 and the infinitive at the end. For example, wir werden das Problem morgen lösen. We will solve the problem tomorrow. So werden stands early and lösen, to solve, stands at the end. Now one more very important contrast. Sometimes werden is the main verb, and sometimes it is a future auxiliary. If you see werden plus adjective or noun, it often means become. For example, Leon wird müde. Leon is getting tired. And meine Schwester wird Ingenieurin. My sister is becoming an engineer. But if you see werden plus ... plus infinitive, it is usually Futur eins. For example, Leon wird später schlafen. Leon will sleep later. So werden, don't look only at the word werden,
but look at what comes after it. Now, one final alert for this page. In this lesson, we use the present forms of werden. These are werde, willst, wilt, werden, and werdet. Do not confuse them here with wurde, wurden, or worden. Those are not the forms we are using for this lesson. So the map is very simple. Clear future plan plus time marker, usually presence. Prediction, expectation, or stronger future statement, Futur 1. Assumption or likely situation, also often werden plus infinitive, often with wohl or wahrscheinlich. And whenever you choose Futur 1, remember the frame. Werden in position 2, infinitive at the end. One lesson, one system, and now the future choice is much easier.
You're building a really useful German toolkit. Now, let's meet one very flexible verb. Lassen, to let or leave something done. The interesting thing about lassen is that its meaning changes with the situation. For this lesson, there are 3 very practical uses to recognize. The first idea is let or allow someone to do something. For example, ich lasse ihn gehen. I let him go. Here, another person does the action, and I allow it to happen. The second idea is leave something somewhere or leave it in a certain state. For example, ich lasse die Tasche hier. I leave the bag here. This time, there is no second action to focus on. The idea is simply that the bag stays there. And now, the third meaning. Have something done by someone else. For example, ich lasse mein Auto reparieren. I have my car repaired. Here, the important point is, I want the repair done, but I am not repairing the car myself. Someone else does the actual work. So, one verb can communicate 3 different ideas. Allow an action, leave something as it is or where it is, or arrange for someone else to do something. The sentence around lassen shows us which meaning is intended. One verb, 3 practical meanings, and context makes the difference. Now let's make the forms of lassen, to let, leave, easy to recognize. For this lesson, we are using lassen in the Präsens, present tense. Let's look at the complete set. Ich lasse, I let, leave. Du lässt, you let, leave. Sie, es, lässt. He, she, it, lets, leaves. Wir lassen, we let, leave. Ihr lasst, you all let, leave. And sie lassen, they let, leave, or you formally let or leave. Now notice the 2 forms that deserve extra attention. Du lässt and sie, es, lässt. Here, the vowel a changes to ä. So we do not say du lasst, you let. We say du lässt. And with sie, es, he, she, it, we also use lässt, lets, leaves. The other forms are easier to recognize. Ich lasse, wir lassen, ihr lasst, and sie lassen. One small detail is worth noticing. Ihr lasst has no umlaut. So compare du lässt, but ihr lasst. That difference is easy to miss when you first see it. So keep the complete pattern together. Ich lasse, du lässt, sie, es,
lässt, wir lassen, ihr lasst, sie lassen. And give extra attention to lässt with du and sie es. Once those two forms stand out clearly, the whole conjugation becomes much easier to remember.
Now let's build the basic pattern with lassen plus infinitive. Lassen plus infinitive. The structure is very clear. Subject, conjugated, lassen, then the person or object, and the main verb in the infinitive at the end. Look at this example. Ich lasse ihn warten. I make him wait. Here, ich is the subject. Lasse is the conjugated form. Ihn, him, is the person in the middle. And warten, to wait, stands at the end. So the pattern is subject, lassen, person or object, infinitive. That is the basic frame. Now look at another example. Wir lassen die Kinder draußen spielen. We let the children play outside. Again, lassen comes early in the sentence, and spielen, to play, closes the sentence. The middle part can be a person, like ihn, him, or an object or another noun phrase, like die Kinder, the children. Now, one very important alert. After lassen, we use a bare infinitive. There is no zu here, so we say ich lasse ihn warten, not ich lasse ihn zu warten. That is not the correct pattern. The same rule works in every case. Sie lässt mich zuerst ausreden. She lets me finish speaking first. Here again, lässt comes early. Mich, me, stands in the middle, and ausreden, to finish speaking, comes at the end. So keep two key points in mind. First, the conjugated form of lassen stands early, usually in position 2. Second, the main verb stays as an infinitive at the end, without zu. So the whole idea is simple. Lassen opens the structure, the infinitive closes it. One clean pattern. And that is how German builds lassen plus infinitive. You're understanding the verb really well now. Now let's look at two closely related meanings of lassen, to let or to leave. In both cases, the basic feeling is, I do not stop it, or I do not change it. I let it happen, or I leave it as it is. Let's start with letting someone do something. Ich lasse ihn gehen. I let him go. Here, someone else does the action. Ihn, him, is the person who goes, and I allow that action to happen. Now another example. Die Eltern lassen die Kinder draußen spielen. The parents let the children play outside. Again, the children do the action, spielen, to play, and the parents allow it. So in this use, lassen means to let someone do something. Now let's move to the second meaning, leaving something in a place or in a certain state. Ich lasse die Tasche hier. I leave the bag here. This time, the focus is not on another person's action. The idea is simply, the bag stays here. I do not take it with me. Now look at a state example. Lass die Tür offen. Leave the door open. Here, the meaning is not open the door. The meaning is do not change the situation. The door stays open. So these two meanings are close to each other, letting someone act or leaving something in a place or how it is. In both cases, lassen often carries the same core idea: I allow it, I do not stop it, or I leave it as it is. That is the key feeling behind this page.
Now let's look at one of the most useful meanings of lassen: to have something done. The key idea is simple. Sometimes I want something to happen, but I do not do the actual work myself. Compare these two situations. Ich putze die Fenster selbst. I clean the windows myself. Here, I am the person doing the work. Now compare. Ich lasse die Fenster putzen. I have the windows cleaned. The result is similar. The windows become clean, but the person doing the actual work is different. I arrange the service, someone else does it for me. That is the important meaning of lassen plus infinitive: to have something done. Now look at a very common personal service example. Ich lasse mir die Haare schneiden. I have my hair cut. This does not mean that I cut my own hair. Someone else cuts it for me. Notice mir, for me, shows who receives the service, and die Haare, the hair, shows what the action affects. The action itself is schneiden, to cut, and it comes at the end. Here is another everyday example. Nina lässt sich die Nägel machen. Nina has her nails done. Again, Nina receives the service, but another person does the actual work. And we can use the same idea with practical services. Wir lassen unsere Küche neu streichen. We are having our kitchen repainted. We want the kitchen painted, but we are not necessarily doing the painting ourselves. So keep the contrast clear. I do it myself versus I have it done for me. With this use of lassen, the focus is on getting the job done, not on doing the job yourself. That is the key shift. I do it myself, or I have it done for me.
Now let's look at an important shift in perspective. Sometimes German tells us clearly who actually does the work. For example, eine Technikerin installiert die neue Software. A technician installs the new software. Here, the person doing the action is clearly named. Eine Technikerin, a technician. She performs the installation herself. But now compare. Wir lassen die neue Software installieren. We have the new software installed. The situation is different. Wir, we, arrange for the work to be done. But who actually installs the software? The sentence does not tell us. Maybe it is a technician, maybe an IT company. The exact person is simply not important here. What matters is the action. The software gets installed. That is the key change in focus. Now look at another service situation. Ein Schlüsseldienst wechselt das Schloss aus. A locksmith replaces the lock. Here, the person doing the work is named. But we can also say, ich lasse das Schloss austauschen. I have the lock replaced. Now the important message is not who replaces it. The important message is, I arrange for the replacement to happen. The real doer may be known, or they may be completely unimportant to the conversation. So, with this use of lassen, the focus often moves away from who does the work and toward what gets done. That is the central idea of this page. Sometimes the person behind the action matters, and sometimes the action itself is what we really want to communicate.
You've now seen the main jobs of lassen, to let, leave, or have something done. So let's bring the whole system into one clear choice map. Start with one question. What do you mean? If you want to allow someone to do an action, use lassen plus Person plus infinitive. For example, die Lehrerin lässt die Schüler früher nach Hause gehen. The teacher lets the students go home earlier. Here, the students do the action and the teacher allows it. So this branch means someone else does something and I let that action happen. Now take the second path. Maybe you are not allowing an action. You simply leave something in a place or in a certain state. Then we can use lassen plus Objekt plus Ort or Zustand. Object plus place or state. For example, wir lassen das Licht an. We leave the light on. Nothing needs to perform a second action. The light simply stays in that state. Another natural example is, lass deinen Mantel im Flur. Leave your coat in the hallway. Here, the object stays in a particular place. So this branch means leave it there or leave it as it is. Now take the third path. You want something done, but you are not doing the actual work yourself. Then we use lassen plus Objekt plus infinitive. Object plus infinitive. For example, Paul lässt seine Jacke reinigen. Paul has his jacket cleaned. Paul arranges the service, but someone else does the cleaning. And with a personal service, German can naturally use a form like Ich lasse mir eine neue Brille anpassen. I have a new pair glasses fitted for me. Here, mir, for me, shows who receives the service, while someone else does the actual work. So the three paths are now clear. Allow someone to act, lassen plus Person plus infinitive, leave something somewhere or in a state, lassen plus Objekt plus Ort or Zustand, have a service done, lassen plus Objekt plus infinitive, or a natural personal service form with mir or sich for oneself. Now keep one final structure reminder in mind. When lassen works with another action verb, the conjugated form of lassen comes early in the sentence, and the infinitive goes to the end. For example, Elena lässt ihren Laptop überprüfen. Elena has her laptop checked. And most importantly, after lassen, we do not add zu. So we say, Elena lässt ihren Laptop überprüfen, not Elena lässt ihren Laptop zu überprüfen. That second form is not correct. So whenever you meet lassen, ask yourself, am I allowing someone to act? Am I leaving something somewhere or as it is? Or am I arranging for someone else to do the work? Find the meaning first, then the structure becomes much easier. Let, leave, or have something done. 3 useful meanings, 1 very practical verb. You've reached a really important idea in German grammar. Now let's look at passive, passive voice. The main idea is not difficult.
It is all about what we want to focus on. First, look at a normal aktiv, active voice sentence. Der Koch bereitet das Essen zu. The cook prepares the food. Here, the sentence begins with the person doing the action, der Koch, the cook. So the natural question is, who does it? The cook. Now compare, das Essen wird zubereitet. The food is being prepared. Now, the situation can be the same, but the focus has changed. Now, the sentence is not mainly interested in the cook. The important information is what is happening to the food. It is being prepared. That is the central idea behind passiv. We move the focus away from the doer of the action and toward the action itself, or the thing affected by that action. Look at another situation. Eine Mitarbeiterin verpackt die Bestellung. An employee packs the order. Here, the employee is clearly in the foreground, but we can say, die Bestellung wird verpackt. The order is being packed. Now, what matters is the process. The order is getting packed. Who exactly does the packing may be known, or it may simply not matter. So keep this contrast clear. Aktiv, who does it? Passiv, what happens, or what gets done. The event does not need to change, only the focus of the sentence changes, from the doer to the action. That is the key idea of passiv. Now let's see what actually changes when we move from aktiv, active voice, to passiv, passive voice. This time, we are not only changing the focus, we can also see a grammatical change inside the sentence. Look at this example. Der Mechaniker repariert den Wagen. The mechanic repairs the car. This is aktiv. The person doing the action is der Mechaniker, the mechanic, and the thing receiving the action is den Wagen, the car. Here, den Wagen is accusative object. Now let's change the sentence into passiv. Der Wagen wird repariert. The car is being repaired. Notice what happened. The old object, den Wagen, moves into the central position of the new sentence, and it becomes the new subject. That is why den Wagen changes to der Wagen. The noun itself does not change, Wagen, car. But the article does. In the active sentence, den Wagen is accusative. In the passive sentence, der Wagen is now the subject. So visually, the transformation is den Wagen, der Wagen. At the same time, the original subject, der Mechaniker, does not need to appear in the new sentence. The important message is now, the car is being repaired, not who repairs it. So keep the transformation very clear. Aktiv, subject does the action. Accusative object receives the action. Passiv, the old accusative object becomes the new subject. Let's see the two sentences side by side. Der Mechaniker repariert den Wagen. The mechanic repairs the car. Der Wagen wird repariert. The car is being repaired. So, when you change this kind of sentence from active to passive, watch the object. It does not simply move forward, its grammatical role changes too. Den Wagen becomes der Wagen. Old object, new subject, same event, different sentence focus. Now let's build the main structure. Passive Präsens, present passive. The basic pattern is subject plus conjugated, werden, to become, auxiliary werden, plus middle information, plus Partizip 2, past participle, at the end. So the sentence has a clear frame. The conjugated form of werden comes early, usually in position 2, and the Partizip 2 closes the sentence. Look at this example. Das Paket wird morgen gebracht. The package is being delivered tomorrow. Here, das Paket is the subject. Wird is the conjugated form of werden, and gebracht is the Partizip 2 of bringen, to bring. Notice the position. Wird comes early, while gebracht waits until the end. So the frame is das Paket wird morgen gebracht. Now there is one very important detail. The form of werden must agree with the new subject. With a singular subject, we use wird. Look again. Das Paket wird gebracht. The package is being delivered. But with a plural subject, we use werden. For example, die Pakete werden gebracht. The packages are being delivered. So compare them directly. Das Paket wird gebracht, singular. Die Pakete werden gebracht, plural. The action, gebracht, does not change. What changes is the conjugated form of werden, because the subject has changed. Here is another pair. Der Computer wird gerade aktualisiert. The computer is being updated right now. Die Computer werden gerade aktualisiert. The computers are being updated right now. Again, singular subject, wird, plural subject, werden. And the Partizip 2, aktualisiert, stays at the end. So keep two things clear. First, Passive Präsens uses werden plus Partizip 2, werden plus past participle. Second, the conjugated werden agrees with the subject. Singular, wird, plural, werden. And the Partizip 2 closes the sentence. That is the core structure. Werden, early, Partizip 2, at the end. One stable structure for Passive Präsens.
You're seeing how useful the passive can be. Now let's look at when German actually uses passive voice. The passive is especially useful when the action matters more than the person doing the action. There are three very common situations. First, the person doing the action is unknown. For example, die Straße wird gerade repariert. The road is being repaired right now. We know what is happening, but we do not know exactly who is doing the work. And that information is not necessary for the message. The important point is, the road is being repaired. Now the second situation. The person doing the action may be known, but is simply not important. For example, die Rechnung wird per E-Mail geschickt. The invoice is sent by email. Someone sends it, but the sentence is interested in the process, how the invoice is sent, not in the individual person who sends it. Here is another everyday example. Die Zimmer werden jeden Morgen gereinigt. The rooms are cleaned every morning.
Maybe hotel staff do the cleaning, but naming them does not add important information. The routine itself is what matters. And there's a third common situation. Sometimes the person doing the action is already obvious from the context. For example, die Tickets werden am Eingang kontrolliert. The tickets are checked at the entrance. In this situation, we usually understand that staff members check the tickets. We do not need to name them. The action is enough. That is why you will often meet passive in situations involving services, processes, instructions, notices, and workplace routines. The speaker often wants to communicate what happens, what is being done, how does the process work. The exact person behind the action may be unknown, unimportant, or already clear. So when the action is the useful information, passive is often a very natural choice. Less focus on who does it, more focus on what gets done.
You're understanding the passive really well. Now let's look at one useful detail inside passive, passive voice. Sometimes German adds the real doer of the action, and sometimes it does not. That doer is optional. To add it, German often uses von plus dative, by dative. This answers a simple question: by whom? Let's start with a basic sentence. Der Wagen wird repariert. The car is being repaired. This sentence is already complete. We know what is happening. The car is being repaired. But we do not say who does the work. Now let's add the doer. Der Wagen wird von dem Mechaniker repariert. The car is being repaired by the mechanic. Now, the sentence still stays in passive, but we get extra information. Who repairs the car? Von dem Mechaniker, by the mechanic. So, von plus dative adds the real doer. Here's another example. Der Wagen wird von einer Werkstatt repariert. The car is being repaired by a workshop. Again, the sentence is still passive. The focus is still on der Wagen, the car, and on the repair process. But now we also know who carries out the action. So, keep the central idea clear. Without the doer, der Wagen wird repariert. With the doer, der Wagen wird von dem Mechaniker repariert. Both sentences are correct. Both sentences are passive. The difference is the second one gives extra information about the person or place behind the action. So, von plus dative is not required. It is optional. Use it when the answer to by whom matters. Leave it out when the action itself is enough. That is the key idea of this page. Passive can stand alone, and von plus dative can simply add the doer when you need it.
You're making the distinction really clear. Now let's compare. Aktiv, active voice, and passiv, passive voice, in the same situation. The event itself does not need to change. What changes is the focus. Let's start with Die Ärztin untersucht den Patienten. The doctor examines the patient. This is aktiv. The sentence puts die Ärztin, the doctor, in the foreground. She is the person performing the action. So the natural question is, who does it? The answer is clear, the doctor. Now, look at the same event from another perspective. Der Patient wird untersucht. The patient is being examined. The examination is still happening, but now the sentence does not focus on the doctor. Instead, the focus is on der Patient, the patient, and what is happening to him. So the difference is not one sentence is correct and the other is wrong. Both can describe the same situation. They simply present different information as important. Now look at another example. Der Hausmeister öffnet das Gebäude 7 Uhr. The caretaker opens the building at 7 o'clock. Here, the sentence highlights der Hausmeister, the caretaker. He performs the action. That makes aktiv a natural choice. But we can also say, das Gebäude wird 7 Uhr geöffnet. The building is opened at 7 o'clock. Now the useful information is the event itself. The building opens at 7. Who actually opens it is not the focus. So when choosing between the two forms, ask yourself, what matters in my message? If the person doing the action is important, choose aktiv. If the action or the thing affected is more important, choose passiv. So keep the contrasts simple. Aktiv, who does it? Passiv, what happens, what gets done. Same event, different focus. Choose the form that puts the right information in the foreground.
You've reached the final map of this unit. Now let's put 3 important structures side by side. They can look similar because 2 of them use werden, to become, auxiliary werden, and 2 of them end with a second verb. But they express very different ideas. So start with one question. What do you want to express? First, are you talking about the future or making a prediction? Then we can use werden plus Infinitiv. Werden plus infinitive. For example, der Techniker wird morgen kommen. The technician will come tomorrow. Here, wird is the conjugated form of werden, and kommen, to come, is an infinitive at the end. So this branch is future or prediction. Werden plus Infinitiv. Now take the second path. Are you allowing someone to do something or arranging for someone else to do a service for you? Then think of lassen plus Infinitiv. Lassen plus infinitive. For example, ich lasse meinen Laptop reparieren. I have my laptop repaired. I am not saying that I repair the laptop myself. I arrange for someone else to do the work. The verb reparieren, to repair, stays in the infinitive. So this branch is letting or arranging a service. Lassen plus Infinitiv. Now take the third path. Is the focus on an action that is being performed? Then we use werden plus Partizip 2. Werden plus past participle. For example, mein Laptop wird repariert. My laptop is being repaired. Now the important information is the action. The repair is happening. The person doing the work does not need to be mentioned. And notice the final verb form. Repariert, repaired, is not an infinitive. It is Partizip 2, past participle. That gives us the most important visual contrast on this page. Reparieren, to repair, is an infinitive, but repariert, repaired, is a past participle. So compare the 3 structures carefully. Future, werden plus Infinitiv. Service or letting, lassen plus Infinitiv. Passive, werden plus Partizip 2. Now put our 3 examples next to each other. Der Techniker wird morgen kommen. Future. Ich lasse meinen Laptop reparieren. Service. Mein Laptop wird repariert. Passive. The key is not to look only at werden or lassen. Look at the whole structure, and especially the form of the final verb, infinitive or Partizip 2. That tells you a lot about what the sentence means. So keep this final alert in mind. Infinitiv is not the same as Partizip 2. Werden plus Infinitiv, future. Lassen plus Infinitiv, letting or service. Werden plus Partizip 2, passive. 3 structures, 3 different messages, one clear system to keep them apart.
Fantastic progress. Now it is time for Unit 8. In this unit, we will explore different kinds of pronouns, how German shows possession and reference, how small functional words connect people, things, and ideas, and how these structures make everyday German clearer and more natural. Let's begin. Nice work! You're building real confidence now. Let's meet 2 very useful little words in German. Mann, people in general, one, you in general, and es, it. They may both appear without naming a specific person, but they do different jobs. We use Mann when we talk about people in general, or about something people normally do. For example, in Deutschland trinkt man viel Kaffee. In Germany, people drink a lot of coffee. We are not talking about one particular person. The sentence describes what people generally do. So here, Mann represents people in a general way. Now compare that with es. We often use es when the sentence describes an impersonal situation. There is no real person doing an action. For example, es ist heute kalt. It is cold today. Here, the sentence simply describes the situation. There is no person behind es. So keep the basic contrast clear. Mann, people in general, or what people normally do, and es, an impersonal situation without a real person as the subject. 2 small words, 2 different purposes, and one simple question helps separate them. Are we talking about people in general, or simply describing a situation? Great job! You're getting more natural with German, step by step. Now let's focus on Mann, people in general, one, you in general. We use Mann when we do not mean one particular person. Instead, we mean people in general, or what people normally do. This makes Mann very useful for general statements, habits, rules, and everyday instructions. Let's start with a rule. Hier darf man nicht rauchen. You are not allowed to smoke here. The sentence is not talking to one specific person. The rule applies to people in general. So in this context, Mann can sound naturally like general you. Now look at an everyday habit. In dieser Stadt fährt man oft mit dem Fahrrad. In this city, people often travel by bicycle. Again, we are not describing one particular person. We are describing something that people commonly do in that city. So here, Mann is naturally understood as people. And we can also use it when asking how something is normally done. For example, wie macht man das?
how do you do that? This does not necessarily mean, how do you personally do it? The question is more general. What is the normal way to do this? That is why the English meaning of man can change slightly with the context. Sometimes it sounds like people, sometimes you, and sometimes one. But the German idea stays the same. No specific person is meant. So compare the three uses. A general rule, hier darf man nicht rauchen. A common habit, in dieser Stadt fährt man oft mit dem Fahrrad. A general question, wie macht man das? Different situations, but one core meaning. Man keeps the person general. It lets us talk about what people do, what people are allowed to do, and how things are normally done, without pointing to one particular person. That is the simple idea to keep in mind. Man means people in general. The exact English wording depends on the situation.
Excellent work! You're handling these patterns really well. Now let's look at one important rule with man, people in general, one, you in general. Although man can refer to many people in a general sense, grammatically it always behaves like sie, es, he, she, it. That means the verb is always in third person singular. So we say man ist, one is, people are. Man hat, one has, people have. Man kann, one can, people can. And man muss, one must, people have to. And man arbeitet, one works, people work. The important point is, the meaning may be general, but the verb form is always singular. Look at this sentence. Man arbeitet viel. People work a lot. Here, arbeitet is the third person singular form of arbeiten, to work. So this sentence is correct, but this is not. Man arbeiten viel. People work a lot. The meaning may sound clear, but the verb form is wrong. After man, we cannot use the plural or infinitive form arbeiten. We need arbeitet. Now compare a few common forms. Man ist hier sehr freundlich. People are very friendly here. Man hat im Sommer mehr Freizeit. People have more free time in summer. Man kann hier kostenlos parken. You can park here for free. Man muss die Tür geschlossen halten. You have to keep the door closed. Different verbs, same grammar rule. Man always takes third person singular. So keep this contrast firmly in mind. The meaning can refer to people in general, but the grammar stays singular. Man arbeitet, not man arbeiten. One general subject, one consistent verb form.
Beautiful progress. You're understanding these small grammar words really well. Now let's look at another very common use of es, it. This time, es does not point to a specific thing. Instead, it often appears as an impersonal subject in very common everyday expressions. Let's begin with the weather. Es regnet. It is raining. Here, we do not mean a real thing called it. The sentence simply describes the weather situation. Here is another one. Es ist windig. It is windy. Again, es does not refer to a person or an object. It is just part of the structure. Now let's move to time expressions. Es ist 7:30. It is 7:30. This is also a very common pattern. We use es to give the time. And German also uses it for general situations. For example, es ist ruhig hier. It is quiet here. The sentence describes the atmosphere in this place, not a person, not a thing, just the situation. Here is another example. Es ist schon spät. It is already late. Again, the sentence gives a general situation. Now let's connect this to real everyday German. There are also fixed expressions with S that you hear all the time. For example, es tut mir leid. I'm sorry. This is a very common everyday expression. And here is another important one. Wie geht es dir? How are you? In this expression too, es is part of the normal structure. So now we can group these common uses together. Weather. Es regnet. Es ist windig. Time. Es ist 7:30. General situations. Es ist ruhig hier. Es ist schon spät. Everyday expressions. Es tut mir leid. Wie geht es dir? So the key idea is very simple. Sometimes es is not talking about a specific thing at all. It is just a very common grammatical subject in natural, everyday German. That is why you will see es again and again, especially with weather, time, general situations, and fixed expressions people use every day.
You are doing a great job. These patterns get clearer and clearer. Now, let's look at a very common structure in German. Es gibt. There is, there are. We use es gibt when we want to say that something exists or that something is available. This is one fixed pattern. Es gibt plus Akkusativ. That means the noun after es gibt comes in Akkusativ. Let's start with a singular example. Es gibt hier einen Supermarkt. There is a supermarket here. This sentence tells us that a supermarket exists in this place. Now notice the important form. If the noun is just the basic idea, we say ein Supermarkt, a supermarket. But after es gibt, it becomes einen Supermarkt. So this is our case alert. Ein Supermarkt becomes einen Supermarkt. The noun stays the same, but the article changes. Now let's look at a plural example. Es gibt viele Cafés in der Nähe. There are many cafes nearby. Here again, the sentence tells us that something exists in that area. This time, we have a plural noun. Viele Cafés, many cafes. So now compare the two meanings clearly. Es gibt hier einen Supermarkt. One supermarket exists here. Es gibt viele Cafés in der Nähe. Many cafes exist nearby. So the big idea is very simple. Es gibt does not mean someone gives something. It is a fixed expression, and its job is to say there is or there are. And the structure stays clear. Es gibt plus Akkusativ. Singular example, einen Supermarkt. Plural example, viele Cafés. So when you see es gibt, think immediately existence, availability, and a noun in Akkusativ. That is the key to reading this structure quickly and correctly.
Fantastic work. Now let's compare two structures that can look similar. Es gibt, there is, there are, and sein, to be. The key difference is what we want to communicate. We use es gibt when we introduce the existence of something. We are saying something is there or something exists in a place. For example, es gibt ein Café neben dem Hotel. There is a café next to the hotel. Here, the café is new information. We are introducing it into the situation. The important message is, a café exists there. So, es gibt answers the idea, what is there? Now look at the same café in a different sentence. Das Café ist neben dem Hotel. The café is next to the hotel. This time, we are not introducing the café. We already know which café we mean. Now we are describing its location. So the important information is where the café is. That gives us the central contrast. Es gibt ein Café neben dem Hotel. Existence. A café is there. But das Café ist neben dem Hotel. Location. We know the café and we say where it is. There is also an important grammar difference. After es gibt, the noun comes in accusative. But with das Café ist, das Café, the café, is the subject of the sentence. So do not choose between these structures only by translating them. Think about the message. Are you introducing something that exists? Use es gibt. Are you describing where a known thing is or what its situation is? Use a form of sein. That is the distinction to keep clear. Es gibt, something exists. Sein, something known is somewhere or is in a certain state. Existence versus description. Once that difference is clear, the choice becomes much more natural.
Brilliant progress. You've built a really clear system. Now let's bring 3 useful patterns together. Man, people in general, one, you in general. Es, it, an impersonal subject. And es gibt, there is, there are. The easiest way to choose correctly is to ask, what kind of message do I want to express? First, are you talking about people in general or giving a rule or instruction that applies generally? Then use man plus third person singular. For example, in der Bibliothek spricht man leise. People speak quietly in the library. No specific person is meant, and the verb spricht, speaks, is in third person singular. So this branch is people in general, general behavior or general instructions equals man. Now take the second path. Are you describing weather, time, a general impersonal situation, or using a fixed everyday expression? Then we often use es. For example, es ist draußen dunkel. It is dark outside. There is no real person doing anything here. The sentence simply describes the situation. So this branch is impersonal situation equals es. Now the third question. Do you want to say that something exists or that something is available? Then use es gibt plus Akkusativ. For example, es gibt einen Park in der Nähe. There is a park nearby. Here we are introducing the park. The message is a park exists there. So this branch is existence. There is or there are equals es gibt. Now look at one final contrast. Es gibt einen Park. There is a park. This introduces the existence of the park. But compare der Park ist ruhig. The park is quiet. Now the park is already known. We are not saying that it exists, we are describing its condition. So keep the whole choice map simple. People in general or a general instruction, man plus third person singular. Weather, time, a general impersonal situation, or fixed expression, es. Something exists or is available, es gibt plus Akkusativ. And remember the final contrast. Es gibt introduces existence, while a form of sein, to be, describes something that is already part of the situation.
3 patterns, 3 different jobs, and 1 clear question. What exactly do you want to say?
Well done. Sometimes we know exactly who or what we are talking about, but very often we want to stay more general. Maybe we do not know the person, maybe the thing is not specific, or maybe the exact amount doesn't matter. German has several very useful words for these situations. The easiest way to organize them is with 3 questions: who, what, and how much or how many. Let's start with people. If there is an unknown person, we can use jemand, someone. For example, jemand wartet vor der Tür. Someone is waiting outside the door. But if there is no person at all, we use niemand, nobody. For example, niemand kennt die Antwort. Nobody knows the answer. So, the first branch is who, jemand and niemand. Now move from people to things. For an unspecified thing, German often uses etwas, something. For example, ich brauche etwas für meine Reise. I need something for my trip. And the opposite is nichts, nothing. For example, im Kühlschrank ist nichts. There is nothing in the fridge. So the second branch is what, etwas and nichts. We can also speak about everything, everyone, or every individual person. For that, you will often meet alles, everything, alle, everyone or all, and jeder, each person. These words help us make broad statements without naming specific people or things. And there is one more important group, quantity. For amounts and numbers, German often uses words like viel, a lot or much, viele, many, wenig, little or not much, weniger, few, ein paar, a few, and genug, enough. These words answer a different question, not who, not what, but how much or how many. So, keep the big map clear. Unknown people, jemand and niemand, unspecified things, etwas and nichts, totality or generalization, alles, alle and jeder, quantity, viel, viele, wenig, weniger, ein paar, and genug. You do not need to treat all these words as one big complicated group. Just ask yourself who, what, or how much or how many. That simple map gives every group its own clear place.
Great progress. Now let's focus on 2 words for people. Jemand, someone, somebody, and niemand, nobody, no one. We use jemand when there is a person, but we do not know exactly who, or the person's identity is not important. For example, jemand hat an der Tür geklingelt. Someone rang the doorbell. We know that a person did it, but we do not know who that person is. Now, compare niemand. This means there is no person. For example, niemand ist heute im Büro. Nobody is in the office today. So the basic contrast is clear. Jemand, one unspecified person, and niemand, no person. But there is one important detail. These words can change their endings depending on their role in the sentence. As a subject, we normally see jemand and niemand. But in accusative, the standard forms are jemanden, someone, and niemanden, nobody. For example, Ich sehe jemanden vor dem Haus. I see someone in front of the house. And with the negative form, ich sehe niemanden im Garten. I see nobody in the garden. Now look at Dativ. The standard forms become jemandem, someone, and niemandem, nobody. For example, ich spreche mit jemandem aus der Verwaltung. I'm speaking with someone from the administration. And ich habe niemandem davon erzählt. I didn't tell anyone about it. So we have a useful little pattern. Subject, jemand and niemand. Akkusativ, jemanden and niemanden. And Dativ, jemandem and niemandem. There's also a useful spoken language tip. In quick, everyday German, you may sometimes hear the forms without the case ending. So a speaker may use jemand or niemand, where careful standard German uses a longer form. But for now, the safest system is to learn the standard forms clearly. Jemanden and niemanden with Akkusativ, and jemandem and niemandem with Dativ. So keep the meaning and the endings separate. Jemand means one unknown or unspecified person. Niemand means no person. And the ending shows how that person fits into the sentence. A small change at the end, but a very useful difference in natural German.
Nice work! Now let's focus on two very useful words for things and ideas. Etwas, something, and nichts, nothing. We use etwas when we mean a thing, an idea, or an activity, but we do not say exactly what it is. For example, möchtest du etwas essen? Would you like something to eat? We are not asking about one specific food. The choice stays open. That is why etwas fits naturally here. Now look at the opposite idea. Nichts means there is no thing at all. For example, ich habe nichts gehört. I heard nothing. The speaker did not hear any sound or information, so nichts takes the place of the thing that is missing. We can also use etwas with a description. For example, gibt es etwas Interessantes? Is there anything interesting? We still do not know exactly what the thing is. We are simply asking whether something interesting exists or is available. Now there's one small contrast worth keeping clear. Nichts, nothing, is a word that refers to the absence of a thing. But nicht, not, is simply used to negate something in a sentence. So do not treat nichts as just another form of nicht. Their jobs are different. The simple question is, are you talking about an unspecified thing? Use etwas. Are you saying there is no thing? Use nichts. So keep the contrast nice and simple. Etwas, something is there or possible. Nichts, no thing is there. Two small words, but extremely common in real everyday German. Excellent work! Now let's compare three useful words for totality and general meaning. Alles, everything. Alle, all or everyone. And jeder, every or each. They all express a broad meaning, but they do not work in the same way. Let's start with alles. We use
alles when we mean everything as a whole, usually things or the whole situation. For example, alles ist bereit. Everything is ready. Here, the sentence talks about everything together. That is why alles takes a singular verb. So we say alles ist, not alle sind. Now compare that with alle. We use alle when we mean all people or all members of a group. For example, alle sind schon da. Everyone is already there. Now the meaning is plural. We're talking about several people together. So alle takes a plural verb. That gives us an important contrast. Alles ist, singular, but alle sind, plural. Now let's look at jeder. This word means every or each, but the idea here is slightly different. We're not looking at the whole group as one plural group, we're looking at the people one by one. For example, jeder Gast bekommt eine Karte. Every guest gets a card. Here, the focus is on each individual guest, one guest, and then the next one, and then the next one. So, jeder expresses an individual idea inside the group, not the group as one whole, not everything in general. So, keep the three meanings clear. Alles, everything, the whole situation or all things together, alle, all people or everyone as a group, and jeder, each person or each individual one. And remember the agreement alert. Alles ist, because alles takes a singular verb, alle sind, because alle takes a plural verb, and with jeder, the meaning is individual, not plural as a group. So if you ask what kind of total meaning you want to express, the choice becomes easier. Everything, alles, everyone as a group, alle, each person individually, jeder. Three similar ideas, but three clearly different jobs.
Well done. Now let's look at 4 very common words for quantity. Viel, much, a lot. Viele, many. Wenig, little, not much. And wenige, few. The important question is, are we talking about something we do not normally count, or about several individual things or people? Let's start with uncountable quantities. For these, we use viel or wenig. For example, wir haben wenig Zeit. We have little time. Here, we are talking about an amount of time, not separate individual units. So, wenig fits naturally. Now compare, trinkt viel Kaffee. He drinks a lot of coffee. Again, coffee is treated here as an amount, so we use viel. That gives us the first simple pattern. How much? Wie viel? How much? Think viel or wenig. Now let's move to things we can count. When we have a plural noun, we use viele or wenige. For example, sie hat viele Fragen. She has many questions. Questions are separate things that we can count. 1 question, 2 questions, 3 questions. So, viele is the right form. Now look at nur wenige Gäste bleiben. Only a few guests are staying. Guests are also individual people that we can count. So, wenige is the right form. That gives us the second pattern. How many? Wie viele? How many? Think viele or wenige. So compare the two sides. uncountable amount, viel or wenig. Plural countable, viele or wenige. And notice the small but important difference. Viel Kaffee, a lot of coffee, but viele Fragen, many questions. Wenig Zeit, little time, but wenige Gäste, few guests. The extra e appears with the plural countable forms. So keep the visual formula simple. How much? Viel or wenig. How many? Viele or wenige. One small ending, but it tells you whether you are talking about an amount or several countable things.
Great job! Now let's look at two very useful everyday quantity expressions. Ein paar, a few, some, and genug, enough. Let's start with ein paar. We use ein paar plus plural noun when we mean a small number, not exactly one, not a large amount, just a few. For example, ich brauche ein paar Tage. I need a few days. Here we are talking about several days, but not many. Now look at another example. Wir kaufen ein paar Tomaten. We are buying a few tomatoes. Again, the idea is some tomatoes, a small number. So, ein paar works naturally with plural nouns. Now let's move to genug. This means enough. We use it when the amount or number is sufficient. First with something we do not normally count. Ich habe genug Geld. I have enough money. Here, the amount of money is sufficient. Now compare that with a plural noun. Es gibt genug Plätze. There are enough seats. This time, we are talking about a countable plural noun, but the idea stays the same. The number is sufficient. So, genug can work with uncountable things, like Geld, money, and also with countable plural nouns, like Plätze, seats. Now there is one important spelling alert. Ein paar, with a small p, means a few, some, but ein Paar, with a capital P, means a pair, a couple. Look at this contrast. Ein Paar Schuhe, a few shoes, but ein Paar Schuhe, a pair of shoes. So the spelling changes the meaning. Small p, a few, some, capital P, a pair. Now keep the two ideas nicely separated. Ein Paar, a small number, genug, a sufficient amount or number. And remember the spelling alert too. Ein Paar Schuhe, a few shoes, is not the same as ein Paar Schuhe, a pair of shoes. Two very common expressions and one small spelling detail that makes a big difference.
Nice work! Now let's bring the whole system into one clear map. The easiest way to choose the right word is to ask, what exactly are we talking about? First, is it an unknown or unspecified person? Then use jemand, someone, somebody. But if there is no person at all, use niemand, nobody, no one. So the people branch is unknown person, jemand. No person, niemand. Now move to things. If we mean an unspecified thing, use etwas, something. If we mean no thing at all, use nichts, nothing. So the things branch is something, etwas, nothing, nichts. Now think about a complete or general meaning. If you mean everything as a whole, use alles, everything. If you mean
all members of a plural group, use alle, everyone. And if you mean each individual person separately, use jeder, each, every. So here the choice is everything, alles, the whole group, alle, each individual, jeder. Now let's move to quantity. If the noun describes an uncountable amount, think of viel, much, a lot, or wenig, little, not much. So the question is how much? Viel, wenig. But with a countable plural noun, use viele, many, or wenige, few. So here the question is how many? Viele, wenige. If you simply mean a small number, use ein paar, a few, some. And if the amount or number is sufficient, use genug, enough. Now let's collect the whole choice map. Unknown person, jemand. No person, niemand. Something, etwas. Nothing, nichts. Everything, alles. Whole plural group, alle. Each individual, jeder. Uncountable amount, viel, wenig. Countable plural, viele, wenige. A few, ein paar, enough, genug. And keep 3 important reminders with this map. First, the forms of jemand can change when the case changes. In Akkusativ, jemanden, someone. In Dativ, jemandem, someone. The same pattern works with the corresponding forms of niemand. Second, remember the agreement contrast. Alles ist. Everything is, but alle sind, everyone are. Alles takes a singular verb, while alle takes a plural verb. And finally, watch the spelling. Ein paar, a few, some, is different from ein Paar, a pair, a couple. Small p, quantity, capital P, a pair. So the complete system comes down to a few simple questions. Who, what, everyone or everything, how much, how many, a few, enough. Once the question is clear, the right German word has a clear place in the map.
Strong start. Now let's look at a useful way to point to someone or something specific. German often uses diese, dieses. This one specifically. We use these forms when we do not mean just any person or anything. We mean one specific person or thing that we are pointing to, choosing, or clearly identifying. The form changes with the noun. Let's start with a masculine noun. Dieser Mann, this man. Here we use diese because Mann is masculine. Now look at a feminine noun. Diese Tasche, this bag. Here the form is diese. Now with a neuter noun. Dieses Handy, this phone. Here we use dieses. And with plural nouns, we use diese Schuhe, these shoes. So the basic nominative map is masculine, dieser Mann, feminine, diese Tasche, neuter, dieses Handy, plural, diese Schuhe. Now, let's put the idea into natural sentences. Dieser Mantel ist teuer. This coat is expensive. We're not talking about coats in general. We mean this particular coat. Now, compare another example.
Diese Jacke gefällt mir. I like this jacket. Again, the speaker is choosing one specific jacket from the situation. That is the core idea. Diese, dieses does more than simply name a noun. It points toward a specific one. So keep the nominative pattern clear. Masculine, diese, Mann. Feminine, diese, Tasche. Neuter, dieses, Handy. Plural, diese, Schuhe. And keep the meaning equally clear. Not just a man, but dieser Mann. Not just a bag, but diese Tasche. Not just a phone, but dieses Handy. Not just shoes, but diese Schuhe. The noun tells you which form to choose, and the demonstrative tells us this one specifically.
Great job! Now, let's see one important thing about diese, dieses. This or this specifically. The form does not depend only on gender. It can also change with the case. Let's make this clear with one masculine noun. Dieser Mann. This man. First, when the man is the subject, we say dieser Mann wartet. This man is waiting. Here, dieser Mann is in nominative. Now imagine that we see him. Ich sehe diesen Mann. I see this man. Now the man is the accusative object, so dieser changes to diesen. Now one more situation. Ich spreche mit diesem Mann. I'm speaking with this man. After mit, with, we use dativ. So the form becomes diesem Mann. That gives us the main visual pattern. Nominativ, dieser Mann. Akkusativ, diesen Mann. Dativ, diesem Mann. So for masculine nouns, the change is easy to see. Dieser turns into diesen, turns into diesem. Same man, different case, different ending.
Excellent. Now, let's look at another useful point with demonstratives. Sometimes we do not repeat the noun again, if the noun is already clear from the situation or from the question. German can use the demonstrative form alone. Let's start with a masculine example. Welchen Pullover möchtest du? Which sweater do you want? Answer: diesen. This one. Here, the noun Pullover, sweater, does not appear again in the answer, but we still understand it. The form diesen shows us which one is meant. Now look at a feminine example. Welche Tasche gehört dir? Which bag is yours? Answer: diese. This one. Again, the noun disappears in the answer, but the demonstrative stays, and its form still matters. It carries the information that helps us understand the missing noun. So the big idea is simple. The noun can disappear, but the demonstrative ending does not disappear. It still shows the gender and sometimes the case. That is why the answer is not always the same form. Look again at the difference. Welchen Pullover möchtest du? Diesen. Here we answer with diesen. But in welche Tasche gehört dir? Diese. So even without the noun itself, the ending still helps.
Now let's add 2 more quick patterns. Welches Buch suchst du? Dieses. Which book are you looking for? This one. Welche Schuhe passen dir? Diese. Which shoes fit you? These. Now the system becomes clearer. Masculine can give us diesen, feminine often gives us diese, neuter can give us dieses, and plural can also give us diese. So remember the key idea. When the noun is already known, German does not always repeat it. The demonstrative can stand alone, and the ending still tells us important information about the word behind it. Well done! Now let's look at a very natural pattern from spoken German. Sometimes people use der, die, and das not just as articles, but as demonstrative pronouns. That means they point more strongly to a specific person or thing. In everyday conversation, this is very common. Let's start with a simple pointing example. Der da, that one there. Here, the speaker is not using der like a normal article. It stands alone and points clearly to one person or one thing. So, in spoken German, der can mean something like that one. Now, look at another example. Die kenne ich. I know her, or I know that one. Here, die also stands alone. The noun is not repeated, but the meaning is still clear from the context. The speaker is referring to a specific woman, or to a specific feminine noun already known in the situation. Now compare that with den kenne ich. I know him, or I know that one. This example is important because now the form changes. We do not say der kenne ich, we say den kenne ich, because the word has a different role in the sentence. So this is the contrast to notice clearly. Der can appear when it is the subject, or when we point to someone directly, but den appears when the masculine form is used as an accusative object. That gives us a useful spoken contrast. Der da, strong pointing. Den kenne ich, masculine object form. And the same spoken idea works with other forms too. Die and das can also stand alone when the noun is clear from the context. So the big idea is simple. In spoken German, der, die, and das can work as demonstrative pronouns. They feel stronger and more direct than a normal article, and they are very common in real conversation. Just keep one detail in mind. The form still matters, so we may get der or den depending on the function in the sentence. Same pointing idea, different form when the role changes.
Nice work! Now let's look at how German asks which one when we choose from a known or visible group. For this we use welcher, welche, welches, which one. The form changes to match the noun. Let's start with a masculine noun. Welcher Bus fährt ins Zentrum? Which bus goes to the city center? There may be several buses, but we want to know which specific bus is the right one. Here, Bus is masculine, and it is the subject, so we use welcher. Now look at a feminine example. Welche Jacke möchtest du? Which jacket would you like? Several jackets may be available, and the question asks for one specific choice. So, with a feminine noun, we use welche. Now with a neuter noun. Welches Hotel
ist günstiger? Which hotel is cheaper? Again, we are choosing between known options. With the neuter noun hotel, the form is welches. So the basic idea is very similar to diese, dieses, this one specifically. The ending follows the noun. But there is also an important case change. Look again at the masculine form. Welcher Bus fährt ins Zentrum? Here, the bus is the subject, so we have welcher Bus. Now compare welchen Bus nimmst du? Which bus are you taking? This time, Bus is the accusative object, so welcher changes to welchen. That gives us a very useful contrast. Nominativ, welcher Bus, Akkusativ, welchen Bus. So visually, welcher changes to welchen. The same kind of logic you already see with dieser changes to diesen, this in the masculine accusative form. So keep the main question clear. Are there several known possibilities, and you want to ask which specific one? Use the welcher family. Masculine, welcher, feminine, welche, neuter, welches. And when the role of the noun changes, the ending may change too. Welcher Bus versus welchen Bus. Same bus, different role, different ending.
Excellent! Now let's look at another very useful question pattern. Was für eine? What kind of? We use this structure when we want to ask about the type, category, or characteristics of something. The important idea is we are not choosing one specific item from a known group. We want to know what kind. Let's start with a masculine noun. Was für einen Film möchtest du sehen? What kind of film do you want to watch? Here we are not asking which particular film from a visible list. We are asking about the type of film, maybe comedy, action, or drama. Notice the form, einen Film, a film, because Film is masculine and appears here in Akkusativ. Now look at a feminine example. Was für eine Musik hörst du gern? What kind of music do you like listening to? The question asks about the type or style of music, so we use eine Musik. Now with a neuter noun. Was für ein Auto fährt er? What kind of car does he drive? Again, we are interested in the type of car, not in choosing one specific car from several visible options. So the singular pattern is was für eine, plus noun, with the form changing to fit the noun and its case. Now there is one very important difference with plural nouns. In plural, eine disappears completely. We simply use was für plus plural noun. For example, was für Bücher liest du? What kind of books do you read? Here, Bücher is plural, so there is no ein and no eine. The correct structure is was für Bücher, not was für eine Bücher. So keep the plural alert clear. Singular, was für eine plus noun. Plural, was für plus plural noun. And remember the meaning behind the structure. If you want to know the type, kind, or category, ask with was für. Simple question. What kind of thing are we talking about?
Great work! Now let's bring the whole demonstrative system into one clear choice map. The best place to start is with one question. What do you want to do? First, do you want to point to one specific noun and say, this one specifically? Then use diese, dieses. This or this one specifically. For example, dieser Mantel ist teuer. This coat is expensive. Here we are pointing to one particular coat, not coats in general. So this branch is specific noun. Dieser, dieses. Now take the second situation. The noun is already known from the question or context, and you do not want to repeat it. Then the demonstrative can stand alone. For example, welchen Pullover möchtest du? Which sweater do you want? Diesen. This one. The noun Pullover, sweater, disappears from the answer, but the ending remains because the form still carries gender and case information. So this branch is known noun. Noun omitted, demonstrative alone. Now look at natural spoken German. Sometimes we point or refer to someone very directly. German often uses forms like der, die, das, den. That one, he, she, it, depending on context. For example, der da, that one there. Or, den kenne ich. I know him, I know that one. These forms feel stronger and more direct than a normal article, and they are very common in conversation. So this branch is spoken pointing or reference. Der, die, das, den. Now we come to an important question pattern. Imagine several options are already known and you want to choose one specific option. Then use welche, welches. Which one. For example, welchen Film möchtest du sehen? Which film do you want to watch? Maybe several films are listed in front of us and we want to know which specific film. So this branch is specific choice. Welche, welches. Now compare that carefully with another question. Maybe we do not want one specific film. Maybe we want to know the type or category. Then use was für ein, was für eine. What kind of? For example, was für einen Film möchtest du sehen? What kind of film do you want to watch? Now the answer could be comedy, action, romance, or thriller. The question is not which exact film, it is what kind of film. And remember the plural pattern. Was für plus plural noun. For example, was für Bücher liest du? What kind of books do you read? In plural, there is no eine, a. So now compare the central contrast. Welchen Film möchtest du sehen? Specific choice. Which film? But was für einen Film möchtest du sehen? Type or category. What kind of film? The noun film is the same, but the question is completely different. So keep the full map clear. Point to a specific noun, dieser, dieses. Replace a noun that is already known, demonstrative alone. Spoken pointing or direct reference, der, die, das, den. Choose one from known options, welche, welches. Ask about type or category, was für ein, was für eine, and in plural, was für plus plural noun. The most important contrast to remember is simple. Specific choice is not the same as type or category.
Which one? Think welcher, welche, welches. What kind? Think was für ein, was für eine. Once you know what you actually want to ask, the right form becomes much easier to choose.
Great job! Now, let's look at a very useful way to avoid repetition in German. Sometimes a noun has already been mentioned, or it is completely clear from the situation. In that case, German does not always need to repeat the noun. Look at this example. Ich brauche einen Stift. Hast du einen? I need a pen. Do you have one? In the first sentence, we clearly name einen Stift, a pen. But in the question, we do not say Hast du einen Stift again. The noun is already known, so we can simply say Hast du einen? Do you have one? Here, einen, one, replaces the noun we already understand. So the information moves through 3 simple steps. First, the noun is introduced, einen Stift. Then, the noun becomes known from the context. And finally, the noun disappears while another form stands in its place. This makes German sound less repetitive and more natural. Let's look at another situation. Ich suche einen Regenschirm. Hast du einen? I'm looking for an umbrella. Do you have one? Again, we name the object the first time, but we do not need to repeat Regenschirm, umbrella, in the question. The listener already knows what we mean, so einen is enough. The important idea is not remove nouns whenever you want. The noun must already be clear from the context. If the listener does not know what you mean, you still need the noun. So keep the core pattern simple. Known noun, noun does not need to be repeated, another form replaces it. And the result is less unnecessary repetition and more natural German. Once the noun is clear, you can often let the context do the rest.
Nice progress. Now let's see what happens when an indefinite noun is already clear and we want to say one without repeating the noun. German can use a form that stands on its own. The basic forms are einer, one, masculine, eine, one, feminine, and eins, one, neuter. The important idea is the noun disappears, but the form still carries information about the noun behind it. Let's start with a masculine noun. Auf dem Tisch liegen 3 Schlüssel. Einer ist neu. There are 3 keys on the table. One is new. Again, the noun is already clear, so Schlüssel, keys, does not need to appear again. The standalone form is einer. Now look at a feminine noun. Im Kühlschrank stehen 2 Flaschen. Eine ist leer. Again, the noun is already clear, so Flasche, bottle, does not need to appear again. The standalone form is eine. Now let's look at the neuter form. Ich habe 2 Bücher. Eins ist auf Deutsch. Here, the missing noun is Buch, book, and this gives us one very important detail. With the noun, we say ein Buch, a book, but when the neuter form stands alone, we say eins. So, visually, ein Buch to eins, not simply ein. The SS ending becomes visible because there is no noun after it. That is the key pattern. Masculine noun, einer, feminine noun, eine, neuter noun, eins. The noun may disappear,
but its gender does not disappear from the grammar. So instead of repeating the same noun, German can let the standalone form carry the meaning. Einer, eine, eins. One noun understood from the context. Less repetition, but the important information is still there.
Well done. Now let's look at the negative version of the same pattern. Before, we used einer, eine, eins, one, when the noun was already clear. Now we use keine, keiner, keins, none or not one, when the noun is already clear. So the core idea is simple. Eine, einer, eins, one, but keiner, keiner, keins, none. Let's start with a masculine example. Hast du einen Regenschirm? Nein, ich habe keinen. Do you have an umbrella? No, I don't have one. Here, the noun Regenschirm, umbrella, is already clear from the question. So in the answer, we do not repeat the noun again. Instead, we use keinen. Now look at a feminine example. Ist noch eine Flasche da? Nein, keine. Again, the noun Flasche, bottle, is already clear, so the short answer, keine, is enough. Now with a neuter noun. Hast du ein Ticket? Nein, keins. Here, the missing noun is ticket, ticket, and the standalone negative form is keins. So now the pattern becomes very clear. Masculine idea, keiner, keinen. Feminine idea, keine. Neuter idea, keins. And the direct comparison is very useful. Positive, einer, einer, eins. Negative, keiner, keiner, keins. So if you want to say one, use the first group. If you want to say none or not one, use the second group. The noun disappears, but the gender information still stays visible in the form. That is why German can be short, natural, and still very clear. One small change at the beginning, but now the meaning turns negative. Excellent. Now let's look at the most important idea behind these standalone forms. When the noun disappears, its gender and its case do not disappear. The ending carries that information instead. Let's make this clear with one masculine noun, Drucker, printer. Imagine we are talking about several printers and everyone already knows what the missing noun is. First, the missing noun is the subject. Hier stehen 3 Drucker. Einer ist neu. There are 3 printers here. One is new. In the second sentence, we do not repeat Drucker. We use einer because the missing masculine noun is in Nominativ. Now change the role in the sentence. Ich brauche einen. I need one. The missing noun is still masculine, but now it is the accusative object, so the form becomes einen. Now look at Dativ. Ich arbeite mit einem. I'm working with one. After mit, with, we need Dativ. So the standalone form is einem. That gives us the central pattern. Nominativ, einer, Akkusativ, einen, Dativ, einem. The noun is missing in all 3 examples, but the ending changes because the grammatical role changes. So, visually, einer to einen to einem. Same missing masculine noun, different case, different ending. And this gives us a very useful method. First, identify the noun that is understood from the context. Ask yourself, what gender is it? Then,
identify its role in the new sentence: Nominativ, Akkusativ, or Dativ. Only then choose the correct ending. Look at one natural question and answer example. Mit welchem Drucker arbeitest du? Mit einem vom hier. Which printer are you working with? With one from here. The word Drucker does not need to be repeated in the answer, but einem still shows us the dative form of the missing masculine noun. So, remember the key rule. The noun may disappear, but grammar stays. First find the missing noun, then find its case, and let the ending carry the information.
Excellent. Now let's look at another natural way to avoid repeating a noun. This time we are talking about possession. When the noun is already clear, German can use a possessive form on its own. Look at this example. Ist das dein Handy? Is that your phone? The noun Handy, phone, is already clear from the question. So the answer can be Nein, das ist meins. No, that's mine. We do not need to repeat mein Handy, my phone. Instead, meins, mine, stands alone and carries the meaning. So compare with the noun, mein Handy, my phone, without the noun, meins, mine. This is an important pattern with neuter nouns. With the noun present, the possessive form may have no visible ending. For example, dein Handy, your phone. But when the noun disappears, we say deins, yours. The S ending becomes visible. So visually, mein Buch, meins, and dein Handy, deins. The same idea works with other possessors. Seins, his one, ihres, hers, theirs, unseres, ours, and eures, yours, plural informal. For example, ist das Pauls Fahrrad? Ja, das ist seins. Or, ist das unser Zimmer? Ja, das ist unseres. The key idea stays the same. The noun is known, so German does not need to repeat it. The possessive form can stand alone. But there is one important detail. The ending still matters because the missing noun is still part of the grammar. For neuter nouns, the standalone form very clearly shows S. So remember, mein Buch, meins. Dein Handy, deins. The noun disappears, but possession and grammatical information stay visible in the pronoun.
Great work. Now let's make one important point clear. A possessive pronoun is not one fixed word. Its ending depends on two things: the gender of the missing noun and its case. So we should not learn meins, mine, as the only standalone form. Let's start with a masculine noun. Mein Stift, my pen. If the noun disappears and the missing noun is in nominative, we can use meiner, mine. For example, welcher Stift ist deiner? Der schwarze ist meiner. Which pen is yours? The black one is mine. The missing noun is Stift, pen. It is masculine, and in this sentence, the standalone form is meiner. Now change the case. Ich nehme meinen. I'll take mine. This time, the missing masculine noun is in Akkusativ, so meine changes to meinen. That gives us an important contrast. Nominativ, das ist meiner, that one is mine. Akkusativ, ich nehme meinen, I'll take mine. Same missing masculine noun, different case, different ending. Now look at a feminine noun. meine Tasche, my bag. Without repeating the noun, the form can be meine, mine. For example, welche Tasche ist deine? Die große ist meine. Which bag is yours? The large one is mine. Now with a neuter noun, mein Handy, my phone. When the noun disappears, we can get meins, mine. For example, welches Handy ist deins? Das hier ist meins. Which phone is yours? This one is mine. Here, the S is clearly visible because the neuter possessive pronoun stands alone. And with plural, meine Schuhe, we can also use meine, mine. For example, welche Schuhe sind deine? Die weißen sind meine. Which shoes are yours? The white ones are mine. So compare the basic forms. Masculine, mein Stift to meine, my pen to mine. Feminine, meine Tasche to meine, my bag to mine. Neuter, mein Handy to meins, my phone to mine. Plural, meine Schuhe to meine, my shoes to mine. But remember, these are not unchangeable forms. Case can change the ending too. The masculine contrast shows that clearly. Meine to meinen, mine in nominativ to mine in Akkusativ. So the safest method is first identify the missing noun, then identify its gender, then identify its case, and only then choose the possessive ending. The noun may be missing, but gender and case are still doing their job.
Great work. Now let's bring the whole system into one clear choice map. The starting question is the noun already known from the context? If yes, German can often leave the noun out. But the grammatical information does not disappear. So keep this formula in mind. Missing noun plus gender plus case equals the correct ending. Let's start with a basic idea. Ich brauche einen Stift. Hast du einen? I need a pen. Do you have one? The noun Stift, pen, is introduced first. Then it becomes clear from the context, so in the question we do not repeat it. Einen, one, stands in its place. That is our starting point. No noun, noun disappears, another form replaces it. Now ask, do you mean one unspecified thing or person? Then we use forms like einer, eine, eins, one, depending on the missing noun. For example, ich habe 2 Bücher. Eins ist auf Deutsch. I have 2 books. One is in German. The noun Bücher, books, is already known, so eins can stand alone. This is the first branch. One or an unspecified one. Einer, eine, eins. Now take the negative branch. Do you mean none or not one? Then use keiner, keine, keins, none or not one. For example, hast du ein Ticket? Nein, keins. Do you have a ticket? No, none. The noun ticket, is already clear, so the answer does not need to repeat it. Keins carries the negative meaning on its own. So the second branch is none or not one, keiner, keine, keins. Now we have a third possibility. Are you talking about ownership? Then we use a possessive pronoun. For example, ist das dein Handy? Nein, das ist meins. Is that your phone? No, that's mine. Here,
Handy, phone, is already known, so we do not need to say it again. The possessive form, meins, mine, stands alone. Common forms include meine, meiner, meins, mine, and deiner, deiner, deins, yours. But remember, these forms are not chosen only by meaning. The ending still depends on the missing noun. So now we reach the final decision. First, identify the noun that has disappeared. Then check its gender. Then check its case in the new sentence, and only then choose the correct ending. That is why the standalone form can change. The noun may be invisible, but its grammar is still active. There are also two useful neuter alerts. With the noun, ein Buch, a book, but without the noun, eins, one. So, ein becomes eins. And with possession, mein Handy, my phone, but without the noun, meins, mine. So, mine becomes meins. In both patterns, the final s becomes visible when the neuter noun is no longer written. So keep the full choice map simple. Known noun, leave it out. One unspecified one, einer, eine, eins. None or not one, keiner, keiner, keins. Ownership, use a possessive pronoun. And for the ending, check the missing noun, its gender, and its case. The noun disappears, but its grammatical information stays.
Great start. Now let's look at a group of small words that help us understand where we are on a timeline. These words do more than describe time. They also show how the speaker sees the situation. Has something happened already? Is it continuing? Has it not happened yet? Is it happening later than expected? Or has it stopped? Let's build the basic map. First, schon, already. We use schon when something has happened or reached a point before now. Think, it has happened already. Now compare noch, still. This tells us that a situation is continuing. It was true before, and it is true now. So on the timeline, noch means still continuing. Now add noch nicht, not yet. This means something has not happened up to now, but it may happen later. So the timeline idea is not now, but still possible later. Another important word is erst, only, not until. This often tells us that something happens later than expected, or that the amount or progress is smaller than someone might expect. So, erst often carries the feeling only at this point, or not until this point. Now look at nicht mehr, no longer, not anymore. This tells us that something was true before, but it has stopped. So the movement is true before, not true now. We can express a similar idea with nouns, kein mehr, no left anymore, or no more. Here we are saying that something existed or was available before, but now none is left. And there is one more very common pattern, noch ein or eine, one more or another. This does not mean that something has stopped. It means add one more to what we already have. So now look at the complete timeline map. Schon, already. Something has happened. Noch, still. Something continues.
noch nicht, not yet. Something has not happened up to now. Erst, only, not until, the point is later or smaller than expected. Nicht mehr, no longer, not anymore. Something has stopped. Kein mehr, no left anymore. Nothing remains. Noch ein or eine, one more or another. These small words are tiny, but they can completely change how we understand the timing of a sentence. So keep one central idea in mind. Do not look only at the clock. Look at the speaker's view of the timeline. Already? Still? Not yet? Only now? No longer? Or one more? Once you see where the situation sits on the timeline, these small words become much easier to separate.
Excellent work. Now let's focus on schon, already. We use schon when something has already happened or when a state has already been reached by the present moment. So the key idea is simple. The event is not in the future anymore. It has happened before now, or it is true now already. Look at the first example. Ich habe schon gegessen. I have already eaten. The eating happened before now, so at this moment it is finished. That is why schon fits naturally here. Now look at a second example. Der Bus ist schon da. The bus is already here. Here we are not focusing on an action like eating, we are focusing on a reached state. The bus has already arrived and now it is here. So again, something has happened or been reached by now. Now look at a question. Bist du schon fertig? Are you finished already? Here, the speaker asks whether the state of being finished has already been reached. So, schon can work with actions and it can also work with situations or states. That is an important point. It does not only mean something happened in the past, it often means by now, already at this point. So, compare the three uses. Ich habe schon gegessen. The action happened already. Der Bus ist schon da. The situation has already changed. Bist du schon fertig? The speaker asks whether the result has already been reached. So, schon, the timeline idea is clear. Event or result, then now. That is the heart of schon. Something has happened, arrived, finished, or become true by the present moment. So when you see schon, ask yourself one simple question. Has this already happened, or has this state already been reached? If the answer is yes, schon is probably the right word.
Well done. Now let's compare two closely related patterns. Noch, still, and noch nicht, not yet. Both patterns look at a situation from the present moment, but they describe two different positions on the timeline. Let's start with noch. We use it when something started earlier and it continues to be true now. For example, Mia arbeitet noch. Mia is still working. Mia was working before, and at this moment, the activity continues. It has not stopped. So the timeline is before, continuing, now. That is the core idea of noch. Something is still happening or still true. Now look at another common use. Wir haben noch Zeit. We still have time. Here, we are not describing an action, we are describing something that is still available. The time is not gone. Some time remains. So, noch can describe an activity that continues or a situation that continues to be true. Now compare that with noch nicht. This changes the meaning. We use it when something has not happened up to now, but we still expect that it may happen later. For example, der Zug ist noch nicht da. The train is not here yet. At this moment, the train has not arrived, but the sentence suggests that we are still waiting for that to happen. So the timeline is before now, not happened, now, and still possible later. That is why noch nicht is naturally understood as not yet. Now compare the two ideas directly. Mia arbeitet noch. The activity is continuing, so we use noch. But der Zug ist noch nicht da. The expected situation has not happened yet, so we use noch nicht. The difference is not complicated. Ask yourself, is something continuing now? Then think noch. Is something expected but it has not happened up to now? Then think noch nicht. And remember that noch does not always describe an action. In wir haben noch Zeit, it means that something is still available or remaining. So keep the visual contrast clear. Continuing now, noch. Expected but pending, noch nicht. One small nicht changes the timeline from still continuing to not yet reached. That is the key difference to keep in mind.
Nice work. Now let's focus on erst, only, or not until. We use erst when the speaker sees a time, a duration, or an amount as smaller, earlier, or later than expected. The important point is, erst does not simply tell us a fact, it also shows the speaker's perspective. Let's start with a time. Es ist erst 8. It is only 8 o'clock. The clock says 8, but the speaker feels that it is still early. Maybe they expected it to be later. So here, erst gives us the idea. Only 8, earlier than expected. Now look at a duration. Ich bin erst seit 2 Monaten hier. I have only been here for 2 months. 2 months is the real duration, but the speaker presents it as a relatively short time. So again, erst adds perspective. Only 2 months, not very long yet. Now look at a future time. Der Film beginnt erst 9. The film doesn't start until 9. Here, the meaning feels different in English. The film starts at 9, but the speaker sees 9 as relatively late. Maybe they hoped it would start earlier. So in this context, erst is naturally translated as not until. That gives us 2 very common readings. Erst, only, when something feels early, small, or limited, and not until, when something happens later than expected. And with a future event, erst can show that the event comes later than expected. So keep the central idea clear. Same fact, different perspective. Es ist schon 8, later than expected. Es ist erst 8, earlier than expected. That is what makes erst so useful. It tells us not only where we are on the timeline, but how the speaker sees that point.
Strong work. Now let's look at 2 very common patterns for something that was true before, but is not true now. Nicht mehr, no longer, or not anymore, and kein mehr, no more, or no left anymore. Both patterns express the same basic timeline idea. Before, something existed or was true. Now, it has stopped or is gone. The important question is, what exactly are we negating? Let's start with nicht mehr. We use this with an action or with a state. For example, ich arbeite dort nicht mehr. I don't work there anymore. The situation was true before. I worked there. But now that activity has stopped. So nicht mehr shows a change from the past to the present. True before, not true now. Now look at a state. Sie ist nicht mehr müde. She is no longer tired. Before, she was tired. But now, that state has changed. So again, nicht mehr works naturally. This time, we are not talking about an action, we are talking about a condition. But the timeline is the same. True before, not true now. So the first pattern is action or state, nicht mehr. Now let's move to the second pattern, kein mehr. We use this when the negative idea belongs directly to a noun. For example, ich habe kein Geld mehr. I don't have any money left anymore. There was money before, but now none remains. Here, we do not use nicht mehr directly with Geld, money. Instead, we use the negative article kein with the noun, and mehr comes later. So the important structure is kein plus noun, mehr. Look at the phrase clearly. Kein Geld mehr. The word kein belongs directly to the noun. That is why it comes immediately before it. Then, mehr appears later. So we say kein Geld mehr and not kein mehr Geld. That word order is important. Now compare the two patterns directly. Action. Ich arbeite dort nicht mehr. The work has stopped, so we use nicht mehr. State. Sie ist nicht mehr müde. The state is no longer true. Again, nicht mehr. But with a noun, ich habe kein Geld mehr. The noun itself is being negated, so we use kein mehr. That gives us the core contrast. Verb or state, nicht mehr. Noun, kein mehr. And remember, both patterns look backward and compare the past with now. Something was there before, or something was true before. But that is no longer the situation. So the visual timeline is before, yes, now, no. The grammar choice depends on what carries the negative meaning, an action or state, nicht mehr, a noun, kein mehr. And keep the word position alert clear. Kein Geld mehr is correct, kein mehr Geld is not, because kein stays with the noun and mehr comes later. Two different structures, but one shared idea. It was true before, now it is over or no longer there.
Nice work. Now, let's look at another very common use of noch ein, noch eine. One more, another. Here, noch does not mean still. Instead, it tells us that we want to add one more person, thing, or amount to what is already there. Let's start with a very natural example. Ich nehme noch einen Kaffee. I'll have one more coffee. Maybe I have already had a coffee, and now I want an additional one. So here, noch einen Kaffee, one more coffee, means another coffee. The important idea is addition. Something is already there, and noch ein, noch eine, noch einen adds one more. Now look at another situation. Wir brauchen noch eine Minute. We need one more minute. The speaker is asking for an additional minute. So again, the meaning is not still. It is one more or another. Now with a neuter noun. Kann ich noch ein Stück bekommen? Can I have another piece? There may already be one piece or several pieces, but the speaker wants one additional piece. So, noch ein Stück, another piece, expresses exactly that idea. Now notice an important grammar detail. The form after noch is not always ein, one. It changes with the noun and with the case. Look at our three examples. Masculine, noch einen Kaffee, one more coffee. Feminine, noch eine Minute, one more minute. Neuter, noch ein Stück, one more piece. Here, all three nouns appear in accusative, but their gender gives us different forms. Einen, with the masculine noun, eine, with the feminine noun, and ein, with the neuter noun. So the useful pattern is not just noch ein. Think more generally. Noch plus ein form plus noun. One more, another, with the form adapting to the noun and the sentence. And keep the meaning alert very clear. In Mia arbeitet noch, Mia is still working, the idea is continuation. But in Ich nehme noch einen Kaffee, the idea is addition. We want one more. So the context tells us how to understand noch. In this pattern, think one more, another, an additional one. That is the key idea. Something is already there, and noch ein, noch eine, noch einen adds one more.
Great work! Now let's bring the whole time word system into one clear decision map. The best starting question is, what do you want to express? First, has something already happened, or has a situation already been reached? Then think of schon, already. For example, der Bericht ist schon fertig. The report is already finished. The result has been reached by now. So this branch is already happened or already reached. Schon. Now ask, is something continuing at the present moment? Then use noch, still. For example, Lena wohnt noch hier. Lena still lives here. The situation was true before, and it continues now. So this branch is continuing now, noch. But what if something is expected and it has not happened up to now? Then use noch nicht, not yet. For example, die E-Mail ist noch nicht angekommen. The email has not arrived yet. The expected event is still pending. So this branch is expected but not happened yet, noch nicht. Now ask another question. Does a time, duration, or amount feel early, small, limited, or does an event happen later than expected? Then think of erst, only or not until. For example, wir treffen uns erst 10. We're not meeting until 10. the meeting happens later than the speaker might have expected. So this branch is only this early, only this much, or not until later, erst. Now move to something that was true before but has stopped. With an action or a state, use nicht mehr, no longer or not anymore. For example, Lena wohnt nicht mehr hier. Lena no longer lives here. The situation was true before, but not now. So this branch is used to happen or used to be true, but stopped. Nicht mehr. Now, if the thing that is gone is a noun, use kein plus noun mehr, no more or no left anymore. For example, wir haben keine Milch mehr. We don't have any milk left. The milk was available before, but now none remains. And keep the structure clear. Kein plus noun, mehr. So, with Milch, milk, we get keine Milch mehr, not keine mehr Milch. Finally, do you want one additional item? Then use noch ein or noch eine, one more or another. For example, ich bestelle noch einen Tee. I'll order another tea. Here, noch does not express continuation, it adds one more item. So this branch is one additional thing, noch ein or eine. Now connect the most important contrasts. First, schon, erst. Both can talk about the same point, but the speaker's perspective changes. For example, es ist schon 9. It is already 9 o'clock. Here, 9 feels later than expected, but es ist erst 9. It is only 9 o'clock. Here, the same time feels earlier than expected. Same clock, different perspective. Now compare noch, nicht mehr. In Lena wohnt noch hier, the situation continues, but in Lena wohnt nicht mehr hier, the situation has stopped. So visually, continuing now, noch, stopped now, nicht mehr. And for nouns, remember the word order, kein plus noun, mehr, keine Milch mehr. The negative word stays with the noun, while mehr comes later. So the full decision map comes down to a few questions. Already happened or reached? Schon. Continuing now? Noch. Expected but still pending? Noch nicht. Only this early or not until later? Erst. Was true before but stopped? Nicht mehr. Nothing of a noun is left? Kein plus noun, mehr. Want one additional item? Noch ein or noch eine. Different small words, different positions on the timeline, and the right choice depends on exactly how you see the situation.
You did it! You've officially completed the entire German A2 level, and that is a real achievement. You've worked through the grammar, the structures, the patterns, and the small details that help your German sound clearer, more natural, and more confident. So take a moment and give yourself credit, because completing A2 means you can understand more, express more, and deal with everyday German with much more confidence. And before you leave, if this course was useful for you, hit the like button. Subscribe to Deutschzeit and turn on notifications. It really helps support the channel. And if you know someone who is learning German too, share this course with them. And one last thing, drop a comment saying, A2 done. You made it all the way to the end, so you've definitely earned it. Thank you so much for spending this time learning with Deutschzeit. Keep practicing, keep using your German, and most importantly, be proud of the progress you've made. That's it from me. A2 is complete, and you did it. Bye, and I'll see you again soon.